YouTube comments, here it comes. Yeah, everyone else is out cold. YouTube comments, here it comes. Yeah. Well, so much for everybody else.
Is this number 3? Trying it.
Number 3. Nope. I don't think Christianity's working out for me. I don't know. I tried just like calling a bunch of people blasphemous or something like that.
So if you deconverted or converted and then deconverted all in the space of a weekend, that's cool.
Less than 24 hours.
Would you like to recount your deconversion experience for us?
I don't think it was deconversion. I think it was
your journey.
I think it was pretty much failed conversion.
Oh.
Conversion.
That's a shame. You get more sympathy then, you see, if you're going through a deconversion experience.
Well, I might, but it wouldn't be real.
No, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to. You could then do your conversion journey, a video about that maybe, and then your deconversion journey. Tell us how terrible it was or how good it was. Or...
I couldn't really swallow it. How am I supposed to?
You didn't even read the Bible in the process.
I did actually.
Yeah,
Welcome, Rita.
Don't read it out on air. That would take too long.
I mostly quoted verses. Welcome, Super Joker.
Hiya.
Yep. So
you could summarize it. You could say, "I've just started reading the Bible. I'm going to skip the bits that are nonsensical, self-contradictory, or just plain nasty. Just finish reading the Bible."
Well, I mean,
Wouldn't
that would
long.
Also be a zero-length hangout.
Yeah, well, it would. Yeah, as long as it takes to say that sentence, that would be the Bible in a nutshell.
Yeah, all the things about how bad law is, and then yeah, basically relating a deontological ethic as list of rules. As I don't know, as the alternative to the law, so to speak. Brilliant.
Well, according to Nate, all you have to do is love God and love people. That's all there is to it. So, you know.
Yeah. Oh.
Super Joker.
I think it's What's your opinion of trying out Christianity?
I tried going gluten-free for like a day and that didn't work, so screw Christianity.
Did you say gluten-free or glutes-free?
Gluten-free. Gluten-free.
The latter is more difficult.
So hard to tell those.
Yeah, guys, I have news. Does anyone know the rationalizer?
No.
It's the
Who, what
atheist, the rationalizer. He's a YouTuber, an atheist.
Is that similar to
Never-
the Punisher?
He's an atheist who deals with Quranic claims, Muslim claims, Islam. He's one of the founders of the sister show, the Gin and Tonic Show, which is the sister show of the Magic Sandwich Show. And he will have a debate on the 27th of this month at 9 GMT about whether or not the Quran is man-made, and he's going to be debating not a huge kind of apologist, but he's an interesting, rational dude. So yeah, if anyone is interested.
Yeah, sounds good. Gonna have to send out reminders.
I think you will, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the conversation. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll do the RIP Vendor Mahaffey. Yet another result of Christianity. I'll bring the link over very shortly.
I've just seen your comment, Mr. Super Joker. Didn't hear that, man. Your mic's shit.
Is it? Is it really shit?
Sorry, can't hear you.
You serious?
No, you're breaking up.
Fuck off.
Well, hey, Super Joker, as long as the shit is infused with high doses of vitamin C, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's
I
an
think-
internal joke.
I think Super Joker would love to talk to Michael Ann, but unfortunately she's blocked me, so she can't get in.
Oh no, I'd rather die. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks.
Or Shamos, no, he can't get in because he's blocked several people either. Brett King can't get in because he's blocked several people. All those favourite people.
Oh yeah, like Matthew Bell.
I would love to meet Matthew Bell on a hangout. I think he's a great. I've seen his hangouts. I think he's great.
He's a great asshole for sure.
And why? I think he's. I mean, he's not very polite, but he's
That's an
actually.
That's such an understatement. That's the understatement.
Why am I not surprised that Baltazar likes Matthew Bell? I don't.
No, but he's really logical. I mean, it's the most logical Christian I have seen on YouTube. He's like it's like the Christian version of Ozzy. Just a little bit more polite. And he's brilliant.
Okay, I will give you that Matthew Bell is kind of, well-read. He understands logic to some extent, but he's nowhere close Ozzy. Okay, and most importantly of all, Ozzy explains to you where you're making a mistake. Matt Bell slaps you with a fucking...
Yes, yeah. But I think actually I've seen this animal Reuven. He was yesterday on a hangout. I've seen many hangouts or debate with him, and I think he have learned a lot of atheists, a lot of things. He's very I think it's very fruitful to be in a debate with him.
Not really. No.
No,
No.
Yeah.
but he points out.
Do more research.
No.
Well, fruitful from our perspective. I mean, he can surely give you some knowledge on logic, but the problem is he will give you this in such a horrible environment that it's just so fucking uncomfortable. You better off just fucking googling, introduction to logic or something. The conversations only lead to horrible conflicts and distaste and disdain for each other in the hangout.
Is that Matthew Bell's only productive in the sense that you probably have a shower after talking to him, or an angry wank first, probably, and then a shower.
Yeah, I like the guy.
I don't know. I kind of. I think that he at least he's not a wimp. You know, he's straight talking. That's why
Yes.
I do sort of admire him for that.
He kind of is and again isn't.
Right. I mean, when he attacks people for having not informed themselves at all.
Right, and
He's
that's
right
different.
about it. It's not very
Right,
polite. But
Right, you see,
it's
that's
not
that's right. You're kind of right. Yeah, he's attacking on a strict logical point. When you make a logical mistake, he will slap you with the Bible in your face. He will call you out. He will tell you, "Look, here's what you're wrong. And you're a fucking idiot. You're not educated."
Yes.
Which,
Yes.
which creates conflict between people, right? And this is not productive because people will just not listen. No one will. It's because this is human psychology 101. What Ozzy does, for example, is he will calmly explain to you, like a professor, you know, where did you make the mistake? Why is it okay to make mistakes? You know, it's fine. You know, and he will explain. He will paint you the picture. And no matter if you're a theist or an atheist, you have no problem with the attitude. His reasoning is clear and pure, and there is huge progress, right?
Yeah, but I actually think that can be actually more annoying. I mean, obviously it isn't if you don't actually think that the what's being said to you in the sort of calm, measured voice is actually adds up. I think that can actually be even more infuriating.
And he's so well articulated, and he's so good at getting his point across that sometimes.
Not really.
And
well, the point of getting his point across is not his. No.
How many of his hangouts have you actually seen?
From Matt Bell, all of them, I think.
Well, going back for the last 3 years or so.
No, but
you need to go back a bit and see some of the others, I think.
Yeah, he's not getting his points across well at all. So,
yeah, he had a debate with Ozzy about his DNA.
It was a discussion. It wasn't. Nah, you know what you're talking about. It wasn't a debate. No. First of all, because Ozzy doesn't do debates. They have discussions. That's first of all. Second of all, the argument that Matthew Bell was proposing was not his argument. He was actually just adopting it to show how it is irrational, and he kind of, I think, admits that in the end of the whole hangout. I clearly, distinctly remember what you're talking about. He invited a lot of atheists. I don't think he didn't even invite any young Earth creationists, did he? I think.
No. He wanted to prove his argument or test his argument with the Ozzy and some other informed atheists. There wasn't. Right, but he didn't hold the argument himself, so he had no reason to defend it. What you should go and look for is how he defends arguments that he actually does hold, right? And then he's very ferocious, then he's very distasteful, rude, condescending, and just plain cunt.
Yeah, his sole purpose is to get you into a room where he tells you how wrong you are, and if you don't agree how wrong you are and how right he is, he'll insult you into as much as he can. And
right, he has a huge problem with that ego. Right, he likes to make fun of people. He likes to be right in the most condescending way fucking possible.
Yeah, but I know many, also at university, you have these kind of professors, that are extremely well read and so on, and they just have no patience with people that don't read so much, and they can get very of course bad teachers then, but
I can understand if Matt Bell was a teacher or professor, but he's not.
He's a fucking musician.
Yeah, but I think he had read some, and he's a little bit frustrated and disillusioned when he interact with people.
Matt Bell's idea is that you have to have read every single possible thing there is on a subject to discuss it with him.
Yeah.
Right, and ironically, he doesn't do that himself in many
Exactly.
cases.
Exactly.
Even though he kind of, claims that, oh, you have to be well read on the topic to talk it to me. But quite a few times I've actually exposed that he's not well read on certain topics, and he was gladly talking about them with me and arguing them with me.
Yeah.
And many other people. So it's kind of, there's a bit of hypocrisy, a bit of inconsistency, and just plain assholishness / cuntiness.
Matt Bell's hangouts are basically a two-hour discussion where you argue and discuss until you all agree he's right. That's about it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But he's also blocked then. He never appears by Nadia, or?
I don't think he's blocked by Nadia. I blocked him. That's why,
Okay.
we don't see him here probably, and many other people have blocked him as well.
Were you asking about whether I blocked?
Matthew
Yeah.
Bell.
No, I haven't blocked him.
There we go.
I suppose I suppose it's you're saying that he's annoying in a well, you're criticizing him in a different way than atheists say we criticize Ronnie or somebody, but
Oh no, I
So,
also criticize his
but
arguments, of course. I think his arguments are weak, but he's a cunt, not just because of how he handles, how he talks to people, but how he debates in general, right? So he will be evasive, he will take words literally, when in fact he well knows that when someone, says, hey, you know what, is there any evidence for the Bible? Right? The person doesn't necessarily mean literally, can you just tell me if there is evidence? And that's what he, and for example, that is what he took from me. And what he just did is, yes, there is. Go Google it, essentially. It's like, okay, dude, but I was asking you to actually defend this, right? You know that's what I meant, right? It's like, no, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. No. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Can you defend it? And he's like, well, there are people who defend it. Go Google it, essentially. It's on the internet. It's these underhanded tactics, and just, he's not a. There is no fruit from discussions with Matthew. It just isn't.
it seems to I haven't watched because he doesn't really put out many videos, and I never actually see any of the hangouts he's in, but it seems that he's interested in. He gives the impression to me that he's interested in fruitful discussions, but maybe his manner doesn't.
He holds
facilitate
hangouts
that.
with it. He holds hangouts, but they're always off air. He never puts them on air. It's the same old stuff. Same old. If you ever go into one, it never changes. You go in, he mentions the Kalam and William Lane Craig and how he's right. And, it's just boring.
The Kalam cosmological argument.
On the universe.
Actually, to be honest, I have seen some of those analysis things he's done. I thought he made some all right points.
He's a big William Lane Craig fanboy.
Yeah, if someone would looked hard enough in some William Lane Craig debate, you could probably hear Matthew Bell in the audience screaming, "Yay! Go, go, go!" he's a fan. He's a groupie of him, like.
Oh yeah, I think if he ever got that close to William Lane Craig, he'd either spontaneously combust or disappear to the toilets to rip his own cock off.
But enough of classicals.
Hey, now that you mention it, I need to get down to that myself.
I don't think Matt Bell would do it for you.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like the joke, isn't it, about the two guys in the pub, and there's a dog by the fire licking its cock, and the first bloke says, "I wish I could do that," and the second bloke says, "If you give him a biscuit, he might let you."
Oh shit! I just saw the thing about Matthew Bell doing yoga in a song. It's terrifying.
Isn't it? No, I've just had a mental image quickly then. That's not good. I need to think of something else.
just imagine, he gets, flexible enough, and he could fuck some for it. Oh shit!
Just imagining him in a thong would be enough. Let alone him doing yoga in it.
Or something about that.
Oh, I'm gonna come.
But I think his content, his page is pretty uninteresting. The YouTube.
Yeah,
video.
I probably would find him a bit abrasive, but for different reasons. I know he doesn't agree with intelligent design, does he? Anyway, so.
No, he has no other interest in life apart from God. That's it. He has said that. I try to engage him in other discussions like sport, and he says, "I'm not interested in anything.
Nice. That's all that I am.
Sport is my life."
But he's a musician, you said, so he has to have some.
Well, yeah. He also says he's only 45 and he does kung fu, but come on.
I can believe that.
Matthew's obsessed with God. I mean, he was telling us one time that he used to buy out books in libraries that try to disprove God, or that he used to. Some people give out the free books, and they, like, hey, if you come to us, we will give you these books. We don't know what to do with them. So he would like take, dozens and hundreds of books from the the cults of Christianity,
that's what that trolley's for then. Probably loads it up with books, brings it back, has a bonfire, goes back.
Yes, that's literally what he does. Yeah, he says, I'm protecting people from Satan. Doing that, it's because those are false, demonic, sects of Christianity. So.
Oh, I bet his local library in Waterstones are really glad to see him. I bet he's the sort of guy that goes into libraries and messes up the books. So you go to look for atheism and it's under fiction or something.
Yeah.
And he puts the Bible in the fact section.
So he takes out library books and doesn't return them.
Oh no, he buys out books from Jehovah's Witnesses, or he takes out so many free books that the other religions are giving out, just to hinder their ability to give out books to people who could believe it, right? So he's actively fighting against Satan, and his cat is named Lucifer.
Well, I bet Matthew's got a garage full of watchtowers.
I think he's a real character. I must say, but.
He's only 6 or 7 years older than me. Wow.
He says he's 45 or 47. He's not. More like 67. He's in a care home, for goodness sake.
But have you seen the water contest with him?
Yes.
Oh yeah, the ice bucket challenge.
Yeah, I can understand that he do kung fu. He's extreme fit. I mean, he's.
Well, fit. I mean, okay, he doesn't have extra fat. Okay.
No.
It's the yoga.
The family man. That's not very common.
Oh yeah, it's not common, yeah, but it doesn't mean he's fit. I mean,
not that I know, but he doesn't live with his family, obviously. But it's just him. But I mean, yeah, what you don't see is it took them 4 hours to get him in that chair before the ice bucket challenge, and another 2 hours to get him off the chair, and then another 3 hours of yoga to get him back into it.
That's supposed to be a joke, or
kind of.
Yeah, it's a joke, Glenn. It's not actual. I wasn't serious.
I know.
Oh. So what have you been up to, Super Joker? More furniture? Compilation?
Yeah, there's my TV and my media unit.
Media.
Actually, I've been sick the last 2 weeks. Last week I got sick with a bad cold and I was at home. And then the other day I just woke up and had the worst acid ever. And then I just puked all night and all day. And I got, I guess, gastroenteritis or food poisoning or something. A lot of fun.
Did you try how doses of vitamin C? I heard it helps a lot.
Yeah, well, I've been the second I was able to take normal food, doing the brat diet, basically just bread. But I had my first meal like not too long ago, which was my first proper meal, and I got some good juices and stuff, so I'm feeling great.
Nice.
What we can't see out of shot there is that you're probably hooked up to some intravenous.
I have no lower half.
Intravenous, no lower half. You've got a vitamin C drip there. Tell the truth.
Pretty much. Yeah, vitamin C. You'd be amazed with the what vitamin C drips can do. I mean, they cure everything.
They make your penis bigger, dude. I tried it.
Pill for a pill.
Is that how you built your media unit? Using vitamin C?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also cured its cancer, so that was pretty cool.
We're all vitamin C blasphemers.
Dig.
That's you reported to Google then. This is not me. Not
So
just
Nadia,
me.
how's your Christianity going? Oh, she can't hear me. The Holy Spirit has deafened her.
Oh, Nadia said vitamin C cured her testicular cancer. It made her balls drop.
Linus Pauling, wasn't it, that said that that vitamin C cures cancer, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. But he did not receive the...
It's really a very hot topic also in Norway on the the science, medic science pages that it shows very good results. And
but not for curing cancer, it's, you know...
Yes, for curing cancer, and it was...
No, it doesn't. Stop it.
Complementary. It's complementary.
No vitamin.
No. They have. It was also accidentally that they found it by research they made on mice.
No, mice. No, it doesn't cure cancer. Stop it.
Nutrition does not cure cancer.
Shall I read it? Shall I find it?
Well, if you could post the link, that'd be nice.
Okay. Yeah, let some scientists know so they can rush out. What are you talking about? Cures cancer. Don't be so stupid. Oh.
You know what's,
but to be honest, it's one of those things I'm a bit on the fence about. I don't suppose you can't have a conspiracy theory about everything. Well, I suppose you can, but yeah. Well, if they were covering up cures for cancer, then I guess what would the motivation be? Well, big pharma, I suppose, profits, I guess, and depopulation. I suppose that's about it, isn't it?
Yeah. What's next? That immunisations make people gay, so that it's just what are you talking about?
But they do.
Oh, forgot Super Joker. Yeah, you were quite straight until you had your MMR.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, I must say, chemotherapy definitely doesn't seem to do very much, does it? I mean...
What?
Really?
What?
Just like the psychics, right, are real, right, Eamon?
Sorry?
Well, you believe that psychics are real, right?
Yeah, but I think you took that out of context. I mean, I do believe that the telepathy has been kind of pretty much where there's evidence for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Studies suggest this is national.
That's not saying that I believe that every. Sorry, Sandra. It's not saying that I believe that everybody who says they're a psychic is for real. I mean,
okay, so
obviously the existence of fakes doesn't mean there's no genuine article.
Okay, right. I agree. You're fine. That's cool. But I asked you this before when we first talked about this topic. So, can you point me to a psychic who is real?
The first two
I want some lottery numbers, dude.
the first two who came up with the idea was Linus Pauling. He was a Nobel Prize winner.
Yeah, but he didn't win the Nobel Prize for curing cancer with vitamin C.
Yeah. You would have think if vitamin C.
I have no interest. I have no interest in defending vitamin C. It's just a report I have read, and it stands that it has also laboratory.
It was discredited. He didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize for that. He won it for something entirely different.
Not. But I mean, yeah, of course not. But he's not a quacky, is he?
He's a quack.
Yeah, sure.
A quack.
Yeah, quack sucker.
Where was it?
There's no mainstream science and the vast majority of
studies suggest that these higher levels of vitamin C may cause the death of cancer cell in laboratory.
Well, in a laboratory, it's not the same thing as in a body.
Yeah, but it's extreme interesting, isn't it? If they everything that can help cancer is a gain for humanity.
Yeah, but it's been debunked. No one takes it seriously. It's nonsense.
Yeah, read the paper yourself. It's from the National Cancer Institute. So you can judge this with your background. I doubt it. I cannot judge it. I can just read it and think it's interesting, but I cannot make an opinion about it.
Yeah, it's not.
Could you?
Yeah, I agree. I think that you who was it said that Aristotle or that you ought to be able to entertain an idea without rushing to a conclusion, either for or against, or something to that effect.
Yeah, but there's lots of scientists who've debunked what he said already. Just looking up one article, it says, "Oh, he got a Nobel Peace Prize for making tables." That means it's just nonsense.
That was not my point. I just said who started this. It's 3 pages and it's lists of all kind of cancer that it where it shows positive effects.
Okay, well, post a link.
Tumor growth with pancreatic liver prostatosarcoma.
There's a link for you in the sidebar about his research. It's on Quackwatch.
No, I didn't know he was a quack.
Sounds impartial.
Well, read it.
So all policemen are biased because they deal with criminals and they give lists of people who are criminals? Eamon?
Yeah, well...
Because that's what this
well, it's not really comparable, is it?
Pauling's claims lacked any evidence needed for acceptance by the scientific community.
It's not about Pauling, it's about new search. Why are you derailing it to Pauling? It's about new research done when we are speaking. They are researching this and it showed that it can even kill off cancer. Cancer cells. That's not. And if that is true, I mean, it's a very good thing. I mean, cancer treatment destroys the body pretty heavily. Chemotherapy and so on. So.
Annabelle says, "Greco, you virus-infected lump of gorgeousness."
What the fuck is Annabelle?
Annabelle Pfeiffer.
Never heard of her.
Okay.
He has. He's lying.
What did she say? What did she call me?
A virus-infected lump of gorgeousness.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Cheers. Hi, Annabelle.
Let's see. Cancer.gov, cancer topics. Okay. Yeah, malabsorption does happen. Tell me I have it too. That's from gastroparesis, not cancer.
Right, okay, I'll go by an article on December last year that says doctors listed by Yes to Life are charging £3,000 for doses of intravenous vitamin C. It has been clinically unproven against any form of cancer. Medical experts have called for the organisations to be investigated.
I did read a book by, I don't know, I think he was like an academic, and he went in for some regime and he refused chemo, and he did have a very serious kind of cancer, and he went on some regime, but I can't remember what it was called, but it basically it was nutritional, and he did survive, but obviously I know that's only one case.
Anecdotes are not evidence.
Yeah.
There's just one case, you said.
Oh, it's probably more than one case. It's just not documented.
We've got doctors in the UK that are facing fitness to practice hearings for misleading their patients over cancer treatment involving such things. Also, sound wave and light beds are being offered by these quacks. It's just garbage.
I found a link, a Norwegian link. They use it. They use it here also in state hospitals. So you think they are crackers or what?
Yeah.
Some state hospitals do have quackery in it.
It's a detailed description.
Balthazar. They are homeopathic clinics in normal fucking hospitals.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the population is stupid, and they do want some treatments, even though there is no scientific evidence for it, and they demand them to be in proper scientific, medical establishments. Just because they provide this treatment in an establishment that is medical doesn't mean it's a scientifically, medically approved one.
Yeah, let them be stupid. That's a natural eugenetics.
Say what?
Natural eugenetics. They die off, and we don't have them anymore. So.
Oh, you mean eugenics? Okay.
Eugenics.
Yeah. This kind of quackery is what you get from privatized medicine.
Wow. So said the communist.
Yes.
But
there are all kinds of snake oil salesmen in the 1800s and such.
And you can even do it yourself.
What's the problem?
Actually, when you mentioned snake oil salesman, I think I heard that the Rockefellers, like the founder of the dynasty, started off as a snake oil salesman, like a literal, medicine man in the West, going around town to town.
So there are cunts for it. So what?
Save yourself the money and do it yourself. Go to doctoryourself.com.
That's the thing why I think it's so interesting is that they're saying it's vitamin C. People are going to say, oh, okay, you see, I'm going to stay away from big drugs and I'll go have, a bunch of oranges and stuff like that. They're going to... because it sounds like it's something natural.
I don't understand it. There are a lot of... we are laymen. And there are institutes all over the world using this, researching this, have shown positive results, and you are making fun of it. I don't
it hasn't shown. Don't keep saying it's shown positive results when it has not. It has not cured anyone of cancer.
So I shall believe you, Mark. I shall believe.
Mark has posted a link to an actual scientific authority.
Mark, but not the official research. So
it's not official research at all. You're grabbing stuff from.
Have you seen the link? It's documented all the experiments, all the treatments. Have you seen the link?
Where's the evidence that cures cancer? Where does it say that? That's what you're saying. It doesn't cure cancer in human beings.
Why are you against this? I mean, you are the... I don't understand this.
Because it doesn't cure... There's no evidence that it cures cancer.
And it's very positive. I don't get where what's the problem here? I don't see it. If they found out
the link you provided says no such thing.
What?
The link you've provided says no such thing.
Okay.
The cancer.gov, that one?
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody was able to read that completely while talking.
It's impossible. He hasn't read it at all.
I've read it before. I've read it before when I was speaking to Michael Ann about
Yeah,
it.
No, I have. I mean, I'm saying that. I mean, I haven't had time to
Shall
read
I read it loud or what?
I've read it since between
Shall I read it
between
loud?
discussions. No, I don't need to read the whole thing out. But if you've read it, tell me where it says.
Well, let's say
cures-
they find
you made a positive claim. You said it cures cancer. Tell me where.
Do you think also chemotherapy? It's not like it's a wonder medicine. It's you can be lucky often if you survive it.
Right, you made the claim that you made the claim that your link shows that it cures cancer in human beings. Point me to where it says that.
It has. I have said it. It has been shown that it kills cancer cells. They have shown this in laboratory, and they have also used it in different cancer treatment as both as how to say support and so on. And the results are positive.
Right.
Okay,
not
hold on.
even be.
The studies of vitamin C alone.
What's the problem here? Are you crazy? I don't understand.
I sort of agree with Balthazar. I mean, I think like you
right. It says
dogmatic when Balthazar is just saying that consider it or.
You're just
going
against science.
Not all laboratory studies combining vitamin C with anti-cancer therapies have shown benefit. Excuse me. It says combining this.
Vitamin C is a chemical just like all
it
other
says
chemicals.
it does not say it cures cancer.
It's a chemical treatment. It's not different from any other chemical treatment.
It says the treatment with chemotherapy. Balthazar. It says that the treatment with chemotherapy made it less effective in killing some kinds of cancer cells. It does not say that it has been successful in curing cancer in human beings, which is what you're saying it does.
I love this room.
It says, ejaculate more, prevent prostate cancer. I will publicize the next time I'll make an appearance in a club. And be sure to show up there when I do.
I mean, it's a chemotherapy like all other chemotherapy. It's not everything in nature is chemistry. It's nothing else. It's not like that you can that it's different from any other chemotherapy. It's chemotherapy. And if you find a acid or something that can help, then hallelujah. What's the problem here?
You're saying it cures cancer and it doesn't.
Balthasar, are you saying that it cures cancer?
Well, neither does chemotherapy. I mean, your body has.
Wording, please. Balthasar, are you saying that the high dose vitamin C cures cancer?
It has shown positive results on cancer treatment, and in laboratory it has been shown to kill cancer cell, and that is extreme interesting, isn't it? What have you against this?
I don't.
I don't know. I haven't read up enough on.
You're just against it because
no,
you have some
no, I didn't say I was against it. I was challenging your assertion that it cures cancer in people.
Huh?
But I don't know. Isn't it a bit too sort of black and white to say it either cures cancer or it doesn't cure cancer? I mean, even if it has some kind of like effect on cancer cells, I mean, then
the American cancer,
maybe it cures some people, but not others. Maybe it plays a part in the multi, like
the American Cancer Society has stated high doses of vitamin C have been suggested as a cancer treatment. The evidence from clinical trials has not shown any benefit.
That's in your source then, is it? Yeah,
That's the
one
American
about.
Cancer Society.
Is that in the link you posted?
And Balthazar posted from cancer.gov.
Okay.
Which says although it has some effect when it's mixed and when it's the sample sizes are even very small, 14 people, 9 patients.
Yeah, and so it's just a scientific research.
Well, if it's a start, and they're finding it just doesn't seem very promising.
That's good. I haven't anything against it. All I was against was claiming. No, you're not listening.
Trying to believe
I'm not against.
I'm not something you don't know anything about. You don't know.
Balthazar, you've got to stop. What I was against was you claiming it had cured cancer in people. It has not.
I didn't say in people.
That's what you said to start with.
It cures cancer. I said they had used Moses. I can give you another link too.
But that's not curing cancer, is it?
Well, I mean, for one looking at Balthazar's link, I mean, it's mixed results. Looks like
14
it says
people.
like in a 2014 study of 27 parents with advanced ovarian cancer, treatment with chemotherapy alone was compared to chemotherapy along with IV vitamin C. Patients who received IV vitamin C along with chemotherapy had fewer serious side effects from the chemotherapy, so it helps at least.
It's not curing cancer, is it? How many more times do I have to say it?
Yeah.
When you've got the American, I'll give you another link.
Yeah,
they've done clinical trials. It's shown no benefit. Not against someone finding a cure.
Parents with acute myeloid leukemia and other things that I'm not going to try to pronounce, treated with vitamin C combined with other drugs had serious side effects and the disease got worse. So I mean, it is a bit mixed here.
Yeah, I didn't read
to Balthazar's point, I don't think that I didn't get the impression
the other one wasn't as good as I hoped, but yeah. But yeah, it seems to be depends on the type of cancer. Sometimes
But to Balthazar's credit, I didn't hear him say that it cures cancer.
No,
people at all. I mean, I understood that. From what I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That it does kill cancer cells under weird circumstances, very specific ones, and it's a promising.
Yes.
Study.
Yeah, and there's one with the breast cancer. It said the study found that patients who received IV vitamin C had better quality of life and fewer side effects than those who did not.
If it's used in conjunction with chemotherapy, that's what it's saying. It can boost.
Yeah, but even at that, it's hit and miss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the problem is that people that are undergoing chemotherapy or cancer treatment see this stuff or listen to people like you saying that it could be a cure. They then dump their conventional treatment.
I don't go around
and then they dump their conventional treatment and then start doing this one thing on its own and they die.
I shall tell you something. You might not believe this, but it's true. 2 years ago, a friend of mine got cancer. And I and another friend, we worked with him for more than almost a year, half a year, because he didn't get the chemotherapy in Norway because it was forbidden. It was only allowed in Denmark and some European countries, and it was a catastrophe. And we went to newspapers and so on. We went to television. We got many programs about it, and we won the case. And due to this, my friend died. But now this medicine is allowed in Norway.
I put some more links in there that I've read before, and
there's actually quite a few studies is quoting where it says it made the therapies more effective if you took vitamin C. So
yeah, I'm not denying it might help in conjunction with.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody actually did use the word cures.
Well, they did.
One of them, oh yeah, this is animal models, but
It says here in the Mayo Clinic, it said there's no evidence that vitamin C can cure cancer, but researchers are studying whether it might boost effectiveness of other cancer treatments such as chemotherapy and radiation therapy. And they haven't completed clinical trials, so therefore it's premature to determine what role, if any, it may play in the treatment of cancer. That, for me, in my opinion, is the problem when people read some things or hear a rumour and they dump their conventional treatment.
Yep, and I agree with that point, Mark, because especially because this is vitamin C. That's 100% why this one is particularly troublesome, is because it sounds like something you can get at the grocery store. Something that, I can go all natural,
Yeah, and it sounds like it's not going to be as painful or as terrible as chemo or radiotherapy, so it sounds a natural, non-threatening treatment. Just until it's proven, I think people should steer away. And in the meantime, in my opinion, people that are promoting it, selling it, or whatever, administering it, are making money from people's hope. And making a lot of money from it.
That's why I say stick with homeopathy. It's the way to go, man.
Yeah. So you got, I mean, if you got piles
say
of...
that a lot of the drug companies are making money off people's hope as well.
But they've proven it. Oh dear. They do trials. They think these. Do you take any headache tablets, Iman?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. So do you go to the doctors or the hospital when you're ill?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, to make me not ill, I suppose.
Yeah, but how? What methods do you think they're going to use in hospitals and doctor surgeries that's going to cure you or make you feel better?
It depends on what it is. I've got to have my gallbladder out actually. I'm actually, to be honest, I was wondering whether I shouldn't do that, but I probably should. But, yeah.
No, I mean, if you had, I don't know. In other words, you use the drugs and the processes that science has developed to treat your illnesses.
Yeah, I mean they do have like different. I mean, I think I've read that like there's controversies about whether a lot of those drugs make. I mean, the antidepressants are obviously I suppose the best known one where there's a lot of controversy. But I think even with statins, there's legitimate concerns about whether they do more harm than good. So.
Yeah, but I mean, our argument is based on what we know that works and what we use, as opposed to this homeopathy. We stopped doing that a while ago. We don't drill holes in people's heads anymore to relieve.
Well, I don't know. To be honest, it does seem to me that to make sense that there would be quite a lot of bias against natural cures because you can't really patent it. I mean, if you just change a molecule, slightly, you can patent it and sell it to the public again and make money on it. So I can see a motive for being for a bias against natural cures, and I haven't really looked into it much, but it just seems to me that where there's profit, there's.
Oh yeah, I'd agree. I think a lot of cold remedies are just that are marketed that make billions. They're pretty useless, they don't. Like Lemsip and all this other stuff. It's just not. I don't think it's that effective.
Yeah, I mean, I was probably thinking of taking it further than that, though. That regards things like statins and what have you.
But this idea that you can go and eat raw stinging nettles and drink a pint of donkey piss will cure you of something. It's just nonsense.
Well, actually, when it comes to statins, though, that seems to be quite valid because my impression is that the statins they basically do the job that it's basically you get the same effect if you did eat more vegetables, but probably without the bad effects as well. So in that case, then you could actually say that the natural nutritional alternatives would be better. But yeah, I don't know a lot about a lot of medicines. So. But yeah, I just wouldn't be surprised at all if a lot of it was just hyped up in order to make a profit. But that's just my general suspicion.
Well, yeah, maybe, but companies make profits. That's what they do. Because it seems we're just devolving into everything's a conspiracy theory now. It's just nonsense.
That's like college books you have to buy. There's a monopoly on it.
It's nothing to do with conspiracy.
I was wondering, is maybe one reason there's more conspiracies around now is because there are actually more conspiracies unknown. There's more information out now, but. I think there always have been conspiracy theories. Some of them, but it's always been really more niche, hasn't it? More underground.
Yeah, just don't leave the house. That's the best thing. Don't leave ever for any reason. Let someone else do everything else. Shopping, and let them test it first in case the food they bring back is poison. It's just nonsense, isn't it? I mean, the surveys have shown that normally 10 out of 10 people die.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see an article proving that, Mark. Sources, please.
I hate you. I think I'm dying now. Oh. Well, it's been a day of conspiracy theories for Nadia's Hangouts, I suppose. I had the 9/11 one earlier, and then now we've got the vitamin C one.
I generally just get in trouble for bringing them up. But...
What's next? I mean, did we land on the moon? Is that one? Who killed Kennedy? I was like,
well, actually, that's a relatively benign one I was thinking of. I mean, because some of the ones I brought out and I felt a bit bad about it. I can see why they are upsetting to people. But yeah, I do think that there is quite strong evidence of false flags. But I can see that's fairly near the bone. But one run that I've discovered recently, which I think is more sort of more bit of fun, but still quite weird, is that I found out about these like weird photos sent back from Mars showing furry animals and stuff, and obviously some people said, "Oh, NASA are covering up that they've got there's life on Mars," but the theory I go with is that they were actually it was all a hoax, and the Curiosity rover never landed, and all the photos were taken on Devon Island where they test these craft.
Brilliant.
That's not a furry animal. That's a cancer-riddled cancer-riddled mice they transported to Mars. That's all that is.
Feed the margins. It'll cure them.
Oh, I see.
So
to see if the vitamin C would kill them, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, they're too far gone. They just wanted to get a shot of them because they're obviously the proof that it cures cancer, and they couldn't have that proof.
But seriously though, and I know when I say seriously, I've no hope of actually making you take this seriously. But I mean, I have actually. It's not just the furry animals, though they do look weird to me. Yeah, they do look like furry animals, like lemmings, but. I could say that that could be a rock, but there's also a picture of a spine, and what looks like a pelvis as well, and it's actually it's actually symmetrical like a pelvis. It's got like two lobes, with the two holes in it, and two bumps on the top, and I just don't believe that wind erosion could possibly do that. So
have you got a photograph of that? Can you link it to
yeah,
I mean, wasn't so long ago we thought there was a face on Mars. It turned out it was just the light, and there isn't a face on Mars on it.
Yeah, well, that's just disinfo, just to cast, just to so nobody would take the real conspiracy seriously.
Oh, so there is a face on Mars carved in a mountain, is there?
No, that was just so nobody would take the lemmings on Mars seriously. They put that out as a false.
Oh, they put that one out there 30 years ago, knowing that they would put the lemmings one out 30 years later. What?
Well, yeah, they worked long term.
Long term, so it's a long term conspiracy over decades. So they thought, right, in 1950 we'll put when is it? 1970 we'll do the face on Mars thing, and just because we know that we're going to release the furry animals in 30 or 40 years time, so we need to what? But I'll look at the photograph if you've got it.
Well, of course I was. Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Here's the spine one. This person.
Put it in the.
Yeah.
I suppose Nadia will put it in the main. Everyone can see it. Spine where?
Ha!
Well, I just posted it in the side chat.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's supposed to be a spine.
What do you mean supposed to be? Can't you see like the symmetry? I mean.
Well, no, I can't. How can I see symmetry? It's not a 3D photograph. It's just from one angle. I mean, is that a crocodile a bit further up at the top?
Huh.
It could be a crocodile because it's got similar rock formation, just right of centre at the top.
But seriously, if you can enlarge it by
you can say that figure just off centre at the right at the top looks like a bit like a crocodile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Whatever.
Well, it does.
But yeah, like the way you could. Yeah, but you're obviously implying that this is like seeing faces in the clouds, but it isn't with this vertebrae, with this whatever it is. It's obviously very symmetrical.
But if you look at the one at the top, as I mentioned about the crocodile, that's symmetrical as well. There's two bits at the end that are symmetrical. Rocks sometimes are symmetrical. I mean, a bit further down looks like a dead gopher.
Yes, but not in such a but not in such a not when they're quite complex.
Well, look at the one I just mentioned. Look at the one I just mentioned. Just right of centre at the top looks like a crocodile facing away with the tail coming down, and there's two symmetrical triangular parts there that you could.
Hey, Ema, did you ever hear about paradiola? I think that's how it's pronounced.
About what?
Pareidolia.
It rings a bell. I suppose it's like looking at things and seeing patterns that aren't there, and you expect to see.
Exactly. Yes, that's what all humans do. It's what we are kind of used to do.
Yeah. Well.
Can you see it on the screen? Can you see my screen?
I understand that. It's
Can you see my screen?
I can see that. Yeah.
Right, if you look at what I'm pointing to up here, that could be a crocodile facing away, and just here, look, are two symmetrical bits of his tail, and there's the end of his tail there. And right here, this little thing here looks like some sort of furry animal on its side.
Yeah, but this is a basic fallacy, isn't it? You're saying just because.
What's this here? This is a triangle.
You could impose a pattern on where there clearly isn't one. Then that's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing as regards this other thing.
Look here. Look. See this one. Look here. Look. There's a mouth. Two nostrils.
Yeah, it looks like a little
So that's a Martian skull.
Yeah, but so what? Yeah. So you could, and I could see like there's another little face.
You think this bit down here is definitely vertebrae, but there's no different to that bit up there, is it? And this just a little
yes,
dead
it
animal
is.
here.
Look, can you not see like the two holes? That's symmetry. The two lumps.
There's one hole. You can't see the other one.
The concave bit in the middle. The two sort of like prongs. That is if you look at a picture of a pelvis, that is obviously that is clearly very similar.
A tire track
and
as well.
It's also got too many points of. It's got more points of symmetry than your crocodile. I mean that's basically is some kind of fallacy you're saying, because you could impose like some vague pattern on some other part of this picture. Then that's what I'm doing with this part. I mean you could apply that argument to just about.
But you're saying it looks like you're saying it looks like vertebrae. That looks like a crocodile. I'm sure if we looked long enough, we'd probably see the face of Jesus.
Yeah,
somewhere.
but in a much more vague sense. In a much more vague way. Well, yes.
You said that. Eamon, you said that you can apply this to anything, right? That you can be applying a pattern when there isn't one. That's not true. We're not saying that because you could be doing that therefore it necessarily is. That would be a fallacy.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Right, but what we are actually saying is that what's the best explanation? What is the more likely explanation, right? Is it that on a planet where there is no signs of life that has been verified ever, and there is no known mechanism for life to exist there at this moment, there actually is life? Or are you just doing what humans are doing all the damn time when they're doing mundane things like looking at the clouds and stuff? What is the more parsimonious explanation here? Right.
I
mean, if you had a
it's kind of depends. I think that's a bit of a fault. Sorry. Okay. I think that's a bit sort of faulty reasoning to say, to rule out the extraordinary on the basis that it's extraordinary. I mean, Sherlock Holmes had it right. He said that once you've eliminated the impossible, the extraordinary, I can't remember what he said, but once you've eliminated the impossible,
Super Joker's done it. Look, he's found it for you. Look at see, it was them, and it. Oh, there's your evidence. Look.
Oh, I see the crocodile.
Jawas. Oh, there's crocodile. Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes.
So you're honestly saying you can't see striking symmetry in what I'm saying. It looks like a spine and a femur more striking than just seeing faces in the.
No, what you're doing is looking at it and saying, well, that looks a bit like what vertebrae might look like.
I'm saying it's highly complex, and erosion cannot create that kind of symmetry. Kind of complex symmetry.
You don't know if it's symmetry because you're looking at a 2D photograph. You're saying there's two holes, you can only see one. You have no idea what the other side of it looks like.
Yes, I can. I understand perspective. I mean, the human eye, obviously, you can tell like what.
No, you can't tell
what something looks like.
You can't tell that there's two holes.
Yes, you can, because the human eye takes perspective into account.
No, it's not a 3D photograph.
I can see like both holes there.
No, you can't see both holes.
I can see. No, there isn't.
You're assuming there's another one because you want it to be a pelvis that has two holes. See it. No, you can't see it. You can see one.
No. Yes, I can.
Right, show me where the other one is then. Screen share it and show me where the other one is.
Well, I don't know how to screen share.
All right,
how do you do that?
I'll screen share. You show me where the other hole is, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
So to speak.
This reminds me of a game that
Look at the link that I posted in of the coral reef. That clearly looks like a brain, or a maze, or a brain maze.
Hang on, I need to find it.
Eamon, I mean, if you had showed us a video, right, that was confirmed to be from Mars, and we would see a fucking crocodile there, and yeah, I would
So I'll zoom in, and you show me where the other hole is, so to speak.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Right, I can see one here with my. See my cursor? Where's the other one?
That's not even what I'm talking. Yeah, I can see your cursor. There it is.
Yeah.
There.
That's one. Where's the other one?
No, there's the other one. There's
Where?
the one or whatever way
There's
you
the
want
one.
around it.
Yeah.
There.
Where's the other one?
Yeah, there's the other one there. Where
Where?
my post. Oh, you can't screen share it.
Where my cursor is. Where
yeah,
my
go,
cursor.
go.
Hang on. Calm down.
Someone
Where my
screen
cursor is over the hole that you say is a pelvis. Where's the other one?
We just go about half a centimetre up from that. Well, it's.
There's no other hole. There's just one. But obviously, we can't see the other side, can we? See whether there is another one.
No, I can. Yes, you can see it.
You can't.
I can see it.
You see the other side of the. There's one hole
because it's
in the
not
picture.
totally it's turned around so that you can't see it. It's in an angle, and you can just see it. Just.
So you can see both sides of that
You can
image.
see those two sort of nodes, can't you? At the top of it, and you can also see.
You're saying
like,
there's two
one.
holes.
No, you can also see one node like coming projecting out to the left, and one that's pointing directly towards you.
No, I'm asking you where the other hole is. There isn't another one. Just this one here.
Well, I can see it. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you can, but it's not actually there.
I can see it. Yeah, it is. And also you can see those two, prongs. One of them is pointing directly at you, and the other one is pointing. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can see those.
It looks a little bit like a vertebrae, yes.
Nodes on the. You can see the two nodes on the top of it.
What about this?
Yes, it was a hell of a lot.
What about this other bit I'm pointing at now? Look, that looks like a hole there. Would you agree? Yeah, and there's another hole there. Look, and then there's another hole there. Looks like nostrils, and that looks like a smiley face.
Yeah,
and so that could be a Martian
doesn't though,
skull.
does it? Nothing like.
Some sort. Well, it does.
No,
It does look like a smiley. Look, there's the mouth. Yeah.
No, I don't see that. I see that the lumpy bit is the nose.
Yeah, the lumpy bit's the nose.
Very good. Okay.
Well, there's no difference to what you're saying, is it?
Satire beats.
Let's go to my crocodile. This bit here is the crocodile.
Ridicule wins, okay, but it doesn't change the fact that wind erosion cannot create such symmetry.
Man. This bit here is the snout of the crocodile, right? Nose. That's its back of its head. This is the crocodile's body. Hang on.
I get it. I get it. All right.
And these two symmetrical bits sticking up are its tail, which carries on all the way to there. Look, there's this long crocodile tail. And so there's a crocodile on Mars as well. And then this poor little fella here looks like some sort of...
Yeah. So you're telling me that isn't a lot more imaginative and tenuous than the other thing.
That looks like a crocodile, right there.
Spine.
Are you saying that doesn't look like a crocodile?
You're telling me that looks as much like a crocodile as the other thing looks like a spine. That's what you're saying.
Does that look like a crocodile? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Right? Really?
No, virtually
it does.
Nothing like it.
Nothing like a crocodile. Really?
Well.
Like if you stepped on one.
Yeah. I think
it looks about as much like a crocodile as it looks like a squash prune. That's what it looks like more to me.
Oh yeah, actually.
Or an old bin bag. That's what it looks like.
Well, what's a bin bag doing on Mars?
Looks like my scrotum.
So you see, we can pick up
color
all
and
sorts
everything.
of stuff. But this is, every possible. You just
yes,
seeing
but
something
I've already poined out the fallacy in this, and so has art has recognised it as well. That just because you can play these games, like yes, that cloud looks a bit like that. It doesn't
exactly what
disprove the fact when something actually does look as if it is actually something.
And that looks like a crocodile. And a skeletal remains or a half buried. Well, it's even got a dark colour to it. It's not brown. No, it doesn't. Well.
But I don't. I mean, it looks less and less like a spine the more I look at it. But I mean, it looks more like something underwater than it does a spinal column.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be some kind of I
Looks
don't
like something
know geology from my ass, but maybe it's something that like calcium and it eroded in a specific way.
And as Art said, what's more likely that
in a highly symmetrical way?
It's not highly symmetrical.
Exactly, in a highly symmetrical way. Thank you.
Yeah. We can. What's more likely, as Art said, is it more likely that
erosion can create such symmetry, and you know, there's no way that just
There's no way at all. So you
well.
What's more likely? Oh, look, it's a brain.
Ones
So what about the brain here?
Where did that huge brain come from?
Don't say God. I swear, don't. You better not say God.
God.
You could say Krang. Krang will be okay.
Does that look like a brain?
Yeah,
to you,
but the thing is that actually is a living thing, isn't it? That's probably coral or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a picture. I looked up specifically coral.
Yeah.
What's symmetrical?
Your analogy
the symmetry can exist in nature if the object
is null and void.
That's not necessarily so, because there's
No, I'm in agreement. I'm trying to say that the criteria here. What is it that it can have symmetry?
Well, the criteria. Obviously, it's conceivable that a rock could. I suppose like a stream could run through a boulder, making it, like so that it's into two boulders. So then you got symmetry. Yeah, I'm not saying that it can't create symmetry, but it can. When you got such complex symmetry, when you got like a pattern.
Yeah, so a rock formation could
when you got
look like a spine.
Yeah, well, sometimes like they look like faces, like Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, we've done this. We've already done that, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, whatever. I just don't really. I don't honestly. Yeah, you're very good at ridicule. I agree, and I'm not very good at sticking up for the obvious truth, which is disgraceful. But at the same time, I find it a really slight. I'm not really that surprised because obviously this is the way of the world. But I'm just it's quite incredible that you cannot say that looks that is the spine thing, the formation isn't anything. Isn't more notable than your
You think it's a spine?
I've already reached that point. It looks like a spine. It sticks out much more. I'm just not saying it's a spine.
Yeah, I agree. It could look like a spine because it does look a bit like a spine. But what's more likely, is it a rock formation hang on. Is it more likely that it's a rock formation that's been left over that looks like a spine, or is it more likely that it is actually a spine of some extraterrestrial creature?
I'm not actually saying. I think it's actually I think the whole thing was done on the. Like it's something on Devon Island in the Arctic. I don't actually think it's a terrestrial creature. I mean, I know you could apply the same argument to say, oh, that's more that's also extraordinary. Why should there be such a hoax? But as Sherlock Holmes said, if you rule out the impossible, then the what remains, no matter how extraordinary, is the truth. And
Sherlock
to me,
Holmes,
it's virtually impossible that could not.
It wasn't actually Sherlock Holmes.
Well, yeah.
Take a look at the wind erosion symmetry in some of those pictures.
I know, but he talks sense.
Sherlock Holmes isn't real.
Sorry. I know it doesn't stop him from saying things that are true.
It's the writer that says it, not Sherlock Holmes. He's not real.
Well, obviously, I'm speaking colloquially. I don't have to be that,
Mr. Spockleton said a few things as well. I think Spock repeated it in an episode of Star Trek.
I think we're drifting off topic here. I think this is diversion.
No, but you're trying to get us to believe that the Mars lander, it was faked, and in the course of faking it on an island in the Arctic, they decided to make it look as if there were some fucking spines there as well.
No, the spines were obviously inadvertent, and
so this grand conspiracy. This grand conspiracy.
Why would I say that? Why would I say that they faked it and they put some spines? What's the logic in that? Doesn't even make sense.
Oh, well, that's logical, isn't it? That they, in the course of this huge fake, that they just took any old fucking photograph and then thought, oh shit, that spine's in the shot, bollocks. Oh well, we'll publish it anyway.
Yeah, but did you see that people like you were just like ridicule anyone that points out the bleeding obvious and say, and so nobody would take them serious because everybody would.
You didn't point out the bleeding obvious. Sorry, no.
So they decided to go to all this trouble of taking a film crew up to the Arctic to fake the Mars lander thing, and then in the process of that, they just forgot and took some shit photographs, one of which included a spine that was in the. What are you talking about? They would have gone to great. They would have gone to great trouble to make sure.
They were testing it there anyway, so it wasn't any great trouble. They were testing the thing there anyway.
Do you think they looked at the photographs first and thought, "Oh shit, we better not publish that one. There's a spine in the shot. Where's the one without the spine in the shot?"
Well, the evidence is that it doesn't matter because nobody's going to, take it. Want to deal with the fact that the world is like this, and so you're the living evidence here that yes, they would be so sloppy because they know that it doesn't make any difference. You're still even if they wrote like big letters like this is a fake, you would say, oh, what's more likely? Is this that this is a fake, or that some kind of that's just natural erosion? It just happens to look a bit like saying this is all a fake. I mean,
come on,
you are going through Olympic events.
E-man, every day you have a different conspiracy. Do you spend all day trawling through YouTube trying to find them? Because you come up with the most obscure conspiracy theories. You really do.
I find them very interesting.
Yeah. Well, you would.
I'm glad someone appreciates my work. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't know what.
No, I'm actually looking it up. I'm actually looking up responses to this. Most of them are from before it's news, so.
What is the connection between conspiracy theories and Christianity anyway?
What's the what?
Connection between conspiracy theories and Christianity.
Well, they're both fantasies.
Well, okay.
Now go on, tell me what it is, Nadia.
I don't know offhand.
Well, I would say both of them want to believe something. They want to believe that reality isn't what it is, and it's something completely different. I mean, there's clearly there could be a grain of truth in so many of these things that, it is. I mean, like Mark says, the idea of somebody taking a camera crew up to the Arctic to fake stuff, it's ridiculous. But there's a tiny grain of truth that somebody crazy might have done that, and that's what conspiracy theories hang on to. The same as people who believe in gods hang on to tiny little grains of possibility.
There's also that both of them have this idea that there's some great power above their heads, whether it's the government hiding something or whether it's God killing things. They both have similar belief
I want to know if there's ever been a conspiracy theory that's been proven to be true. That's what I'd like to know.
I like E-Man's post in the sidebar calling us lemmings.
You was going to explain that.
You actually know that the idea that lemmings follow each other off a cliff is false.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it wasn't that. I thought that. Yeah, it gives that impression. I wasn't actually saying that. I did actually think, oh yeah, that's quite appropriate. But no, when I meant, I'm just posting a picture of lemmings on Mars. Actually, that's what that was just.
Lemmings don't follow each other off the end of a cliff. That in itself.
I don't care. I wasn't actually making that as an.
You just said something very poignant. Then I don't care.
No, that's not what he meant. He meant that there's lemmings.
I know. I was just being a sarcastic bitch. You know what I'm like.
What? Susan,
Have we met?
No.
I keep
Yeah,
reading your name.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I know you. I'd rather not.
What are we looking at in this photograph that you meant?
Argumentative.
So
I don't find this one as convincing, so feel
Oh,
free.
really?
But yeah, I still think that they are actually lemmings. But yeah, I mean, I don't find it as
Lemmings on Mars?
Where are the lemmings?
So,
I've got the photograph up. Where are the lemmings? Point me to.
don't you see them? They're right there, Mark.
No, you gotta. Enlarge it, and then you see, like, in the lower left-hand corner, there's a big blue rock.
Yep.
And then there's another sort of kind of there's a smaller blue rock just sort of northwest of it. If you follow that line between those rocks, you'll see the lemmings.
Sorry, start. What? I see. What?
Where can you see my mouse pointer?
How far up am I going? Oh, let's follow on, Mark.
Is that I can see what looks like a rock that could be something that you could consider to be a creature hiding behind it.
Where?
Yeah.
All right, Mark. Give me a break. So on the right hand side in the middle of the page.
No, it's the left-hand side.
All right, okay. I'm looking at. See, there you go. I've seen a creature already.
You can see the screen. Point me in the direction. Say where it is.
Well, I told you that you see in the left-hand corner there's a big blue rock, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one.
And then you see like northwest
hang on.
Sort of like
blue one.
11 o'clock from that, there's a small blue rock.
Slow down.
That's a camel head. Look, that looks like a camel.
I've got the big blue rock in the screen.
Like a camel.
Oh, it looks like a camel. Exactly like a camel. Holy shit.
Yeah, it does. Look, it's a camel head. There's a camel living on Mars.
There's a frog there. Look, it's a toad.
Okay, wait, hold on. I want to find the lemming. So that's the blue rock. Northwest, you got another one. You're losing a bit of color.
Carry that line in that direction onwards, and then.
What direction? You need to be more specific.
The lemmings should leap out at you.
Iman, slow down.
Yeah, they're leaping out.
I've got the big blue rock on the screen. Can you see it?
Go northwest a little bit. You'll see another rock.
What, this one?
Yep. Okay, that one. So now he says to continue down the line. So I don't know if he means left or up.
No, just continue that northwest line just about the same distance away, and you'll see a lemming hiding just in front of a rock.
Oh, fuck off, I can't see a lemming. Are you kidding? Where?
What, this one here? What, this? This here?
Can you not enlarge the photo more than that?
Yeah, click, Mark.
Okay, hang on.
Where's the... Oh, there he is, sticking up.
What, this here?
Like a meerkat.
That?
Yeah, there he is.
That?
You're kidding me, right?
Well, where my cursor is now, that's a lemming, is it?
No, further up. Just further up from that.
Keep going up. Keep going up.
See when?
No, you've gone too far. Is it the screen is flickering?
What is this?
It's like a dead...
Yeah, that's it.
What?
That's like a dead groundhog.
That's a lemming?
Yeah.
What? How'd you get that?
Oh.
What the...
You are winding us up, man. You are, aren't you?
What?
You genuinely don't think that that's a creature, do you?
You said it was hiding. It's not hiding, is it?
It's like having a kip.
It's hiding from something in front of it.
The All-Martian Lemming Hide-and-Seek Championships. He's not doing very well.
Oh, I see. So you think they're both lemmings, but the other one's got his arse, his back towards us.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So.
Fucking hell.
Oh well, you knew that it was you knew that one was a lemming, didn't you? I didn't even say that.
Let me tell you why.
This is a toad. Look up here. There's a toad.
When someone points out to you, oh look, that looks like a lemming, so you think, yeah, it's possible it could look like a creature, and then you said, oh, it's next to another one, and I'm like, yeah, it's possible, and that's what happens to your head. You start thinking, yeah, those are two fucking rocks. That's all they are.
Look, where my pointer is now, that's the fossilised remains of Jabba the Hutt. Yeah. Looks just like him.
I don't know.
Further up,
it's
there's a
amazing
toad,
to
there's
me
a
that you
frog
actually
there.
got the lemming which has got its back to
Look at
you.
this. Look, that's a little dog. Look, it's got eye there.
I didn't
eye there.
even tell you about that one.
2
Mark,
eyes.
Mark, if you come
nose,
right the way across to the other side of the page, and so take a straight line right the way across, and then go down. There's a little white bear. Oh, no, you've got to go. Keep
Oh,
going
look, there's
there.
a face of Jesus. Just there.
There's a lump of cheese there.
Oh, there's another lemming there, look. and there, that, what the fuck is that? Look at that.
It's brilliant.
Toad and a toad.
That's what I'm talking about. That was the one. It's got a little nose. It's got a little.
See the face there? Look, there's a mouth.
There's an alien.
2 eyes.
Alien, look, there's an alien in the ground. Look, can you see? There you go, Mark. Look.
Yeah.
What's supposed to be in this picture?
I don't know. You could pretty much put everything in, anything you want in there, couldn't you?
It just
Really?
looks like some rocks, dark rocks to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you, Glenn.
Rocks.
That's exactly what they are.
Oh, look at this! Look, it's a stormtrooper's helmet. Half hidden. The Empire have been there.
Oh well, all I can do is show you the truth. You know, that's my only
It's not the
responsibility.
truth. It's not a lemming.
You can reject it if you like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
as I said, I didn't think that was as conclusive as the spine, but it does look fairly like it does look notably like a furry animal. And also, like the reason it's probably the same color as the background is probably because they've just tinted everything to be pretty much homogeneous.
What about that little tiny rock up in the upper left corner?
Did I post a picture of the femur? I might as well be exhaustive. Why you wanna?
The whole trifecta of animals living on Mars.
I just realized.
Oh, okay. I see.
Part I was missing from trying out Christianity. What I'm missing from trying out Christianity is accusing people of not being a true Christian.
Oh yes, try that one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that happened. Who was it the other day that said? I think it was Tommy. That said that most Christians weren't real Christians.
Yeah.
No, the entire Catholic Church are not real Christians. Anyone that thinks evolution is a fact are not real Christians. So that wipes out about let's see, about 1.5 billion people. So there's only what?
Oh dear. Well.
750 million Christians. So they're kind of like.
No, Protestantism is required, so it's only maybe 400 million.
So yeah. I'm interested, man, to know how the lemmings got to. Of course, that's not really. It's not really Mars, is it? Silly me. It's some place in the Arctic.
The Arctic. Do lemmings live in the Arctic?
They do now. Well, at least that one does.
Yeah, they do.
Right. So not only did they mess up the first photograph, the photographer took another one and they said, "Oh look, that looks like a lemming. Oh, we'll publish it anyway, because they want to know."
Well, yeah, everybody will just take the piss. So anyone who points it out, yeah, exactly.
Oh come on, you can't. It's hilarious.
You don't think someone's looked at all these photographs for exactly these sorts of things, or they thought, "Oh shit, that photograph of Mars looks like a lemming." There's bound to be some nut jobs out there that think it would give them a laugh and just post. It's just.
Anyway.
All the things to see in a photograph is a lemming.
There's something fatal flaw in what your logic is fatally flawed.
My logic's flawed.
What?
I found something. I found something.
I mean, your basic whole argument is that they wouldn't do it, no matter how convincing it is that they did do it. They wouldn't do it.
My basic argument is that it doesn't look anything like a lemming.
Mark, why would they go?
Mark, I found something. Look at my screen.
What did you find? Hang on a sec. Where are you? Oh, hang on a sec. What is it? Oh, it's a bucket.
Oh, it's G-Man.
It's G-Man.
It looks like someone's about ready to eat your hair there, Annabelle.
Sorry?
G-Man on Mars?
Yes, G-Man. No, he's G-Man in the Arctic, pretending he's on Mars.
Brilliant. See how easy it is?
It's so worth it.
You won't believe it. And why don't they just go to the desert? I mean,
I was going to put David Bowie.
You go somewhere where the rocks are brown or what. You wouldn't go all the way to the Arctic on the.
Well, so right, you're displaying your they actually.
Yes,
it's
I know
not,
they
it's
have
actually
brown rocks. I know they have brown rocks.
It's actually like documented that
But it
it's
might
actually
snow.
well known that they do test the Mars rovers on this Devon Island. That's not a theory.
What?
That's what they do.
Right.
What's that got to do with anything?
So, do you think we landed on a comet last year, or do you think they made that up as well?
I've no opinions about that.
Well, they haven't had any photographs of that yet, so there might be some fairy critters living on the on. You've no opinion about that, what? Because they haven't released any photographs, or.
No, they released photographs.
I see. Iman hasn't looked at them yet. There's obviously no fairy animals in them ones. Fucking hell.
There's
I've heard it all now. I mean, I thought the people that said we didn't go to the moon were nuts, but fucking hell,
Mark, I had a brilliant conversation with Von Helton a couple of nights ago. He had to literally acknowledge that every single conspiracy theory that we went through the top 10 conspiracy theories to see whether or not he agreed with them, and he did. But then when it was pointed out to him the flaws in his argument, I think for 9 of them he acknowledged that he could be wrong.
What other ones do you believe that we've already been to Mars, man? Do you think, or not been there at all, or that there are lizard people among us, or something? I don't know. What? I might as well go for broke now.
Well, yeah, and just employ every fallacy in the book.
Well, I'm asking, what other ones do you think are? What other conspiracy theories that you?
Well, as I say, I just brought this up because it was a sort of light one. You know, it's not as relatively.
Fucking hell. I'm sorry, I shouldn't mock too much, but I can't help it. The idea that there's lemmings and skeleton.
I'd like to at least make sure that Eman's having a bit of fun. Like
No, I don't think he is.
He's not.
I'm not as knocked as I was about like that, which we shouldn't ever talk about again in that conversation. But because that was just like rude being like told I was being debunked then. But this one I was just expecting it. So yeah, I'm not really that knocked.
Or you mean the other one about?
If I had a like whack conspiracy theory that I believed in, I would probably laugh at it as well because.
Yeah, no, that's a good point because you can see that it's kind of, even if it's true, you can see that it's ludicrous, it's surreal, yeah, it's bizarre.
So what about JFK? Do you think he was shot by the U.S. government or by Lee Harvey Oswald, who was just a nutter?
Or did they go somewhere and fake that as well?
I think it was lemmings, yeah. No,
he was shot by a lemming. In
a tiny little gun.
Okay, a little tiny gun.
What about
little mustache?
No one.
Curly mustache.
In disguise.
Lemming Harvey Oswald.
Lemming Harvey Oswald. Hey.
Thank you.
Lemming Harvey Oswald. Brilliant.
No, I do think that was whatever happened. It was not as we were told. Yeah.
Well, sorry. Well, I know that because everything you've got a conspiracy theory about everything.
But I think I would probably agree with you in some respects. I think it wasn't as simple as the Warren Commission made out. But
okay, what about 9/11?
Well, yeah. I mean that's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? That was a false flag. Yeah.
False flag, yeah.
Okay.
You think? Okay, you like this one? You like this one, Eman? Roswell, the aliens.
What is that?
Well,
what?
I think that was probably some kind of disinfo. It seems like too theatrical. I mean, from that footage, that looks obviously like a rubber doll that they're dissecting. I mean, I don't know what they were trying to cover up, but they were trying to throw us off with that. But I think that was some kind of disinfo.
Right.
But yeah, well, now you're asking me. I mean, I did feel a bit guilty when I brought up the Noah Posner thing because I can see it is a bit upsetting. But
which one?
I mean, that was the. Well, yeah. I mean, you remember Sandy Hook?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, did you remember the shooting at the Peshawar school in last Christmas? Sorry, around about 21st of September. I can't know, December, around just before Christmas anyway, of last year.
The school in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, did you know that that one of the boys that was shot at, I won't say allegedly because I don't know one way or the other, and I don't want to go into Sandy Hook because I'm talking about Peshawar now, and but his picture was actually used in that context in media sources, including a BBC video, as one of the victims of the Peshawar shooting, and he was also put up on the
No, it wasn't.
army. Yes, he was. I saw it.
No,
He was actually. Yes, he
it was
was.
children using his photograph to protest about killings at schools.
Well, okay. Why was he actually on? Well, that's a possible explanation for why he was on the that wall. But why was he called Huzaifa Huksafer and
they made a mistake.
One of the victims on the Facebook memorial page of the army Peshawar College.
They were using his photograph originally on placards to protest against that sort of thing happening, and there was a bit of confusion, and his photograph was included in some other information. It doesn't mean that he was not really dead, and he, he was a white kid, wasn't it? What?
Well, so it's a bit odd for the college to get mixed up about who their students are, isn't it? And
Sorry, so can you just explain what you think?
He's only about like 10 years old or something. Why was he confused with the teenager anyway? I mean, I thought they were.
It's about kids being killed at schools. What you're trying to say is that Sandy Hook was a false flag, so Obama could introduce gun control and take people's guns away.
What I'm saying, what you're brushing over is it's not just that he was on that wall. He was actually on the Facebook page, the memorial tribute page on of the Peshawar College itself. That photo of Noah Posdo.
So he's trying to say he died twice in both places, and there wasn't a mistake with the placard.
And it was definitely him, was it?
Yeah.
How do you know?
And he was called Huzaifa Huksafer on the memorial Facebook page. He was given a different.
You got a link to it. I'm sure you got a link.
So basically, what you're saying is my answer to that would be that you've probably got two children that look very similar.
No, it was exactly the same photo.
Can you get
and also like well, they took. I saw it when it was up on the Facebook page at the time, because but they've taken it down now. But yeah, I can find linked about.
And what would be the purpose of that? Why would somebody?
Well, because
do that?
like the Pakistan. Well, because the Pakistan didn't want military action. Were unsympathetic to military action against the Taliban before that. But as soon as that happened, then they all changed their minds. So it seems to me that that's quite a logical motive.
So what you're saying is that Sandy Hook was a conspiracy that never happened, or the Peshawar?
No, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm not saying anything one way or the other about that. I'm talking about. I'm just saying that I think that the Peshawar.
But I want to know what's the point.
That's where it leads to. That's the whole point of this new conspiracy theory. It's the whole point of it is to try and say that he didn't really die in Sandy Hook, and no one actually died in Sandy Hook. None of the kids actually died really, because it was a false flag created by the Obama administration to introduce gun laws to take away people's guns. That's what it leads to. It's what it's all about.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, is that what you meant?
It pisses you to fuck off when somebody does that shit.
E-Man, is that the conspiracy that do you agree with that conspiracy theory?
I'm not. Well, it's not what I was talking about. I was talking about what I said was that the Peshawar was I think the Peshawar thing was a false flag in order to get the Pakistan public on board with military action against the Taliban.
So what's the link with the little boy?
Well,
why would they use the child
Your guess is
That's
as good as
part.
mine.
That's,
No, you're the one with
that's
the
part of the
conspiracy.
same conspiracy theory is that the little boy didn't actually die in Sandy Hook. That none of them actually died. That's what he's getting at. That's part. That's what
Yeah,
the
I
whole thing was
understand that
about.
bit, but I don't understand why somebody would use the same picture. So they're basically both false. Is that the thing?
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay.
I'm saying definitely
was,
like the other. I'm saying definitely the Peshawar thing looks fishy.
One was to convince the
And
Pakistani
I'd rather
public.
talk about that rather than get diverted onto Sandy Hook.
Well, you probably think the same about Sandy Hook.
Because I don't know, that's what happened last time I brought it up. Everyone started talking about Sandy Hook, and whatever I think about that, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Peshawar thing.
The kid that you're accusing of being in both pictures was at Sandy Hook. So you're saying that the Pakistani government stole that picture and put it in their own memorial page? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the Pakistani thing looks like very very fishy. If they're using somebody that
So
obviously
you are
isn't.
saying they stole the picture of the boy that was killed at Sandy Hook and put it in their own memorial. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Why choose
No,
that?
I'm not saying that at all.
So
have you got a link to it?
I'm just saying it looks very fishy, and they had an obvious motivation for such a false flag to bring the Pakistani public on board with military action against the Taliban.
So why would they?
And I even thought that at the time when it was on the news, when it was on the news, I even thought that at the time. I just thought, well, yeah, the Taliban, I can't believe they're not stupid. That they're not going to realise this is going to be terrible PR for them. And
so shooting a girl in the face.
It's going to be great PR for anybody wanting.
So you don't believe that what's her name? I can't remember her name. Got shot in the face for reading school books. Then
I hadn't heard of that one. I don't know.
What? You haven't heard of what's her name? Something I can't remember what her name is, but a young girl about 2 years ago.
Malala.
Sorry, darling. Malala, that's it. Was shot in the face by the Taliban. She was taken and shot in the face by the Taliban because she was vocal about young girls being able to be educated. She was only 12, and she's been brought back to the UK. She's been her face has been all the work's been done on her face. You can still see where she was shot, but. Are you saying that that's a conspiracy theory as well because the Taliban wouldn't do something so stupid?
No, I'm not. If she's been brought back here, then I suppose it's. I suppose that's.
But you are suggesting that they wouldn't. They wouldn't go in and shoot a school up because they're not stupid yet. They'll go in and they have done that before.
I'll put the photograph in the sidebar. It's Pakistani children saying they stand with victims of the Sandy Hook, and what people have said is that the photograph of the little boy in the middle, then also turned up on a wall for the victims in the other photograph I'm going to post, and that somehow because they got pictures mixed up. That means the kid died twice, or they gave him the wrong name. But that suddenly means that they were both conspiracy theories.
How does that explain him turning up in the Facebook memorial?
Because they got the pictures mixed up. Somebody got the pictures mixed up. That
it happens all the time in journalism.
It doesn't mean both of them were false flags.
Journalists are quick. Journalists want to get the story out quick. They go into a picture library. And they get a picture and they get mixed up and they put it. It happens all the time, and that's why it was taken down because it was probably a mistake. It was
first used by the children who were standing united against attacks on children and schools.
Well, yeah, but
then by accident it was included on the wall for victims of the Pakistani incident. And now people have gone, oh, he died again.
And how did it get onto the Facebook? How did he get onto the Facebook memorial page?
It was by mistake.
We've told you that 5 times now, Email, and I don't understand why is it not sinking in.
Yeah, but you.
This idea that the same boy died twice.
So you're saying that.
Yes, I'm saying that somebody.
Okay, so you're saying like the college authorities got confused as well and took the
Which college authorities? Sorry, which college?
Why
authorities?
would they think it was that specific?
Which college? Which college?
Well,
authorities?
whoever.
The Peshwari,
Yes.
the Peshwari College. Well, with no offence, but I mean, if it was just a Facebook memorial, it was probably the students that got that put that up, not some college authority. I mean, it happens all. I mean, you've only got to every time there's an accident or a child is killed on the roads here. There's Facebook memorial pages everywhere. But I still don't get what that proves.
I'm just looking it up now.
I mean, I know what you're saying, that it was a fake school shooting because for whatever political reasons, I can't remember what you come up with. But I mean, it's a pretty. I mean, your only reasoning behind it is, or your only evidence to have that opinion is.
I think it's a shame for anybody to even entertain the idea.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you on that. I do think it's pretty, to suggest that these children weren't killed.
Right. It pisses me the fuck off, even just to hear somebody that I like say it. Just as a suggestion that somebody else might be thinking it. That's how strongly I feel about it. Just like the 9/11 thing. It pisses me the fuck off when people, that was a government. Yeah, well, fuck you and the ship that you rode in on.
I mean, do you think that the guys that shot one of our soldiers in the street, because you think that was a setup? Lee, what's his name? Do you think that was a setup?
Oh, the guy they tried to behead.
Yeah,
no, the guy they the guy they killed, the soldier that was off duty in Woolwich.
Yeah, they tried to behead him in the street.
Oh, right, I didn't know they tried to behead him.
Oh yeah, they pretty much did behead him, all but a little bit. Yeah, they ran him over first, and then while he was laying on the ground, they stabbed him and then tried to behead him.
So do you think that was a setup?
Yeah, I got my suspicion.
Oh,
yeah, I have suspicions about it.
That's pretty horrific to have these.
I got some suspicions. This guy named E-Man is so full of conspiracy theories that he's becoming an asshole.
I mean, not being funny, man, but everything. How do you live your life? How do you get up in the morning without, wondering whether there's something under the bed? I couldn't imagine living like you do. I really couldn't.
Well, I'm not that important,
I'm only going to presume you've got nothing better to do than spend your life, investigating stories or coming up with ideas that. I mean, that's pretty horrific that you would suggest that that the two guys that killed Lee, what's his name? I can't remember his surname. Were put there by the British government so that we hate Muslims. I don't know. I just find it amazing. What's sad is that you haven't actually got any really, viable evidence at all. You just thought, oh well, I don't trust that. No, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that.
What about the moon landing?
He thinks lemmings live on Mars, so
Seriously, I'm just curious. E-Man Pew is all I got on this thing. What about the moon landings?
The moon landings, I'm not hugely, I haven't looked into it much, but I don't know. I just say it wouldn't surprise me.
All you have to do is pick up the newspapers. In fact, I'm going to dig the ones up that I got. I collected the ones because I happen to be 55 years old. I've got a collection here of various newspapers, and a friend of mine's father went to school with Buzz Aldrin, and I'm wearing my friend's father's leather jacket that I think Buzz Aldrin might have given him. So I'll dig up those pictures and I'll post them somewhere in my thing. And if I catch you around, I'll try to share them while I'm in the same chat with you again. But you really, I'm sorry if I sound pissed off and Italian and like I got a fucking vendetta against you. But you know what? Conspiracy theorists piss me the fuck off, especially when it comes to children dying by being gunned down for no particular reason. And somebody's out there saying that this is probably, I don't know about that. Fuck you. It was a goddamn slaughter, and it really sucked. It's about time to wrap your head around the truth.
Do you know where this story about Noah Posner came from, the little boy you're on about?
No.
Prison Planet. PrisonPlanet.com. Alex Jones's PrisonPlanet.com. ran the main
No,
story.
it didn't. There were people small. They jumped on it afterwards. There were smaller people, just independent YouTubers
That's where it came
that
from then.
broke it. You know,
The conspiracy theorists on YouTube started the rumor, and it became, this is what the
well, it's
internet
not
does.
a rumor; it's a fact. I mean,
No,
Well,
what happened was they had
fact.
on December the 21st, 2014, the Pakistani demonstrators lit candles during a vigil for the victims of the Peshawar massacre. At the back of that was a big board with photographs of lots of children on. By mistake, Noah Posner's photograph was used, and then his name and photograph got mixed up by being credited as a victim of the Peshawar shooting as well, when he was actually a victim of the Sandy Hook shooting. They just simply got the names and the photographs mixed up. Then conspiracy nutbars like you go running around saying, "Oh, neither of them actually happened. They were both conspiracy theories." It's absolute nonsense.
Well, someone needs to take
Here's another conspiracy theory for you that you can say, "Oh, I don't think that happened." I'll just put it on the side chat. I don't
blame anyone for getting emotional, but at the same time, I'm not going to. Not you are, but the the sort of the Italian guy or the Italian American guy. I can't remember.
Well, why wouldn't he? You're trying to say that these children that were killed, Noah Posner's parents witnessed they've got details of his post-mortem and photographs. The idea, the even notion that actually their son didn't die, that he's now part of some conspiracy theory that said he died for a second time in Pakistan. What's wrong with people?
Well, I just think that's kind of guilt tripping is quite a powerful way of shutting people up.
There are facts.
You're absolutely ridiculous now. You're now suggesting that we are trying to guilt trip you. No, we're trying to point out.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that your moral outrage is genuine. But I'm just saying that it's obviously it does have that effect of shutting people up because you say, "Oh, I can't say that because it's going to sound disrespectful." And
but you have no evidence.
That's obviously going to shut down a lot of questions, isn't it?
There's not. There's no questions.
It's the Italian American guy. Here's a picture for you.
It's just you've got one tiny little grain of suspicion that's been explained to you quite clearly what's happened. Yet you still it's just unbelievable. You'll grab on such a tiny little thing like that, and then have such doubts that innocent children were slaughtered.
Well, I just seen like Britta mentioned in the side chart, just to take the heat off me. No, but they pointed out that there's lots of stuff that was fishy about the Sandy Hook stuff. There was the Robbie Parker getting into character before he gave his interview. That was highly dodgy.
He might have been very.
Have you seen that video of him laughing?
Yes, it was the father that was laughing and then sort of hyperventilates a bit before he gives his interview. He may just have been nervous. Could have been nervous laughter.
Any idea what it's? My ex-husband my ex-husband was a man who, when we got into arguments, he would start laughing. It was an irrational and emotional response to. Well, it's true. He did. I mean, he couldn't help it. He used to laugh, and it used to drive me insane. But he couldn't help it. When he was upset, he laughed or smiled. The other thing that people used to find very strange about my ex-husband was that when he was, in a deep discussion with people about something quite serious, he would be smiling if he felt uncomfortable or if he felt. I mean, it's a very natural emotional reaction to be sort of, in a way, not hysterical, but yeah, sometimes you do get hysterical, and it comes out in all different ways. Are you suggesting that this man didn't lose his children in Sandy Hook?
I mean, the idea that the American government, rather than just implement new gun laws or regulations, they thought, well, we're the American government, we run the country, we can't really do that. What we'll do, we'll stage some sort of event where it looks like loads of little kids have been murdered, and then we'll use that to try and curb people's use of guns. It's bollocks, and you should know better.
Have they banned
guns? Man.
Have they banned guns? No, they
do you
haven't.
not think that that's very effective to corral public opinion? Don't you think that's a very...
You would not live a
Really
week
not.
around here if you walked around telling people that their kids didn't die in that Sandy Hook shooting. You would not live a week, and they won't even shoot you. They'll beat
Can I just say that? Can I just say that?
End up in the hospital and die.
What
Can I
about
just say
England?
to E-Man, none of it clearly didn't work. Clearly, it didn't work because the reaction was from the gun lobbyists and all the gun fans in America was guns don't kill, people do. That was the immediate reaction. There was no mass denouncing of guns, and clearly no laws have been changed because of Sandy Hook. So it didn't work, did it?
Well, okay, so it didn't work, but it worked over in the UK, didn't it, with the Dunblane... Oh dear, sorry. Well, the Dunblane massacre had the effect.
Are you actually telling me that the Dunblane was a mock-up?
Andy Murray was there, and yet this guy's now going to say that that was all a fit-up. And that's probably why Andy Murray won Wimbledon. That was his payback for keeping his mouth shut about Dunblane, no doubt.
Yeah.
What about England conspiracy theories?
We don't really have any, except what we do. We have one, Princess Diana.
Here's another one for you, whatever the hell your name is, E-Man.
Oh, there's the other conspiracy theory that 7/7 didn't happen either. That was a conspiracy, and that everything that happened is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Commando says the royal family is actually really in charge.
Yeah, but they're not really the royal family. They're lizard men in disguise.
What about after the
I think you might have gone that far, actually.
Prince Philip is a gecko in disguise.
What about after the bomb?
After what bomb? Glenn?
After the bombings in London, the bus bombings, was there any conspiracy nutcases over that?
Yes.
I don't remember any, but then I take very little notice of conspiracy theories.
7/7's been treated the same way as 9/11. They all say that the British government made it up so that they could join in with America. It's the same thing, exactly the same thing. Despite the fact that there were people coming out. There were people I know, or my ex-sister-in-law lives that way, some friends of hers that were there and saw people with bits off them.
Can I just point out that I lived 2 minutes walk away from one of the tube stations, and the fact that it would be even suggested that this was some kind, I mean, the horror of it, the fear, the reaction, I mean, just the whole thing.
Okay, but can you tell me, have you heard of Operation Gladio? Have you heard Operation Gladio then?
No.
Gladioli? Who's that? No, Operation Gladio. Nadia knows about it. There was actually like members of the Italian Secret Service were actually convicted of being involved with the Bologna bombing, like a train station in Italy in 1981, which killed several people.
Right.
Operation Gladio is a stay-behind program of like a secret army in Europe, and it's what.
Okay, I don't understand any of that. I didn't get any of that.
You're right. There are some conspiracies.
Yeah.
I'm actually guilty of starting one. I'm trying to get people to like jelly instead of jam.
Can I just ask you to explain that again, Bologna?
There are people that have been convicted of conspiracy to do things. It doesn't mean that everything that
false flags. Yeah, so they happen. Yeah.
No,
I mean that was actually in the 80s in the West. In the affluent West, there was like, well, I suppose Italy wasn't relatively affluent, but anyway.
Coming up with her in the West, so what? It's like everything happens in the West, doesn't it? It's all the Illuminati controlling us and frightening us into.
Yeah, because the idea that what gets me about that is that these nutbars think that people that have got all the power, the money, and the influence are conspiring to get money, power, and influence. They've already got it. So why would they conspire in secret to get something they've already got?
Well,
That's
that
true.
doesn't make much sense.
Doesn't, does it? If you've got billions and billions of dollars and you're very powerful,
No,
you've got lots of influence, you wouldn't meet up with your mates to say, what we need to do is get all the money, the power and influence. Oh, fuck, we've already got it. Now what are we going to do? They'll just have dinner
Well,
and a
apparently they
drink
did.
and go home.
I mean, they want to maintain it, don't they? I mean, I don't know. That just seems such
Well, of course they can maintain it. They've got all the power, the money and the influence. What more do they
I
need?
can't even. Oh, I can't even really.
What's going to
I
stop
don't
people
know.
with...
That's just...
man, what's
I
going
don't
to
even
stop
know
the
how
people...
to address that.
Why do people with all the
I mean,
money,
that's just
power,
like saying,
and
like a gangster. Why does a gangster go out and whack his his people in other mafia families? Because he's already he's already like a boss. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they want to get more influence. They want to maintain their influence.
The mafia doesn't exist.
I kind of disagree with Mark on this one. I think people with money and power strive to get even more money and power.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying there's no conspiracy to get it. There's no big conspiracy in secret because it's all out in the open. The people with money, we all know that people with money, power, and influence want to keep and maintain their money, power, and influence. What I'm saying is they're not all meeting in secret to do it.
Can I just point out,
Sorry,
Iman, the biggest group of, the biggest or most successful powerhouse in America is the Koch brothers, okay, or the Koch brothers, or however you pronounce it, Koch brothers. Koch brothers, and they certainly don't do anything behind closed doors. It's all done quite blatantly with all the hundreds of lobbyists they employ in government. So why would they spend billions trying to influence industry and government? Why would they do that? And then you're saying that behind closed doors they're up to something.
I wish conspiracy theorists would redirect
there's different
their
ways of
attention.
influencing people, aren't there? I mean,
what? Sorry, what did you say?
Well, there's different methods of influencing people, aren't there? So
why would they need to go around killing, pretending that they've killed innocent children? I mean, what benefit is that?
Because they need to. Because they need to get, they want
Listen to me.
part of accomplishing some ends involved swaying public opinion.
The conspiracy theory is that there are no children.
That he's freaking talking stupid shit about 20 some odd innocent children dying under gunshot, and he's talking stupid shit. I'm just gonna leave because you're probably gonna get pissed off enough at me to block me anyway.
All right, I'll leave.
What Iman's actually saying is that no children died.
I'll leave instead because obviously.
What Iman's saying is there weren't any children killed at Sandy Hook at all. It was all made up. No one died.
I know,
They're all actors.
But that's what I'm saying. Why would they do that? Why would they waste? It's so mind-blowing.
Because you can't sway public opinion by lobbying companies.
Need to sway public opinion. Listen to me. They don't need to sway public opinion. The NRA is the most powerful lobby in the US.
Well, I don't really. That didn't seem to follow. I mean, it seems that's an argument why they do need to sway public opinion, so that the NRA aren't the most public, the biggest lobbyists in the US, if that's what they are. I mean,
you know what the NRA is?
Yes, the National Rifle. Yes,
so
I do.
Why would they need to sway public opinion? They've already got them on side.
No, it's the other way around. He's saying that they needed to in order to sway public opinion away from the NRA and gun ownership, they staged a mass murder of children so that the public would be so outraged they would.
Who's doing this? Who's doing that?
No, he's saying that the government, Obama's administration faked Sandy Hook and other such things.
I thought he was talking about these people that are in control of all the money.
Like parallel government within a secret. I don't know. But
just make it up as you go along.
I mean, yes, bring back to. So you do agree that
Jackie, let Jackie speak, please, Eman. Let Jackie. She's been trying to speak for the last 10 minutes and she hasn't had a chance. Go on, Jackie.
I don't know why conspiracy theorists focus all their attention on conspiracies that obviously don't exist. why don't you focus your attention, E-Man, on all the WikiLeaks that have come out and all the government surveillance and the war crimes and all that? That's something you should pay attention to, not these stupid accusations. You know what I mean? There are actual concerns that you should be worried about,
okay.
but you're la-di-da-di-da in La La Land over these conspiracies that have no evidence. Look at the WikiLeaks. You want to fill your conspiracy theorist desires? That's a conspiracy theorist dream right there.
Yeah.
Thousands of documents. Go read
But it's
them.
not as fun. It's not as fun as Lemmings on Mars, though, is it? I mean, sorry, in the Ark.
Oh no! Of course not.
Can we get back to the Lemmings on
Well,
Mars?
actually, I actually did read quite. Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Well, I actually did read quite a. I mean, it was after the event, but I actually did read quite a long, quite a detailed book about what exactly all that, the surveillance state from my local, provincial library in the UK, and this was a couple of years ago, and the actual book was printed something like 2004, well before. Well, it's before. I think it's before WikiLeaks. It's definitely before Snowden, and so that's what made me probably think that a lot of these so-called revelations are actually, basically, well, I don't know, some sort of managed sort of release of information, because there was everything that Snowden said was in this book that was published about 10 years before he started saying all this about is it Hebden Bridge in Yorkshire? There's a big fibre optic cable going under the Atlantic, piping all emails over to the NSA. Is that what yeah.
You remember?
So I don't think that most of the time you're saying anything new.
Mark, let me have this one. Hebden Bridge in the middle of the UK. You do know that the actual fibre optics are in Cornwall, don't you?
Crickets. He's read a book that says it's somewhere else, and that's all he cares about.
Hebden Bridge is in the centre of the. Well, it's not in the centre, but it's in the mid. It's landlocked.
No, I'm getting mixed up. Actually, it's not Hebden Bridge. It's somewhere in Yorkshire.
Yeah, there's always been cables under the Atlantic.
It's an Air Force base in Yorkshire. Sorry.
Yorkshire.
It's an Air Force base, Yorkshire. I just find out.
Yeah, but it's landlocked.
No, it means they've run the cable all the way down to the sea and then out under the Atlantic. Well, of course
why would they do that when it's
there's been cables under the sea anyway. How do you think
it's been there for hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands of years. Sorry.
Well, yes, but it was saying about the NSA analysing all the emails and telephone
nations have been spying on each other. Nations have been spying on each other and exchanging information and listening into each other since about
years.
Well, certainly since.
Well, yes, exactly. So what Snowden said wasn't any big revelation at all.
So now you're saying WikiLeaks is a conspiracy as well, to throw us off the scent.
Well,
let me say one more thing.
Men with Hill. Sorry, men with Hill. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. What is the point? We've been spying on each other.
It sounds kind of similar, doesn't it?
We know each other spies on each other for decades.
No.
We know that the Russians have got spies, and they know that we've got spies, and they know that their spies are over here, and we know that our spies are over there, and they know that as well. What's your point? We've been spying on each other for donkey's years.
Well, yeah, exactly. All right, I don't know what your point is. You're saying that what Snowden said wasn't any big news, and I'm saying exactly the same.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't any big news.
My point must be the same as your point.
The only difference is that he released evidence of what was said and by who and who was doing what. That's what he did. He said, so it wasn't a conspiracy theory. He said, look, they've been doing this, and here's the evidence for it.
Do you know that
everything was documented in this book as well? There was evidence in this book. It
Everything.
Wasn't speculation either.
Have you seen how much WikiLeaks there are? How many there are? Really? And it's all in one book? Are you insane?
Yeah, the WikiLeaks goes into details about.
I know where the beach is.
Specific war crimes and stuff.
I know
There's
where the beach
millions
is.
of
I know where the
documents.
beach is. That the fibre optic cables that feed grow right across the Atlantic from Cornwall. I've been there, and it's all cordoned off, and you can't go down there. And it's fascinating, really, when you think about it.
That's probably why those Russian bombers were near Cornwall over the week, earlier in the week, then trying to bomb our cables, the bastards.
Probably, yeah.
But what do you think about that? That's a conspiracy as well. Sorry, Jackie.
Go on, Jackie.
Never mind, sorry. I do want to say one more thing to you, man. You have to just realize that there are people out there in this world who are not associated with the government, who are fucking crazy. Okay? And a lot of these events that happen, you know, like, what are you gonna say, right? Like, is the government behind every single one of them? Yeah, are you making the claim that no one has the guts to do these horrific things if they're not associated with the government? So you have to think about it on the flip side. Like, not only are you making the claim that the government is involved with every event, but you're also saying that regular people who are not associated with the government are not the people behind any of these events. So, yeah. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yes, obviously that there are, that people do flip out and do crazy things for, you know, variety of reasons. But I suppose I suppose I would say that I think that it's not as, I suppose the logic of saying that, you know, the government's behind a lot, various agents or whatever, you know, authorities are behind a lot of its, you know, setup is that it wouldn't be as prevalent an event if it wasn't for all that. But yeah, of course, it would still exist. People would shoot each other, would go mad and shoot each other. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to. I didn't realise this, but Porth Clono is where it is, and it is actually known. Obviously, I was just looking at. There's a cable station in Engineering College. It's been there before World War II. It's always been. It's been where. There's a whole load of stuff on it. It's fascinating, but that's where our fibre optics go, not from some landlocked town in the middle of Yorkshire.
They did work out some while ago that paper planes don't make it across the Atlantic, so they had to think of something better. Apart from one bloke on the west coast of Ireland, another bloke on the east coast of America.
You don't think it's possible for cables to go from the base in Yorkshire to Cornwall? Anyway.
No, I'm just saying that
they go across the Atlantic.
The main cable that feeds all of us, all our internet, is coming out of a beach on Cornwall, going across the Atlantic to the US. I mean, it doesn't. Fibre optics don't just go from England to the US, but that's where that's our.
They don't do it. They haven't got a wireless router, one in Cornwall and one on fucking New York, have they? Jesus Christ.
Part of the UK connection to international telecommunications backbone infrastructure, at least one part of the international, includes systems known as transatlantic telephone cable. So before the fibre optics were there, it was a telephone cable.
Yeah, this is a surprise. Oh no, they've actually got some poor twat on Land's End with holding up on a ladder, holding up a TV area. Every now and again, he gets a phone call. No, face it that way. Or stretch it left a bit. That's right. Yeah. And there's some other bloke at the other end. Dear, oh dear.
Quite fascinating, actually. I've been to I have been there, and I thought that where we walked around a bit, and we found this beach that was all cordoned off and private, keep out, and everything. And I always presumed that was it, but I'm mistaken. It's clearly it might still be cordoned off, but I thought it was secret, but it's not.
So Iman, do you think that we have already had first contact with aliens and the government are hiding that as well? I'm just thinking of any other possible theories that you might have in your big book.
I'm just trying to bring up a link about Men with Hill. I found a Guardian thing about Men with Hill eavesdropping base expansion, talking about their connections with the ASA.
Yeah, we've been eavesdropping on each other for decades, as we've already established.
I mean, look what happened with the Enigma code.
Because some of them are friends, and then
Well, actually, it wasn't the Enigma code. It was the previous code. Oh gosh, what was it called? The Lorenzo code or something?
the Americans are spying on us and all their other allies, and we're spying on them and all their other allies.
So my brother, I found out my brother's a computer nerd. He informed me that in fact that the Enigma code wasn't the code that was broken. It was a previous code, and they didn't tell the Russians that they'd found this code because then they could listen in on the Russians.
Yep.
Or you guys are MI5 and trying to discount conspiracy theories.
Sorry?
I never think of that.
I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
He said that you and I might be MI5 agents trying to put Iman off the
I
scent.
look like an MI5 agent.
What does one look like?
What does an MI5 agent look like?
Not like me. I'm more Miss Moneypenny than an MI5.
I'm frightening him man now and tell him that I actually have had a job interview with MI5, but it was as a positive vetting agent, in other words, to vet staff in MI5.
We all know that you're a secret investigator.
Not
A
secret.
vet for like the MI5 dogs, or?
Not that sort of vet, no. Vetting the staff that work in the building.
I didn't know you
in the
had a
centre.
vet license.
Oh yeah, I've got the gloves and everything, plastic gloves and all that.
Do we really want to start that conversation, Jackie? Honestly, because I have a suspicion that he might do. Yeah.
Oh, of course he does.
Do you think that global warming is a conspiracy?
It's fucking global conspiracy bingo.
Hi, Jackie. Nice to meet you. I never been on a hangout.
Global conspiracy?
Hi.
How are you?
Come on, man. Do you think global warming's another conspiracy theory?
Why? No.
Yeah.
Hey, house!
No! Bingo!
No! I swing it home out.
Full house. I got full house.
Is the name E-Man something to do with G-Man, but less?
Yeah.
There's obviously an A-man, a B-man, a C-man, a D-man, an E-man, an F-man, a G-man.
E-Man is G-Man's conspiracy theorist brother. So while E-Man's bouncing around talking about God, E-Man's bouncing around talking about Illuminati.
I don't mean to be rude, but are you single? Do you live at home with your parents or anything like that? Sorry, it's a bit harsh, but I just... Is there anything you believe is not a conspiracy?
Sorry.
I don't.
I just got visions of you going to your bank.
Is there anything I don't believe is a conspiracy?
I just got visions of you going to your bank and saying, "How much have I got in my bank account?" The woman says £15.65, and you say, "I don't believe you."
The rest of it's hidden with the Rockefellers.
Which they used to bring down the towers.
Under the Trade Center towers.
Under the trade, yeah.
Why doesn't somebody who believes in a conspiracy never just believe in one? Why is it always
all of them?
And they don't have to be related. They don't have to be like, oh, the government's covering up something political. It's always something political. It's aliens. It's global warming. It's another Earth.
No, don't you get it? It's all the Illuminati.
Exactly, Jackie. You're absolutely right.
Is the easy explanation of why
I'm just posting.
Mass
I'm
numbers.
just posting a link about Operation Nadia, which
Nadia's talking.
You know, which I think should be a bit
Nadia's
of an
talking,
eye-opener.
man.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
There's an easy explanation of why believing in one conspiracy theory means you believe in many others, and also how religion factors into it too, which is that, well, once your epistemology lets bad things in the door, it lets a lot of bad things in the door.
Yeah. Eamon, just one question. Is God a conspiracy theory?
God, a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
To
control the masses.
Well, yeah, religion has definitely been used in that way. Yeah.
But so God is a conspiracy theory then?
What you mean, like God? Does God? No, I don't think God is complete. The whole source of the concept of God is to control people. No, and it's all that's.
So you think he exists then? So he's real then?
Well, that's a different question again, but yeah, I do think so. Yeah.
Conspiracy. not real, is he?
So all the other stuff's not real, and that's all false, but God is. Okay, now.
Well, no, I think it's a different question as to like whether everybody, all the religious authorities are totally insincere and
but hang on a sec.
basically conning everybody and don't believe it in themselves.
You'll question the parents of innocent children, and they're probably lying. However, you don't understand that the reason I'm correlating God and, say, for example, the U.S. government setting up Sandy Hook is that they're both doing the same thing. They're both being used. God is being used to frighten the hell out of everyone and to get them to do as they're told, and to keep them under the under the cosh. And the same thing you're saying, that they had Sandy Hook was fake to make sure that guns were banned. So it's the same thing you're doing. You're creating a story in order to put fear into people. So that's why it's very similar.
Oh, where's the hangout?
Hello.
Well, okay, yeah, no, of course I understand what you're saying, and yeah, I do say there is and I already said that you can use that religious ideas are being used to control people. That doesn't mean to say that God doesn't exist.
So you think he does?
Yeah, I do think he does. Yeah.
Wow, that's
Is
amazing.
Is he reptilian?
Okay.
That's a genuine question.
This Gladio thing, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's the idea that there was some secret stuff going on during the war. Well,
that's a shocker.
No, it's not during the war. It's during the went up to at least the 80s, probably beyond. And as I say, two members of the Italian Secret Service were actually convicted.
Yeah, but it wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was just something that was secretive.
Like the French resistance.
It was something put together to.
So it's not conspiracy. It was secretive. Right? That's a huge.
The link you provided
huge
is that it was a clandestine NATO operation to continue. Right. Clandestine means something different. A clandestine operation. Its purpose was to continue armed resistance in the event of a Warsaw Pact invasion and conquest. So it's something they put together something in secret so that the Russians wouldn't find out, so that there was some resistance carried on in the event of a Warsaw Pact invasion.
Very quickly.
What fascinates
Yes, but they were also like staging terrorist outrages and blaming it on far left groups. And as I said repeatedly, two members of the Italian Secret Service were actually convicted of playing a part in the Bologna bombing, which they were blaming on far left.
Okay.
Far left groups.
I just want to point out that this is a Wikipedia article, although I don't have an issue with Wikipedia. But
yes, what is it? That's a definition of a false flag.
What I'm saying is that it's very clear at the top. It says that this article needs additional citations for verification, which means it's dubious.
No, that.
I mean, can I just say I find it fascinating that you believe in a sort of magical mystery man in the sky, or whatever you think God is. Yet you don't believe that let's not even bring Sandy Hook into it. You don't believe that the Peshawari school shooting happened. I just find that gobsmacking. There's so much evidence that it did happen, yet there's no evidence, no empirical evidence, obviously, for God. Yet there's tons of empirical evidence for a school shooting. It's just mind-blowing for me.
Don't forget the lemmings. Okay. Not just one lemming, it's two. Don't forget the lemmings.
Yeah.
I suppose you do have I suppose you do have a point in a way. I can see where you're coming from when you say that when you have views that are not like the consensus in one way. That, people that don't sort of that have these kind of quote unquote sort of describe it however you want, but just unconventional views in one way. yeah, okay. Then they tend to about everything else, even when there isn't a direct link. I can see your point about that. So that gives the impression that it's just wanting to question just for wanting to not to believe just for the sake of it.
Well, it's not just direct link. You haven't provided any evidence for anything you said.
But this is the thing: you don't want to believe in anything that seems that you know.
I have. I told you about I told you about the Secret Service people that were convicted in
two people were convicted of doing
the bombing.
Yeah, they were doing. Yeah, 2 people were convicted of doing something wrong.
We're not suggesting that they never these things never happen.
Yeah, and then there's Iran-Contra. That's another pretty much a conspiracy that's been acknowledged, isn't it? You must be aware of that one.
You've got one tiny little
CIA drug smuggling.
You've got one tiny little conspiracy theory against literally thousands of the other. So you've got the evidence for one very unknown sort of very, you know, and it happened how long ago? Whatever, 30 years ago, up to 30 years ago. Yet you haven't got any evidence at all for any of these incredible claims that you're making. Yet you still believe in a magical mystery man in the sky. That, you know, there's a massive sort of like cognitive dissonance is what I think it's called, isn't it? I don't know. I presume that's what it's called.
I don't know. I
mean, obviously, it's funny to laugh.
I don't really think.
It's funny to laugh about, you know, lemmings on Mars. I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous. I find that hilarious. But when you're starting to question, you know, innocent people and their lives have been destroyed, and you know, reality. It's mind blowing for me. I just don't get how you can be so. Well,
as I said, I thought. I mean, I do. Yeah. You think I'm very what?
Well, I was going to say, in a way, it's weird because you seem to have tunnel vision with regards to conspiracies. You get hold of a story, and irrespective of the evidence around it that says to you it probably isn't a conspiracy, it probably, you know, the Sandy Hook and the Peshawari school shootings probably did happen, but I'm going to err on the side of conspiracy with these stories and think that they didn't happen, or this kid didn't exist, and it's just mind-blowing for me, where I get given a story, and if there is a slight suspicion, I'll look into it, but if the evidence is overwhelmingly factual that it did happen, I don't even think about going further down the conspiracy route. Why would I?
I bet. What's the betting you think the Boston bombing was a false
to be
flag?
Honest,
and the Charlie Hebdo shootings, I bet you think that was a false flag, and the Boston bombings, and the last 2 or 3 things, I bet you think they're all conspiracy theories, don't you?
The guy walked into the Danish cafe and shot those people. That was a Danish government conspiring.
Well, there does seem to be like a motivation for Charlie Hebdo to be either some sort of hoax or a false flag, because Netanyahu immediately called for Jews to go over to Israel, don't they, where they're going to build more settlements in Gaza, and probably
because Jews are getting attacked. That's why. Do you realise that one of them took over a Jewish supermarket and killed people in it? He's saying to people, "Come and live here."
I realise that was what was said. Well, yes, but he wants that to happen anyway. He wants more settlements built in Gaza.
So the Jewish government, the Israeli government conspired with people to fake. So all the people that were working in the magazine offices were all fake actors as well. Then, so they didn't really die, and the people that filmed it, they were in on it as well. All the people that work in the.
I don't know. I don't have to know exactly what happens. It's just to have my suspicions. And one thing I do find the commissioner that was whether it was compiling, the police commissioner that was compiling a report on it, just conveniently killed himself hours before he filed the report. I find that quite eyebrow raising. But
I bet you do.
But you just don't. You didn't even know that Jews were killed in that shooting. I mean, you don't even get the facts before you've made up your conspiracy theory. That's incredible.
Well, yes, I do know there was supposed to be a shooting at the supermarket. Yes.
No, but you didn't, because I had to just tell you.
I mean, that's the other thing as well. I mean, it's hard to like point at one thing, because if I just point at one thing, you're going to say, oh, that's just one thing. But there's so many, like like they happen to leave. They changed cars and they left their ID in one of the cars conveniently. On their way from the Charlie.
Yeah.
This happens all the time.
There was one in the UK. There was one in the UK a little while ago. A bloke went into a bank and handed over a note saying this is a stick-up, put money in the bag. And after he'd left with the money, the note that he'd used was an envelope that had his name and address on the other side.
So no, even better. Explain to me why they wanted to be shot. Who were were they that desperate for fame that they were quite happy to be killed? The people that left the ID in the car that they changed over into, in the car that they left when they changed over, they just wanted to die for no reason at all other than because their government told them that they had to die. I mean, it's just crazy.
So did the people in Charlie Hebdo actually die, or was that fake?
Sorry, I don't understand what you were saying.
The two gunmen shot.
Oh right, I see. Like
so they just died for their country, did they?
Just tell us what the theory is. That would be easier.
I don't know. I don't know if they were patsies or if they were, agents or whatever. I just saying that the whole thing looks fishy for the reasons I gave.
They died.
The motivation. There was a.
So did they actually shoot anybody, or was that faked as well?
Well, you must. You probably have you seen the video where they shot at the ground where they were supposed to be shooting the guy in the head? I mean,
so are you saying they didn't actually kill anybody then? The whole thing was staged. Then the woman who said her husband.
I don't know. But what I'm saying is anybody who looks at that video, it looks as if the guy's head doesn't seem at all damaged when he's supposedly being shot in the head. Which I would expect if someone's being shot in the head. I would expect it to look as if they're shot in the head. I'm not a kind of an expert in but I would expect some blood rather than a puff of smoke that hits the ground 2 foot to the left of him.
So you're saying the police officer wasn't actually shot?
Not a hair of his head, not even a hair of his head disturbed. I mean,
man, you need to see a doctor.
That does look
really see a doctor very, very soon. I'm serious.
I must admit, I must admit, Eman, you do worry me. You seem to be. I mean, do you? I'm not. I'm not. I presume you partake in society. You go to work. You have friends. You go out for dinner. All that kind of stuff, right?
I've done all those things. Yeah.
No, you do them now. I'm asking you to do them now.
Well, I'm unemployed. There you go.
Right. You know what? I would stop looking at YouTube videos made by people nobody of any reputation, with people of no reputation or no validated. I can't say words tonight. Validity.
Just on the unemployed bit. When you fill out your CV, when it says hobbies, you don't put down conspiracy theories, do you?
I just think you probably spend far too much time thinking about this sort of thing, and it just is. It clearly has become a obsession. That's just my opinion, though, because some of the stuff you're coming out with is really just mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. I mean, I'm a skeptic. If someone put factual evidence in front of me, that actual factual empirical evidence in front of me that the Peshawari school shooting was faked. And not just, there was a boy with the same picture as a boy because somebody made a mistake and copied the wrong picture off the internet. I mean, that's your evidence to suggest that 21 school children didn't get killed. Do you see how weak your argument is?
Well,
I think you probably
I don't know.
it.
It seems like it seems to me to be incredibly odd. I don't really buy the idea that the college just made a mistake and called this guy who's safe. I mean,
irrelevant because you haven't got any evidence to say that definitely happened. You haven't got any evidence to say. You haven't got a witness to say.
No, of course I haven't got. Of course I can't say it definitely happened. But as regards to the other things I said, I have presented reasons for my beliefs for these other things, and all you've done is just like scoff and laugh. But you know, you didn't.
I mean, come on, they're so weak. It's not. They're not even weak. They're just. There must be another word that's. I can't even. I'm just lost for words with you. I'm absolutely lost for words. I mean, you know.
Well, I suppose this does sound like diversion, but yeah, I must admit, I wasn't. I mean, I don't actually. You know, well, I know that's an old topic, but you know, the other thing that when you said you were convinced by Adam, you know, as regards that dog thing, it didn't seem to me that you're analysing evidence there and forming an opinion, because as I said to him, what he said was garbage.
Now you're telling me what I can think and how I think. Now is that what you're doing?
But you said that there were backbones and fucking lemmings on Mars. What? Of course we're going to scoff. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Mars.
I was talking about you know, like Adam's debunking of the dog thing was absolutely ludicrous. But you know, you said you were convinced by that.
So. It's your opinion, and I'm sorry.
No,
but
it isn't my opinion.
Yes,
Is anyone, any sane person?
Well,
not sane, but you know, anybody who is objective.
Please don't talk to me about sanity. The things you come out with. Please, that's ridiculous. Adam's in the.
I wouldn't say sane, but anyone who was honest and objective. I know you can be sane and be quite good at sophistry.
Are you now accusing me of being a liar?
No, I didn't say
that.
So
let me make myself very clear. I listened to what Adam had to say, and I felt that his argument or his explanation for why dogs do what they do was perfectly reasonable, and it made me realise that perhaps I was the one that wanted to think that my dog knew I was coming home 15 minutes before I actually arrived at the door. Okay, that is a, you know, and what was it you said that the reason why I believed Adam is because he's charming and he has a certain affection to his voice, or what's it called? Not affection. What's the word?
Inflection.
Inflection, that's it. I mean, it's ridiculous. You sit here and you just constantly come out with nonsense, yet when I honestly had an opinion on Adam's opinion, okay, you then turn around and tell me that yes, you did. You said I wasn't being honest.
Well, what he said actually didn't make any sense.
Not to you. Not to you.
He said...
Not to you, it didn't.
Not to anyone. He said.
No, that's not true. It makes
you should be able to.
Man. Most
what he said was that just by staring at the data, you should be able to tell when the when the owner was coming home, which is just nonsense. You have to analyze data.
No,
I mean, the fact
the thing is, most of the people who are in the room now were in the room when I explained this. Ask any of the rest of them if any of them. It did not make sense to them what I said. Because I have to say, if you have a room full of people and one of them says that it doesn't make sense, usually that means that person is deficient, not that the other people are have somehow decided something makes sense that doesn't.
Okay, and so I'm going to let you carry on, Adam, but just let me make a point. This is a man who thinks that lemmings are living on the moon, on Mars, okay? And yet he has the audacity...
No, I don't.
Well,
lemmings are not living on Mars. At least not that we have any evidence of.
I agree. I agree completely. Lemmings are definitely not living on Mars.
So you now realise that your conspiracy theory is wrong, then?
No, he thinks they were faked.
No, what I said was
that Mars rover was faked. It was actually filmed in the Arctic. That's what he believes. That's why there was...
You know, when you've got people coming up with stuff like that, and then you have the audacity to say that I haven't got the intellect or the sense to work out for myself what my own opinion is, it's just ridiculous. And I'm just...
Iman, how did Princess Diana die, in your opinion? Do you believe that she was bumped off by
she was murdered, yeah. I mean, there's fishy things about that as well.
She was murdered by a 75-year-old Prince Philip, was she? What, with a blunderbuss or something?
With a blunderbuss.
Oh no! Don't tell me
Well,
he was
did
driving
you know?
he was driving the white Fiat with a large flash bulb.
Did you know, like, there was the official verdict of the inquest, and that was an unlawful killing. Hence,
Yes,
what's
the
his name?
journalists
Keith
were
Allen.
chasing. The journalists were chasing the car, and it made the drunk driver swerve into the middle of the underpass. That's what was
It wasn't It wasn't the Queen and Prince Philip on a fucking moped with a flash gun and a BB gun, was it?
She was poisoned by leaks.
By the way, since we're on this topic now, I have to say, as one of the reptile overlords, I officially and loudly discourage any further analysis of the death of Princess Diana. Don't look into it any further. Is that understood?
I'm becoming sleepy.
Don't ask any questions. There's a good lad.
Adam, could you add school shootings, global warming, 9/11, the moon landing, AIDS and the CIA, Ebola?
And is a moon landing hoaxer too?
Vaccines.
Well, actually, can we go back to the dog thing? Because I think that's quite a good example.
The dog thing. Apparently, the dog thing is probably one of the more reasonable things you believe. Based on what I'm hearing now, I'm not. And I mean, as one of
the reason I think it's interesting is because you're saying, like, I can't, my thinking is, weak and deranged and everything, and yet you're saying that your Adam's explanation, of why Sheldon's experiment was debunked makes sense when it's clearly is absolutely nonsensical. So I think it's quite a good.
You don't actually believe that that TTP, the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan organization, which vocally and publicly claimed responsibility for the Peshawar school shooting in 2014, you believe they were lying about that? That's your belief.
Obama told them to do it. Thanks, Obama.
He doesn't think they were stupid. He doesn't think they were stupid enough to do that. Those were his exact words. No, the Taliban.
Hold on. So let's be clear on this subject. So they weren't stupid enough to actually make the attack, but they were stupid enough to claim responsibility for it right after. That's what you're saying? They weren't stupid enough to attack, presumably because they knew what the consequences would be, but they were stupid enough to publicly claim responsibility for the attack so that they would have all those consequences on them. Is that what you're claiming?
And
if they actually do that would obviously be inconsistent. But I
think this is the he only has half of the
information. Recognizes that would be inconsistent. That's good. That's good.
But he only has half of the information. Every single story he's been given the actual facts and gone, oh really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, a slight exaggeration.
That to me is the ideal situation. I would much rather talk to someone who comes to some fantastic conclusions because his analysis has been cursory and a lot of the sites he's visited have been lying to him. That is a much better circumstance than someone who has really truly dug into these factual issues and just come up with conclusions that are ludicrously distant from the evidence. I mean, of the two, I would much rather be dealing with someone who can say, oh, well, I didn't know that. That is definitely the better option. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it doesn't bother me that particularly that someone would make outlandish conclusions on very little data. That's fine. People do that all the time. But the point is, if that's actually what's going on, let's get them some better data.
Well, you try giving it to him though.
Well, can you put a link to where they accepted responsibility?
Is that because I made that claim, so I should definitely be able to back that up. Now let's see here. I'm digging through it. I've made my way to an Indian article on the subject, but I need to find the actual source video, not just their quote of TTP.
While you're doing it, can you please clarify that that was your argument against your explanation for why Rupert Sheldrake was debunked, is that that you said that you ought to be able to tell that when the owners were coming back home, the period in question, just by looking at the data, if there was a real effect, just by without analysing the data.
Yeah, I did say that. I clarified what I meant by that was that the data that Rupert Sheldrake collected was consistent, and in the measurements he made was actually consistent with a large range of times that the woman could have come home. Which is to say, if you made the same measurements he made, but just assumed that the woman came home, in the 10 minutes earlier or 10 minutes before that or whatnot, you would have gotten the same measurements he did, which is that you would still have gotten.
No, that's false.
That you would no. What I'm telling you is you would still don't interrupt me until I've finished. Okay, I don't see why you can't let me finish. Which is to say that you would that because the dog's frequency in going to the window was increasing over time, it would still have been the case that the dog was spending significantly more time after the key event than before, even if you moved the key event to a different location in time. That's my point.
Can I just?
Yes, more generally, a real effect should be signalable. I do say that, but I recognize the fact that signalable isn't necessarily the same as broadly determinable. So that's there. You have a point on that point, which is that there might be some effects that are weak enough that it may not really be possible. But it is to me pretty damning to his conclusions if given the data and not given the time that she's returning home, could not determine when she was returning home from the data. That to me is pretty damning of his conclusions. So,
which was always my point.
Well, I just don't. That just cannot be. That just cannot be the case, because I mean, you can't move the period back any further, because presumably the experiment ended when the person came home, because obviously the experiment, is when they're home. They can't be coming home when they're already home.
Back means earlier in time. Forward means later in time. You absolutely can move the point back to earlier.
Back means earlier. Okay, well maybe that's cultural. But what do you mean? I haven't admitted anything. All I'm saying is
you just misunderstood what I was saying.
What you're saying is just not true, because according to Wiseman's own data, the dog was at the window for a higher percentage of the time when the owner was traveling back than the rest of the time.
But also, but if the owner had started traveling back 10 minutes later, that data would have also been the case. And this time I do mean later. And if the dog, because we're talking about periods of time when the owner took 20 minutes, a half hour to get home. And if in fact, so
you're saying yes, we covered it before, because you're saying the effect is only because the dog is, but since the times were randomized, that doesn't work then, does it? Because
it does
clearly, if they were two different times, and in one experiment the time period was earlier because there were different times, then that just disproves what you just said, because the results were the same. The dog was out the window for
let's point out what the experiment Wiseman did. The dog failed it. Okay. Now Sheldrake is pointing out that even
but by different criteria. No, Wiseman is passed.
For gosh sakes, man. Okay. When it's clear I'm saying something, let me finish, please. Anyway, I don't remember what I was in the middle of saying. So make your irrelevant point. That's fine.
Well, I've already made my commonsensical point.
Can we get off the dogs? I've had to apologise to Simon twice now. Twice I've had to apologise to Simon because I had a go at him 2 days ago for having a go at E-Man for stopping him in the middle of a conversation. And now I completely understand. You're obsessed with the dogs or with Sheldrake. Have you got shares in Sheldrake or something?
Well, it's just quite annoying to be told that I'm irrational, and I had this completely irrational
but you're quite happy
debunking,
to
and
tell
everyone
other
says,
people.
"Oh, that's so wise, that's so obviously true."
What you mean? You didn't like
it's completely obvious. The only reason people say that is because
you didn't like it that Adam had an opinion that other people agreed with.
Well, quite frankly, no, because it makes absolutely no sense on any even cursory examination.
To you.
And also,
to you, it makes no sense. Now,
no,
let's
not at all. Not at all, because the time periods are different, and the result in the two experiments. And the
Hold on, we have 8 more people.
So
in
it
the
cannot
room,
be
right?
just to do with the passage of time.
Right, E-Man, we have 8 more people in the room. Guys, anybody else think it doesn't make sense?
I don't think most people know what the hell we're going on about, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, because I was there 5 days ago when this conversation started.
Okay, sorry, Simon. I thought you'd
That's
left
all right.
when we started on about the dogs.
Yeah, no, I looked into Sheldrake, but really, it's unsubstantiated evidence, and the evidence there is so tenuous that it can't be believed on face value.
Well, obviously that's a knee-jerk reaction, and everybody's going to think. I mean, our conventional wisdom with these things is that conventional wisdom is wrong, isn't it? So, oh yes, we all like to think that these things can happen, but of course they can't. And therefore, you're not, without even thinking about it. When somebody says something that sounds vaguely, calm and authoritative and all those things I said before, you're going to say, oh yes, of course that makes sense, even when it quite clearly doesn't. And I explained time and time again what Adam said makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So that is quite irritating. Yeah, sorry.
Man, look, what I said was, although there is some evidence, okay, I don't think it's in any way conclusive, and so merits further looking. You can't say it's true until you have some positive proof. And all there is at the moment is speculative evidence. That's my point.
Okay, well that's a completely different thing for you to say you're raising the bar as to say, like, the experiment didn't work at all. That's a different thing. You're raising the standard of evidence there. That's a different thing to say that the experiment was invalid.
No, what I'm saying is that it needs further investigation rather than a definite decision on his results of his work. You are making a definite decision on the results.
Okay, well that's fair enough. That's a different matter.
And I'm saying to you,
that's a different matter. That's
and I'm saying to you, the evidence you provided isn't that proof, isn't a proof. It's just a few bits of speculation, and some of which has been disproved and some of which hasn't been disproved. Do you understand why that's necessarily a difficult position to make a positive claim on to 100%? That's what we're arguing.
Well, I don't understand on what basis you're saying some has been proved and some has been disproved. I don't, so I can't really comment. I don't know what basis what that means really.
Right. So you don't think any of Sheldrake's work has been disproved in any way, or at least questioned?
I don't know. I thought I was talking about this specific one. I don't know what.
Well, do know. Don't look and say it's 100% certain that this is his case and this is absolute proof. There are enough people in the industry.
I didn't say that. I didn't say. I was talking about these specific things. I wasn't saying that.
There are enough
I wasn't
people
saying
in the
like
industry.
that nobody's ever disproved anything he's said, or
enough people in the industry calling his work into question. There are enough people in the industry calling his work into question to make it reasonable not to assume his evidence is correct, and therefore we have to doubt it until we can find that it is correct.
Well, I mean, that's a different.
You should be skeptical.
That seems.
You should not go into it and go, "There's a website that says this. It looks true, therefore it is true." If people are,
I don't know. To me, you're talking far too generally now and just going into different different topics, really.
Well, that's because each one that you've specifically brought up, other people have argued with you and said, "Look, this isn't 100%." So I'm trying to make the general point now that all the points you've made, none of them are 100%. Most of them have small bits of evidence which look like they might lead somewhere, but don't definitely lead somewhere. That's what I call being skeptical. So just be skeptical. Look at the same claims and be skeptical.
I don't know what you're referring to now. I mean, you're talking about
Drake.
claims. I thought you were talking about dog, which would be singular, not plural. The dog thing. If you're talking about all this conspiracy stuff as well, I think you're granting a lot more than Annabelle or Mark or anybody else would like. But
No, I think
I
everybody
don't
knows.
I don't know what you're saying, to be honest.
This is what annoys me about you, E-Man. I very clearly said to you about 10 minutes ago that you know, I'm a skeptic. I'm more than happy to look at evidence. But you've got tiny, like Simon said, you've got tiny little grains of what you call evidence. I call, well, conspiracies. And none of them, you can't back any of it up. You've got no evidence for any of your claims whatsoever, other than, well, I think...
No, it's a huge generalization.
No, it's not. You've got nothing to the table. You've just given us your opinion. That's all you've done.
Where's your evidence that Sandy Hook was faked or Peshawar was
faked?
faked?
Exactly.
Yeah, and by the way,
I mean, it's more like lots of small things, none of which are hugely damning on their own, but which just add up to like something very fishy.
Got one thing
well,
to Peshawar.
Have you seen that video of people just walking round and round the fire station in Sandy Hook? That's quite bizarre. You know, as if they're
It shows all the people that were there on the day. It shows them going in one entrance, or coming out of one part of the building, going round in a long circle, coming out, going back into the building, and then coming out the main entrance again. So what he's saying is that all the people that were there were all drilled to walk around and make it look as if something was going on when actually nothing was. But videos can be faked as well, you know.
I just don't understand the mentality of someone that can even consider that something like that.
I see. So you say I've got nothing. I say something and it's oh my god.
No,
have you seen that?
What I'm saying is you're saying that the Sandy Hook thing was faked, and yet you believe a video you saw on YouTube and don't even think twice that could be fake.
Okay, no, that's a good point. Yes, you're right. It could be. Yeah. I doubt it is, but yeah, you're right.
Why is it you doubt the whole thing was a fake, and yet you doubt that a video could be faked?
I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just we are on the internet, and I have to remember that.
Well, I mean, clearly,
all the people like
think it's you know, it is you know, fairly not as I say, not damning, but at least you know,
it's not damning at all.
Eyebrow raising.
You're skeptical.
In order for you to say that somebody would go out of the way to fake it.
No, you're saying that you're skeptical of the whole thing,
yeah,
being
exactly.
a fake, but you're not skeptical about one video you've seen on YouTube that says, "Look, this is a fake."
But what I'm saying is that, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe you should be, you should be open to that possibility. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that by saying that somebody would go out of their way to fake it, I mean that implies in itself that it's.
What reason would they have to fake it?
Suspicious it was real.
What reason would the government have to fake Sandy Hook in order to restrict?
No, I'm talking about the video. If you're saying that the conspiracy theories, but yes, you're right. People do fake things. Like somebody put out fakes a whole BBC website of
UFO photographs, UFO videos.
BBC video saying that Charlie Hebdo was a fake. So yes, people do fake things. And I did think that maybe somebody had hacked into the Peshawar army thing and put that, you know, Noah Posner thing in there. So I do think of all these things. Yeah.
Sorry. You've got. First of all, you haven't provided any evidence that this picture was anywhere near any official. Was it an official? It was like Mark said. Wasn't it a sort of poster at the back, Mark, of the?
It was actually on the.
It was the Peshawari children.
It was on the Army Peshawar. It was on their Facebook memorial page. I went and looked at it when it was up there.
It was a mistake. Do some more research and look up the fact.
That's pointless.
The debunking part of it. It tells you exactly what happened and why. They got mixed up with photographs and names, and the photograph ended up on the wrong site or the wrong place. It doesn't mean that the boy died twice, and therefore that was a conspiracy theory that discounts both incidents.
Your question that it's something that's empirical evidence for. You'll question it. You'll question all the facts. All these poor children, all their poor families. You'll question their integrity.
Yeah, here we go. Yes, yes.
But it's the
I'm
truth.
terrible, just.
Don't do it then. If you
All
don't want to
right.
be criticised for being so
So
appalling, then don't be appalling.
Are you really suggesting that 132 families are all in on it? Let alone all the police and all the medics and all the other people that are involved in the whole thing.
Well,
Are you really saying? Are you?
It's you know what? I'm starting to get fed up now. It's not funny anymore when you have to listen to this shit. It starts to become ridiculous.
I don't understand what's so
all the hospital staff, they're all in on the conspiracy, are they? So there were no children taken to hospitals, and they made all that up, and all the hospital staff are all in on the conspiracy. There were no bodies, there were no kids killed. It was all a big fake.
I don't know what will happen if the people were killed or not. I'm just saying it looks fishy. And the photo of Adam Lanza is another hugely. Have you seen that? It looks like he's like bugged out on crack, ecstasy, and speed, and it's just ridiculous. It's obviously photoshopped. So yeah.
So the guy. So Sandy Hook
didn't
happen then. So all the families in Sandy Hook and all the medics and all the police and everyone, probably a couple of thousand people or more, all agreed to fake the incident, and then just as many people did it in Pakistan. I just.
The cauliflowers in it, Gemini is in it, and Manny is in there. No sweet from Blaine.
Watching TV.
Probably watching the wrong side. But anyway, thank you so much. The secret is all back again. The secret for watching the other eyes.
Sorry, I've got to hear TV.
Yeah, I mean, to know how to respond to the accusations that the Sandy Hook shooting isn't real, I would have to know what specific elements of it seem, or I really have to have an understanding of what the person believes happened.
Sorry, guys.
I can try to dig up the evidence that would contradict it. Now, but back to the Peshawar thing. The most root source I can find for the quotes of Muhammad Umar Kalashi, the Taliban. Muhammad Umar Khorasan. Right. The best quotes the best reference I can find for his quotes is actually through Reuters. So I in fact don't have a direct source for his quotes.
I would say that Reuters is pretty. Reuters is one of the most respected media outlets in the world.
Well, you could certainly say, well, Reuters is part of the conspiracy against the Taliban to make them look bad, and that would fit the facts.
Yeah.
So if Eman's not willing to accept the reliability of any international news source, then in fact I do not have because we do not have apparently Reuters communicated with and talked to the Taliban in Pakistan.
As if the Taliban needed to be made to look bad in 2015.
All I'm saying is that what we have is a report from Reuters of what the TTP told them. Okay.
Yeah, but my point is we already know the Taliban weren't the best guys in the world already. So why did we need this to happen in 2014 to show people the Taliban aren't nice people? We already knew that.
It's the Pakistan public whose opinion was swayed, not ours.
Yeah, it was about turning the Pakistan against the Taliban. Which, you know what? Great. I'm glad that happened. I don't see any reason not to believe that. First of all, that it's I've seen no communications or references anywhere in the world of the Taliban denying any of these quotes, which they almost certainly would if they were untrue. But then again, maybe I'm just not good enough at finding such things. I looked on Al Jazeera and a few other places, And everything I've seen is consistent with the fact this Muhammad Umar Khorasani was in fact a spokesperson. I say was because not too long after these events, he was actually ousted from his position. So it looks like part of the result of Muhammad Umar Khorasani targeting, choosing the target and targeting this the school is apparently that he has actually been ousted from his position in the TTP. So he is no longer a key player in the Pakistani Taliban.
You'd think the Taliban would have come out afterwards and said, how dare you? We're not like that. We're nice people, and shown photographs of themselves knitting and flower arranging and stuff like that.
Like I said, every at least, and again, I don't have direct footage or direct communication, but at least what I get is consensus reporting that the Taliban took credit for this.
Yeah.
Which, that is what it is. So it's not in fact direct evidence. It's indirect.
Yeah. There's no statement saying we didn't do it.
Well, and also there are statements saying we did it, but not any that I can trace directly to the Taliban. Only reports by Reuters of what the Taliban said. So that's as close as I could get. I dug about 10 layers deep, and that's what I came up with. Is that Reuters talked to them? Somebody at Reuters talked to them. Probably this Gibran Ahmad guy that wrote the article. Anyway, E-Man, you're a moon hoaxer as well?
Oh yeah.
Moon landing hoaxer?
Not particularly, but yes, pretty well. I do give that some credence. I'm not particularly interested in it, but yeah. Why have we I'm a bit more up to date than that, though. We were talking about the Mars Curiosity thing. I've got more firm opinions about that because obviously seems to be some kind of spine on Mars, according to the official pictures, NASA pictures.
No, according to you.
What you're saying?
Looking at the pictures.
Well, so what's your non-mainstream position on Curiosity?
That it was the photos were actually taken on Devon Island, where in the Arctic, where they test these robotic craft.
Are you saying Curiosity didn't actually land on Mars?
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't know. That is what it looks like to me. That's what I think. I guess yes.
Okay.
Not with any complete conviction, but yes, this
is one that really confuses me. Why?
Because the photograph we showed earlier, he's looked.
No. I'm sorry. Let me ask a more specific question.
Sorry.
What is NASA's motive for faking the Curiosity lander and not just sending it?
Yeah, no. Well, that is that's a good question. I don't know. I've heard theories, and I have heard hypotheses as to why it could be, but I wouldn't. I would consider that a possibility.
I gotta tell you, I personally am very good friends with more than one scientist who either currently or has previously worked at NASA. Different cases. They're all very, very enthusiastic about the work they do, and it just really doesn't fit. Particularly the way NASA churns engineers today, that you have these tens and hundreds of thousands of competent scientists and engineers working directly or indirectly for and with NASA on projects that apparently just don't exist. I mean, there comes a point. There comes a point where it's just more reasonable to believe these guys are doing what they say they can do than to believe in something else. Unless there's some reason that you believe they can't do it, in which case I would love to hear that. Because as part of my astrophysics education at Vanderbilt, we actually did some of the calculations for this, and it is well within our capabilities.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word for that then.
Do you believe in Planet Nibiru?
Can you look at? Can you look at? Can I show Adam the spine and see if he's more objective, more sensible than you are about the whole thing?
Is that the photograph there again? I'll screen share it again. Then is that the one? Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at what you sent me. This image. Okay, what's the question?
If you look in the.
Can you see? Can you see something that looks like a spine vertebrae with a pelvis?
On the left.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I can't.
on the left.
On the left, moving towards the middle. There's 3 jutting out pieces of looks like mud or rock on the left.
I don't see it.
I'll screen share it and then I'll point to it. That might be easier. Yeah. Right, can you see my mouse?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
This here, E-Man says, is the remains of a spine.
Oh, okay. That let me coordinate that with what I'm seeing.
I'm zooming in on it.
Zoom out so I can see the whole image, so I know where we're looking. Oh yeah, this region down here.
Yeah.
It's a spine?
Apparently, yeah. But I think this bit up here, where my mouse is, or could also be, I'll zoom in, to me, that looks like the remains of a crocodile. And there's 2 similar, but apparently no one, E-Man can't see that, but he can see this spinal cord that's been left. Yeah.
Yeah, the difference is I can see that if I use a lot of imagination, but when I look at the spine, it looks like a spine. Without the use of imagination.
To me, they both very clearly look like the sort of natural rock outcroppings that you get when you have the constant erosion, wind erosion on the Martian surface, with different kinds, with the different kinds of rock, the calcium carbonate and the oxidized, the iron carbonate and the oxidized rock on Mars. So I look at that and I'm sorry, I don't really see. I have, even when it's pointed out to me, I have trouble with someone who tries to tell me that that's a spine. It still looks like rocks to me.
With a spine of what?
Okay, well, I would put it to you that I mean, obviously it's slightly arbitrary where I count them, but I can see at least like 4 points of symmetry. 3 of which are different from the others. So you've got these the 3 pairs of jutting out. What I would say are ribs,
and then you've got like.
What do you mean you can't see it in 3D? Your eyes obviously. I don't understand what this is. What you're talking about with this. Your eyes obviously. Your brain obviously understands perspective. I mean, everybody knows this. I mean, I don't. That's like saying you can't see the shape of a table if you see a picture of a table because you can't see the. If you saw the actual table, it would still be distorted by perspective. So you're just talking.
What you're saying is you see perfect symmetry of a pelvic bone. You said there's only one hole you can see. You can't see the other side to see that it is symmetrical in the first place.
Well, when Curiosity went past here, what did the other side look like?
You've just got that one photograph. That's it.
Well, I mean, so did you? Since this is something you care about, did you take the time to track it back and find the other photographs in the set? I mean, Curiosity takes a lot and brings back a lot of pictures. So did you find the photographs taken before and after this one that probably have the same outcropping at different angles and compare them? And see if it still looks like a spine when you compare them?
As far as I know, there aren't any other pictures.
As far as you know,
No, I didn't. I agree that would be a good idea. Okay, I thank you. But it's still, I still contend, I mean, it just seems obvious common sense that you can tell that there's symmetry there. The fact that it's not, well, I mean, I don't understand what you're on about with this 3D thing, because obviously,
how
even
can
if it
you
was
claim
3D, perspective,
the whole
you know,
object?
if you see a table in real life, you obviously don't see the table, you know, as in a diagram, you know, on a piece of technical drawing as a square.
But the point,
you know, so it makes no difference from that point of view whether it's in 3D or 2D.
It does make a difference when you are saying that you can see both holes of a pelvic bone when only one is visible in the photograph. You are assuming that. Hang on. You are assuming
it's not all about the holes.
You said there were two holes earlier. Iman, you said there were two holes. Okay. There's only one visible in the photograph.
Well,
you are assuming there is one on the other side, and that works out for your symmetry argument. But you can only see one. You are assuming there's one on the other side because that would make it look like a pelvic bone, and therefore bear out your.
I can see what looks very much like the another sort of like main lobe. You can see those two sort of like nodes at the top, can't you? The two small lumps at the top.
We're talking about.
And I believe they're characteristic of pelvi as well. And I can see beyond the further one what looks very much like the other another lobe corresponding to the lobe that's facing us. It's got the hole, and I can see what looks like an indentation in there that looks like it could be the very much to me it looks like the outer bit of the hole. So I think I can, even if I can't though, even if it's just a bit of shadow, I can still see the corresponding lobe, and I can also see the, you know, like when it juts out, there's a prong sort of like facing us at the bottom of it, and I can see the corresponding one jutting out again. So you just forget the holes. You still got like 3 points of symmetry in what I'm saying, calling the pelvis. There, I don't believe erosion can do that. And then of course you've got the other three bits sticking out, what I'm calling vertebrae. I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't believe that wind erosion can create such, you know, complex symmetry. I mean, obviously you play semantic games and say, oh yes, you know, it can create some kind of symmetry. Yes.
You need to go to Cappadocia in central Turkey and see what wind erosion does. It's far more impressive than that.
Exactly. The idea that this is outside of the bounds of wind erosion is just silly. Wind erosion does all sorts of ridiculous things.
Incredible things.
You know, that doesn't fit. Now, I mean.
Well, I disagree. I'd say like that's almost like saying wind erosion could, you know, carve a vase or something like that. You know.
It pretty much can. Have you not? You didn't look at the links, did you? You didn't look at the link that I sent to show you wind erosion symmetry. Do you want to see it again?
Well, a vase was a bad example. Well, okay, like a bust or something. You know, that's
you're now expecting. Hang on a sec. You claim that that wind erosion can't create intricate shapes and make certain marks on rock.
Not intricate. Yes, it can create the intricate. Yeah, thanks. That's a good word.
Look at the photograph I just posted.
It can create intricate things, but it can't create it can't plausibly create intricate things which are also symmetrical.
But that's not symmetrical. You're just assuming it is.
I'm not assuming it is. I pointed out points of symmetry
on it. Look at the photograph in the sidebar. The second one looks like a mushroom. It's perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
So there's giant mushrooms being planted somewhere.
Right, here we go. I find it. Have you ever left England, E-Man? Just curious.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
I don't want to discuss where I've been.
I know, but it just seems that you're so unaware of so many things. I just find it stunning. Stunning? No, that's not the word. I find it fascinating how.
Well, I'm looking at this like mushroom thing. I'm aware of. What about it? That's nothing. That's not at all. Yeah, I don't know.
Wind erosion created this photograph that looks like giants.
Okay, great.
Lots of giants
Great.
standing
It doesn't look
together.
very much like giants.
It is. It's heads, bodies.
We're giving you what wind erosion does, which is far more impressive than what you're claiming. Yet you don't like it. So
Well,
no, that doesn't look
well,
right.
you can tell me that snow is black. Then fair enough. That's what you want to do.
Well,
But
actually,
okay.
did you know that you can get black rain?
That
Did you? Would you like
no,
some
I
evidence?
didn't. For volcanic ash, I suppose. I guess.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well.
No, it's
great.
not the
What does
ash.
that prove?
No, it's rain that's black, but it's got volcanic ash in it. It's not the point. The point is that you didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I guessed quite quickly, doesn't it? It shows my powers
you
of
didn't know that. You didn't know that, and we're giving you more evidence.
I guessed. I think guessing is better. I think guessing is more impressive, but it's all irrelevant anyway.
The good job doctors and scientists don't guess, isn't it?
Hmm. I have no idea
harsh, but this idea that wind erosion can't make shapes that look like other things is just nonsense.
I didn't say that at all, did I?
I
said you can't make some. Oh, it's just silly now.
I just showed you photographs of stuff where wind erosion has made rock look like they're mushrooms. It's perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
Have a look at some of this.
They're not as symmetrical as that spine, though, are they? Really, honestly, come on.
Not as symmetrical.
We can only see one side of the spine. You should look at the other side and see if it's really that symmetrical.
Yeah, you've made assumptions.
Honestly, you're honestly saying that it's not angled, so you cannot see. You cannot see. You're honestly saying that you're just seeing the side of it, not angled.
Yeah.
So
How can you possibly see both sides?
We don't know how symmetrical it is because we can't see the other side.
Which is my point.
Well, you're talking about as if I'm asking you to look at the side that's on the, as if you're facing it dead on. If you heard of like 3/4 view and things like that. That's what you're looking at.
We really, I mean, if this is a spline, then the shape is in profile, right? Or am I just completely off base?
This picture's brilliant.
Rocks
I have a tough time. I mean, I honestly really have a tough time seeing what he thinks we're supposed to see in that image.
Well, we did as well.
Everybody click on Super Joker's link. Click on Super Joker's link in the sidebar.
Can I just ask you to, when you've done that, can I please ask E-Man to look at my link that I put up, because there's some pretty impressive symmetry going on there. Which one is it? Okay. Actually, there is one of those in Cappadocia. They call them the toadstool houses that are created by wind.
These are much better than toadstool houses. The one that Super
Joker's Are those real, Super Joker?
Yes,
Believe
they
it or
are.
not, it's not the first time I've searched for this.
These are those vaginas down there as well?
Yes.
Yeah, there's some vaginas and buttholes too.
Only you.
It must have been an intelligent civilization of.
Let's just suggest, Eman, if you'd have seen something that looked like a penis on Mars, would you have suggested that it was a penis? I mean, do you see the point here? Do you see how nature can confuse you and make you think you're looking at something you're not actually looking at?
I've done that before. I thought I'd been looking at a penis, and
Well,
Mark. Sorry, Mark.
I can't.
Are you looking? I mean,
okay, but something that's phallic is obviously not as is not particularly intricate, is it? Okay.
The ones that I've linked you to.
Not intricate.
That's you.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the ones I've linked. Click on my link, please.
I must admit, those are quite impressive. I wouldn't have thought they.
I mean, look at the bungle range.
Isn't it amazing what wind erosion can do?
I mean, look at the Giant's Causeway. The Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland is you would definitely come up with some explanation, like it's a lost city of some kind or something.
Would I? Thanks.
Yeah, you would.
No.
Look at you're looking at a rock on.
That's the lost city of the leprechauns, don't you know? Don't be silly, no. That's where the rainbow.
Okay, well, I'm glad we've lightened the mood since the Noah Posner thing, and I get that you're not, you're not prepared to see what's in front of your eyes, and I can accept that.
Not in front of my eyes. There's a rock. That's all it is a rock.
I would, E-Man, I would highly recommend that you take a little time on the Wikipedia article on pareidolia.
Yeah, or just lie down.
A lot of what you've been dealing with really comes down to that.
Yeah, of course I'm aware of the concepts, but
okay.
I mean, it just does not apply.
I'm interested in this because I'm surprised that you are. So can you explain pareidolia to me then, please?
Yeah, well, it's seeing patterns, but I suppose you explain it by the fact that we're pattern-seeking animals, etc., etc., and therefore you see make connections and see patterns that aren't there.
Yeah, but who cares about that, eh? When you can just make it up as you go along.
Well, no, I mean that's a good.
Well, no, I'm sure it's very interesting, but it's kind of irrelevant when you're looking at something where you don't have to strain or squint.
That is the point.
It's not relevant.
The point.
It's not relevant.
I mean, basically, where you see a vertebrate where most everyone else sees a rock ridge.
Yeah.
And you see vertebra, and that's pareidolia.
But it's not just. Hang on a sec. It's not just vertebrae. It's also lemmings. He believes that lemmings are there.
Now hold on. Now, but when you say he believes lemmings are there, remember he's been saying that the Curiosity pictures are actually coming from Devonshire.
That's why he thinks.
Yeah,
that's why he thinks it's in the Arctic.
Because in one of the other photographs, there's an Arctic lemming got caught in the shot, which proves it even more. The brown one.
Okay.
It looks dead. It looks dead.
So I mean,
so they went all this trouble to go all the way to the Arctic, and then
you realize, E-Man, that if you really wanted to settle this, you wouldn't have to take anyone else's evidence for it. You actually could build, if you wanted to take the time and have the patience, you could build yourself a satellite dish that would pick up the Mars Curiosity rover signal.
Or go to the Arctic, see if you can find the skeleton of the backbone.
I guess you could do that too. But my point is, there are specifications for how to do that. So there actually is a way to tell that there's a signal coming from space.
You won't believe that, would you?
I'm sure if it were really important to you, you might find some new and interesting way that that's still a conspiracy and not really what's happening.
Yeah.
But, the evidence is there if you were interested. You don't have to take anyone else's word for it. You can actually build your own satellite dish, your own receiver, to get the Curiosity rover signal.
Okay, that's interesting. But
it's not like it's not a code encrypted signal. Right? Like they didn't do any. There's no security on it. You can just get the signal and then do the necessary decoding yourself to see that, that actually, look there's a picture from Mars. How fun is that? So I mean, it's not like it's not something you yourself could do if it really mattered to you.
So what's the implication that I need to do that before I conclude that I'm looking at something that wind erosion couldn't do?
No, wind erosion can do.
No, what I'm saying is, when you have a situation, it's put it this way: when you have a situation where you basically believe that pretty much all of mankind is being fooled into believing there are signals coming from Mars, and you don't believe there's a signal coming from Mars.
I didn't say anything about whether there's a signal coming from Mars or not. I was saying I was saying there's something. Those photos are fishy, especially the spine with the pelvis.
Okay. Well, that's all. If this is jacking off, as they say, if it's just asking questions, JAQ, which I usually refer to as jacking off, then fine, thanks. I don't find your questions interesting. But if in fact it's more than that, if you really believe that that you have a model that's different than that understood by most people, then I want to point out there are things you can do to tell the difference. It's what science does. We investigate these things.
Are there any people living near the Arctic where they did this? Is it like a well-known place where they faked it?
No, I don't think so.
So,
I
so
mean,
none of-
maybe a
is it-
few couple of stations,
You-
maybe a NASA. I think there's probably a NASA.
So you
kind
don't
of,
even know what's
I mean, I
there.
don't know. What?
So you're
It might be
saying
sort of like a NASA base where
but
people
you're saying
say.
there might be. So you haven't even looked into the area. You say that they went to fake it. You don't even know anything about it. But you were
I have
sure
to
they
know
faked.
I know it's extremely remote. Obviously, there's going to be like places for the people to get to sleep while they're out there testing these craft. So yeah, there's going to be.
Yeah, and when they launched Curiosity, where did they go? Where did it go?
So that the actual launch was a fake as well, was it? It was just a rocket. They thought they'd let one off, and tell everyone, oh look,
Let it float into space for no reason.
or it probably went into the sea somewhere, and it wasn't actually a real. It was just a rocket and nothing on it.
Actually, Adam had a point, which I don't think was answered or I missed it. Was why would they go to these? Why would they go to these extremes? What purpose does it? I mean, I understand why you think that perhaps getting the Taliban to look, setting up the Taliban or whatever it is you think that the Peshawari. I get why your conspiracy theory is there. This one, what purpose? Have you got? Why would you think it's a conspiracy theory? I mean, sorry, why would you think it's a setup by the government?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
this is what I mean about you. Every time I ask you these questions, why do you think there's? You literally every all right, I'll give it to you. Every other time you say I don't know, and that's what's concerning is that you have these sort of half ideas.
I don't even understand why you just said that because you just said that you get why I believe. I said why I believe these other things were done, and you say yes, you understand that, and then the next breath you say like every time you say you don't supply a motive.
Iman, I said one thing. I gave an example. Now I'm asking a very simple question. Why do you think that the Mars landing is fake? And that's all you need to do is tell me why.
Well, for one thing, I didn't say I don't know. Where you didn't ask me for like the motives. If you had done, I would done. And I thought most of the time, a lot of the time, they were quite obvious. I told you the motive for that. What I thought one of the motives for the Charlie Hebdo thing was.
Why?
So,
don't
yeah,
you
and the Peshawar thing.
He said he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
So you've got no idea why you think it's fake, but you think it's fake.
Like every time you ask me,
let's concentrate on the question that I'm asking now.
What you're saying is true or not.
About what I said 20 minutes ago. Now stop behaving like a child and just explain to me what the big deal is. Why do you think? I'm asking you. You're saying you don't know, but and now I'm going to ask you. Why do you have a conspiracy theory, and you don't even know why you have it?
Because the photo is just like it's anomalous. It just looks like there's something fishy to me.
Okay, I get that you think that, but has it not crossed your mind to consider to yourself, nah, why would they waste all that money getting secretly employing people, sending them to the Arctic? Why would they do that? No, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous idea. Why wouldn't your brain think like that instead of, oh no, look, it's a rock with some symmetry. Therefore, it must be fake.
No, I don't accept your reasoning. I don't think that you have to know, be able to explain why something is not as it seems in order to suspect that it's not as it seems. I don't. If you got like,
I think it would be a very sensible, mature, and intelligent thing to question why you think something has happened for no reason at all.
Oh yes, I agree. I agree. That's a reasonable. I agree completely. That's a reasonable thing to think about, and an obvious thought. But I don't agree that you have to have some concrete theory as to why something is not as it seems, or preferred theory as to why something's not as it seems, in order to conclude that it's not as it seems. I don't believe that's logical.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just E-Man just making a decision that he's seen something in a picture that he thinks is a bones or a structure or whatever it is you think it is, and that's it. You've just come up with this idea.
Well,
You've got
no, because there is actually no. There's more than that, because there is actually quite a lot of sort of cross-referencing, I suppose. There's sort of like quite a lot of consistency in that they do indeed test the rovers on this Devon Island. The lemmings are inhabit those parts. There's the other one is some sort of femur, which I did actually look up, and it does actually seem to match a walrus femur. And that spine, I couldn't. And the tibia, the lower leg bone.
You've literally spent hours. You spent hours pondering over these pictures to find things that are not there, and you get no satisfaction from it at all, because you have no idea why they would do that.
No, what I'm saying is there's a certain amount of a consistency in between these things, these different artifacts could plausibly be placed on Devon Island, and Devon Island is where these.
There's no reason whatsoever that NASA would do this, or whoever it was that sent. I can't remember who sent the Mars rover. I can't remember. There's no reason for them to fake it whatsoever. Yet you think they have.
Why would they go all the way to the Arctic?
There's no reason that we know of for them to do it.
Don't forget, there's no we here.
Let him finish.
There's no we here. It's just you, by the way.
Why would they go all the way to the Arctic and fuck up the photographs?
Well, it's not a question of going all the way to the Arctic, because the craft are already there anyway. Because that's where they test.
Why would they mess up the photographs?
Well, because they know that people like you are just going to say, take the piss and say, "Oh God, you can't believe that, can you?" So
they messed up the photographs on purpose.
Fairly sloppy.
So whoever proofread the photographs and looked at them saw there's a lemming in that one.
Who said on purpose? Who said on purpose? Why does it have to be on purpose?
Well, they look at the photographs before they release them,
why can't it be by accident?
They look at the photographs before they release them to the public. They wanted to convince you.
Yeah, and they say, we don't know how exhaustively, and if they do, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. You're just proving the fact that they don't need to be that careful, because as I said before, if they wrote down this is all a fake in the sand, you would still be saying, "Oh, what's more likely, that wind erosion carved out the letters, this is all a fake, or that they've, or that it was all a hoax, or it actually is all a fake." That's what you would be saying. That's the equivalent of what you're saying now, pretty much.
Yeah, we're into steps 3 and 4 here, which is good. Step 3 is build a network of connections so vast that the removal of any particular link can't affect the overall structure. And then step 4 is, having used thousands of data points to disprove the consensus, substitute your unsubstantiated speculations.
Yep.
So what did happen? Chinese Shadow Congress was hiding the Soviet werewolf hybrid program. How do you know? I've got a hunch. So, we finally made it to that part of the conspiracy theory building.
Exactly. Even if they didn't fake, even if they are just, everything was conspiracy. They actually messed up the photographs on purpose so that anyone that said, "Look, there's a lemming," would instantly be disbelieved. So that proves it's true.
No, I don't think that's what E-Man was saying. What E-Man was saying is that we sheeple are so credulous that they didn't feel like it was that important to look that carefully at the photographs they were pulling at. So it was negligence rather than intent.
And even if
what E-Man was saying.
And yes, but they did it deliberately, so when the conspiracy theory nuts say, "Oh, there's a lemming," we would say, "Well, no, that's ridiculous."
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I think it's really closer to what I was saying.
Yeah, conspiracy within a conspiracy within a conspiracy.
No, just that E-Man's response to your point.
Circle like a spiral,
why did they screw it up? They knew they didn't have to be that careful because sheeple. Which is pretty much I've noticed that is in fact pretty much the universal answer when CT folk are asked, well, why did this conspiracy mess up in this visible way? It's always, well, because you guys would, are sheeple and you wouldn't care anyway. That's pretty much always the answer, which is true. It's true in that I am I do in fact tend to assume that as a general matter, the face value explanation for things done by large groups of people is the actual explanation. The big reason is because it is, as Benjamin Franklin said, 3 men can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. And the fact of the matter is and again, particularly as someone whose friends either used to or currently do. In the case of different friends, I have one friend that I know is still working at NASA. I think a lot of the others have moved on.
And wasn't it Abraham Lincoln that said
that they can keep a massive secret, like faking all of these exploration missions that they send out, is just ridiculous.
Wasn't it Abraham Lincoln that said, "Don't believe everything you see on the internet"?
On the internet, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Anyone that thinks that everything that they see on the internet is true needs mental health help. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Also,
just thought that.
Avatar is terrible and creepy, and I hate it.
Well, that's the purpose of the joke thing, isn't it? That Abraham Lincoln is attributed to that quote about the internet.
Yeah, because everyone knows that Abraham Lincoln didn't exist.
Well, everyone knows he had the internet.
Well, no, that's the one that the creationists always pull up is, how do you know George Washington existed? Or is it the other guy? What's the guy that's got not the statue, the building in DC, the white building? Oh, it's not a building, it's a... Oh, shit, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, is it the Jefferson statue, the Jefferson Memorial?
You're talking about Abraham Lincoln.
Is it the Jefferson Memorial?
You're talking about the Lincoln Memorial.
I thought it was the Washington. I thought it was the Washington Memorial. Was a big Masonic obelisk.
Yes.
Oh,
the Jefferson Memorial is
it's like a building, and it's by the obelisk. No, it's not. It's the other end. I'll tell you where it's near. The New Vietnam Memorial. That's like
You're talking about the Lincoln Memorial.
Yes, I am. You're right. Well, that's who I'm talking. Lincoln is the one they ask if there's ever.
Do you know why Americans consider Abraham Lincoln to be important?
Go on.
Okay, he was the president during the Civil War. He was the commander in chief of the Union during the Civil War, and he freed the slaves. So, for those 2 reasons, which is to say, he was the one that gave the executive order that set the slaves free. So, for both of those reasons, he's remembered very, very fondly, because there is a lot of feeling that if someone like Lincoln had not done the sorts of things Lincoln did during that time, that the United States would not have held together. So, he's looked at very fondly for that reason.
Yeah.
Washington's looked at fondly because he kicked you Brits out. That was his thing. So.
Yeah, well, we've given you Jeremy Kyle, so we're getting you back. You haven't got a clue who that is. Yeah, you haven't. I bet you haven't, Adam. It's the English version of Jerry Springer, and he's now over there doing the same thing.
Oh, Jerry Springer became the mayor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I love him. I mean, take away that he obviously, his show is appalling. As a person, he comes over here quite a lot. He's quite popular over here.
He's done some plays over here.
Yeah, I think he's great.
You can keep him.
Musical. He was in the musical, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't in the musical. It was the Jerry Springer show, wasn't it? And it was awful. My friend and I went.
The musical, yeah.
Yeah, I went to it, and we walked out in the interval. It was awful. Anyway, where were we? We were back. What? Do you know one
they mentioned you've only missed it halfway through, but Iman did mention the Masonic something or other, so we don't want to.
Yeah, now that's the Jefferson Memorial. The Thomas Jefferson is linked pretty significantly with the Masonics. There is a significant amount of Masonic imagery and symbolism in and around his memorial in Washington.
Yeah, that makes sense.
his is not the really prominent one. When you think of Washington D.C. in terms of monuments, you think the Washington Monument, which is the really big phallic statue, or the really big phallic tower that just goes straight up, right? You think the Capitol building, which is the big dome thing, and you think the Lincoln Memorial, which is the thing with the guy with a giant statue of Lincoln sitting on a throne.
Mm-hmm. That's not it.
I just made £115 selling a coat on eBay. Well, it's about 100. No, wait. I paid 800 for it 10 years ago. Not bad, is it? I'm quite pleased with that. Because I only put it on about an hour ago, but I put it on buy now as well, and they wanted to buy it, so they bought it now.
What's that?
I'm moving house, so I'm selling all my old designer stuff that I don't. I'm too old for all that now, and I'm having fun selling all my stuff on eBay. I quite like it. I'd like to do it. You could make a business out of it, couldn't you? I'm sure some people do.
Just be very careful. I'll just be very careful because there aren't actually any buyers on eBay. Everything that you sell is actually bought by the Illuminati. So just be really careful. Don't sell anything that you don't want to fall into their hands.
It was a Shanghai Tang coat. It's a beautiful cashmere coat with silk, 100% silk lining, and it's beautiful. And it's been in my wardrobe because I couldn't let it go. But I thought, no, this is ridiculous. I'm moving. I can't be taking all this crap with me.
Okay. Well, just so you know, did you sell them a Shanghai?
Sorry.
Shanghai coat. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's a Shanghai Tang. It's a Chinese brand. Well, it's a Hong Kong designer label.
Okay. Yeah, just be careful. The Illuminati are going to use that to fake the next exploration mission into space.
I'm pretty sure the Illuminati are actually watching me. Because I'm so vocal against Christianity.
No, they don't care.
No. I promise you. I've seen them outside in Black Mariah.
No. Those were not the Illuminati. You're mixing up your groups. That was actually those were the Men in Black out there. And it's not because of your anti-Christian sentiment. It's because of your of a couple of the abductions that you've had. That
no, I know what it is actually.
You haven't been allowed to remember yet.
It's suddenly clicked. It's because I'm a feminazi.
No, that's fine too.
No, they hate feminazis.
The Illuminati don't
mind feminazis more than they hate the Taliban.
So
just to change the subject slightly, there's a new group of particularly, and Nadia will know all about this. There's a new group of particularly pernicious, vicious bitches online now called Surf, and they are women against transgender. So women against transgender women. Do you know what I mean? So
what's the acronym?
SC. What is it, Nadia? Nadia. Nadia, can you hear me? Nadia, can you hear me?
I don't think she's listening to us.
She's sitting there, right?
She's probably watching or listening to something else.
Yeah, that's how exciting we are.
How do you spell the name of the group?
Surf. S-E-R. It's an acronym, so it's Surf. S-E-R-F. They really are quite vile. I've got a friend who's a transgender woman who is trying to get into politics. No, I'm trying to say. Maybe it's. She's trying to get into politics, and she's considering resigning because of the abuse.
Self-exclusionary radical feminists. Sure.
Have you got? Okay, if I put feminism in, then maybe it'll come up. But you just think these people are such an embarrassment. And they're nasty as well.
I guess it's more commonly, the more common term actually is TERF, which stands for trans exclusionary radical
feminism. My fault. I got it. It is TERF. I got it completely wrong.
Yeah, so that stands for trans exclusionary radical feminists.
Yeah.
So it's a line of radical feminism that uses their ridiculous religion against trans people as well as against everyone else.
Are they religious?
Feminism is religion, yeah.
Okay.
Not all feminism, but ridiculous radical feminism.
Oh right, absolutely. The feminazis are even, I can't bear it. I just try and avoid it.
Yeah, me too.
Because they can get there. I mean, I have my fallings out with let's call them radical Christians, but my goodness, they've got nothing on feminazis. And and what's sad is that the women that originally worked so hard for equal rights would be turning in their graves if they knew what was going on now. But that's just my opinion.
Well, some of them are still alive, and they tend to be pretty unhappy about it.
Yeah. Where did Super Joker go? There you are. You must have heard about them.
What, turfs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about them.
Am I right in my sort of opinion on them? Because I've seen what they've done to my friend. She's actually considering resigning from running for parliament, running for parliament because of it.
The type of it's in lieu with the pop culture feminism, the extreme feminism of now, and it's in line with them. So I really, obviously don't support that, and I think they're absolutely ridiculous.
They are, that's. I mean, how can you be so cruel? Like, how can you be so...
the problem with sort of that strain of radical feminism and atheism plus and social justice zealots and that whole group is that they have worked really, really hard to dehumanize basically anyone that doesn't share all of their opinions.
Yeah,
and it makes them very easy to go off the deep end because they really, because there's this strong sentiment that if you don't agree with us, then it is acceptable, even preferable, for us to treat you as terribly as possible. So
and by default, being certain criteria, you're fair game to begin with if you're white.
Exactly. So it
automatically.
What you mean, men?
White heterosexual
men. Yeah, but even women that don't use all of the proper jargon and buzzwords right away.
Yeah.
Are fair game.
I mean, I had so many run-ins with atheists when they first appeared about 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. I had so many run-ins with them, and they're so vile. And you know what? They do have men on their side as well, and
absolutely.
That's what's even more disturbing. There was one particular character, a complete fool, called Oolong. Do you remember him, Mark? If Mark's around, I don't think Mark's gone for a cigarette.
Oolong was part of the Atheism Plus.
Yeah, and they had this list on Twitter, about, what do they call it? A block list. And they had hundreds and hundreds of people on it, and it was really, it didn't look good. It looked like we were anti. It was just, the whole thing was a joke, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, it still is.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, they arrived on the scene, and I think a lot of people thought, oh, this sounds interesting, because it's sort of taking atheism that one step further into sort of people's human rights and all that sort of thing. So, I think initially people were interested. And, of course, it became very quickly... I mean, obviously, my opinion of Rebecca Watson is not particularly high. And the problem I have with that is that, Thunderfoot has sometimes I think he goes around doing things the wrong way, but no matter what, the way he approaches stuff and the way he presents himself has got nothing to do with the fact that she managed to rip his reputation into shreds simply because he asked her if she'd like to go back to the room for a coffee. That's all he did. And I find that, I mean, that happens to women a lot. Of course it does, but women do it to men now. All the time.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of this dialogue kind of permeating into my news feed and into the popular news media outlets, so I get my fair dose of pop culture feminism. But also I try to balance things out. So I listen to my anti-feminist, I have to really clarify that. I can't even say they're feminist, but I listen to my anti-sources. I'm forced to see the pro sources, so I try to be measured. But if you can, Annabelle, I don't know if you've heard of her, but have you heard of the Factual Feminist?
No.
Very lovely channel. She does a really excellent job breaking down some of these things. She's a feminist. She's a first or second. No, not first. No, she's second wave feminist, I believe. And now she's a bit reluctant. Pardon me?
I hope third. Second wave is a problem.
Second wave was what years? That's why.
The 60s, 70s, and such.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I just find it.
That's right. Yeah, she was in the 60s and 70s, so she was in second wave feminist. She still holds on to the title for something that I admire, and I'm inclined to agree with her. Is she holds that title? She still considers herself a feminist because in some places in the world, not necessarily the West, there's a real need for feminism.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what people seem to forget: is that we in the West, particularly in countries like the US and the UK, us women like me, heterosexual, white. What you would call middle class. I wasn't middle class, but I've become middle class. I'm very fucking fortunate. I've also got a big mouth, and I don't take shit off anyone. So I went the way I went through the sort of male environment that I had to work in, and it was predominantly male, still is. Was I just gave them back what they gave me, and yeah, it was sometimes it was tough, but I never hated any of them for that. If I hated a guy, it was because he was a dick, not because he was being what's the word, sexist. I didn't even, sexism didn't even come into it for me. It was more that we were on equal terms and we were just competing in the workplace. So for me, when you hear all these whiny feminists who blame men for everything, literally everything, and a man asking you out on a date is a potential rape. I can't get my head around it. I think most women of my standing can't have anything to do with these people at all. Sadly, though, it seems a generational thing, and what I'd hate to think is that more and more younger girls became more and more, stringently feminist, like the feminazis. I hate to think that it's a growing phenomenon. I really would. But I think it's so important that we keep feminism. Of course we need it, like you said. We still even, to a certain extent, I still think we need it in, down in the South, like down in America in the South, places like that, where women are still treated pretty much like second-class citizens. And other places where, for example, in Ireland, where women still have to get the permission from men. If a woman is dying, she's pregnant and she's dying, she may still not be able to have a child, and if her child was aborted, it would save her life. It just seems like those sort of decisions are still being made on our behalf, even in this country. But as a whole, I think we're okay. I think we're pretty much equal to a certain extent. I know there'll be a load of people that will tell me that I'm wrong, but I feel very confident in who I am, and I feel I'm just as capable as any man at what I do.
The unfortunate side effect. Sorry.
No, go on. I've just been waffling on for too long. Go on.
The unfortunate side effect that I've noticed with this particular brand of feminism is that it actually makes women a bit of victims, which I think is unfortunate.
Absolutely, it's awful.
It burns me personally, is because I don't like seeing women as victims. I like the opposite of that. I came from an environment where my mother basically was put in a position where she was a victim, and she had to, really get out of that for the sake of. She's done amazing things, and she's never. I can fathom her. Being told that about anything, and I find she'd kind of, how would I put it? She'd she wouldn't stand for this type of feminism. I would say.
No, I'm surrounded by women just like me. I don't have anybody in my social circle that's radical feminist. No, nobody at all.
Yeah, and like now convincing every woman that all men are rapists.
Oh,
and
that's
a hashtag. Yes, all men. All men do that. All men rape.
I mean, all I can suggest is that some of these women have been damaged in relationships, either by their father or by a relationship when perhaps they were abused. Because to be so hateful and angry towards men is just not normal. It's just not. I mean, I've got every reason to hate men. I had a fucking lousy father who was violent, drunk. I've had some really dysfunctional relationships with men, but I still love them. The only thing is, I will stand up to guys. I'm not frightened of men. Men don't frighten me at all. And sometimes that can be a bit, I come across a bit aggressive because I think that just stems from my being brought up by a very aggressive man who although my mum was very violent to me, but my dad wasn't. He was very emotionally violent to me. Lots of nasty things were said to me. So I learnt to stand up to two bullies, basically, and so I react quite badly to being told what to do, particularly by men. But then, saying that, the two most important men in my life were my mentors, the guys that gave me my breaks in my career, and I adored them. I just had so much respect for them, even though both of them were quite chauvinist, actually. Well, they can't have been that chauvinist because they wouldn't have employed me, but they weren't. They were quite old school. I just think that I can't get, and certainly I can't get my head around these TERFs. What is their problem?
When you recognize how strongly sexist this particular strain of feminism is, then TERFs make more sense.
They're worse than sexist. They're worse than misogynists.
Well, I mean, first of all, they are sexist. Okay.
Yeah.
And once you understand that, once you recognize how important it is to their tribal identity that they strongly identify on a community and an other, that otherizing people is core to their way of thinking and their way of operating, right? Once you recognize that, then you can understand why they would be TERFs, because it is important to them, because the otherizing is so important. They have that strong visceral reaction to the idea of a man being a woman or a woman being a man.
Yeah.
I mean, in the same way.
Don't get me wrong, Adam. I do understand that it's because they're men. That's what it is. Bottom line. I mean, they're not. They're women in a man's body, but they don't see it like that. They're men, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and they can't see it that way because they've otherized men too much. Because the pathological the pathological method of dealing with the other doesn't allow them to see the possibility of that sort of fluidity or change. Very similar to how someone who is very strongly racist is particularly disgusted by and upset by the idea of half-breeds or that sort of intermixing, because it goes against what they've tried to do, which is to create this very firm barrier between us who are great and them who are terrible, and anything that crosses those lines is blasphemous. So,
I just, as a woman, all I want to do is, I've already told the story that I never was brought up to, I was never told that being gay was wrong. So I never, when I went to London when I was a teenager, my first job was in a gay bar, and it didn't even strike me as being wrong, or I just remember sitting there thinking, shit, I'm not going to pull any of these tonight. So I've never had any issues at all, and then why should I? You know, with the gay community, and I only really got to know the transgender community when I got to know my transgender friend and what they have to go through, and also being with her in public, she gets the looks and the stares and what have you. So they're sort of 30 years behind the gay community to a certain degree, but more and more people are coming out as transgender now. I mean, look. The Kardashians' dad, he's about to do an interview with Diane Sawyer. What's his name? Oh, gosh. You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah, the guy that won the Olympics for the...
Yeah. He's a
Jenner.
very good...
Jenner, Bruce.
Yeah, Jenner. Bruce Jenner. I mean, that, you know, I don't know because I don't live in America anymore and I don't take an awful lot of notice of the pop culture in America, but I believe he's one of the first to come out, or have there been others in America?
Not a lot.
Gay?
No.
I mean,
transgender.
He's trans. What? I'm confused.
Bruce Jenner has come out as a woman.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh my God. Wow.
Let me get you a link. Let me get you a link. He looks great. Looks fabulous. He's a good-looking man, but he's an even better-looking woman.
Oh my God. Get me a link. I've heard it all.
Bear with me a second.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, apparently he stopped filming the TV show about his transition. He's moved out of his Malibu home, which I presume is where he lived. Sorry, I'm just reading the latest. This was posted 17 hours ago, so I want to make sure he hasn't decided all of a sudden that he can't cope with the scrutiny that is being placed on him at the moment. Because he was doing a reality show about it. But he's definitely turned into a woman. Well, he hasn't turned into a woman. Clearly, he always was a woman, but he has now come out. I'm just trying to find a decent link for you, and not just a. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This one. I mean, it's a TMZ link, but it's just about why and how he came out as a woman. Right, bear with me a second. I'm not sure they probably do have pictures, and he's about to have the only interview he's going to give is with Diane Sawyer.
Smart.
Exactly. Which tells me that it's quite a serious, he wants, this is not just a, because a lot of people think it's a bit of a publicity stunt from, the Kardashians, and, not known for their being subtle and stuff like that and keeping their heads below the parapet. So there was a lot of rumours going around that it wasn't true and stuff, but I think if he's doing an interview with Diane Sawyer, the chances are that it's all very real. Here you go. There you go.
Wow.
Good on him. What a brave woman to do that.
No, he's coming out as transgender, not cross-dresser, any of this. Wow.
No, he's transgender. He's not. It's not about dressing up for him. It's about wanting to be. I mean, I think he explains that he's not just like Nadia. He's known.
Did you ever see? This is like the show Transparent. This is unbelievable.
No, I haven't seen that. What was
that? You have to watch it on Amazon Prime Video. It's a great show.
So when are you setting off tomorrow?
Wait, say that again?
When are you setting off tomorrow for your conference?
Oh, no, it's March 4th.
Oh, right, okay. So you've got a week or so.
I'm just... Wow. All right,
Nadia, did you see my comment on the Wisconsin bill?
The what?
Me?
I asked Nadia if she saw my comment on the Wisconsin bill.
Nadia. I don't know if she's... Nadia? I don't know if she's watching us or listening to us. Are you listening to us, Nadia?
Probably not.
Right, okay, she's not listening. Yes, I mean, if you think, I mean, I do feel for her, sorry. I've got to get used to calling it. Because I watched the beginning of the reality show, the Kardashians. I can't watch it anymore. But I watched it out of curiosity a couple of years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago, and you know, he was always a very gentle, kind, but I'd never, you know, there was nothing about him that made me think, you know, that he could possibly be. It just wasn't, you know, he wasn't manly, but he wasn't. You know what I mean? There was nothing there. There was no. But then if you knew my transgender friend, definitely Steve, before he became Stella, was definitely, you could just, there was something, I can't explain it, I can't put my finger on it. But then I spent time with him, you know, on a one-to-one basis, whereas I've never even met Bruce Jenner, so. But it must be tough, because being transgender in the States, as Nadia well knows, is very much different to being transgender in the UK. Although saying that, the reason this conversation started was because we were talking about feminism, and I was saying about TERFs, these women against transgender women, who have been attacking a transgender friend of mine online, and it's made her want to stop, because she's actually been running for Parliament. She wants to be an MP. And she's a Green Party member, and she's had so much crap thrown at her from this particular group of people that she just feels like giving up. I mean, there's only so much you can. I mean, she's going through the transition anyway, and she's got people saying terrible, terrible things to her, threatening her, and would you?
Well,
why would you put yourself?
She should report the threats to the appropriate authorities.
Oh no, it's all over the press. It's all over the press. She's had some. Nope. Yeah, she's been. I mean, when I say all over the press, it's all, you know, you got to go and look for it. It's not like it's leading news.
So she has reported the threats to the.
Oh, authorities. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the leader of the Green Party, whose name I've completely forgotten. Sorry, made an announcement about it. Because they're fully supporting her, of course they are, they were hoping that would put a stop to it, but it hasn't. Because we all know how easy it is to bully people online.
Leave it to the Brits to think you can stop threats by asking nicely.
No, I don't think that. I mean, that, you know, it's politics. You can't go around. You know, you can't say you're going to round up these people and put them in prison. But you know.
Sure we can.
I think just having support is, you know, but it didn't. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It hasn't stopped it. So.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, she suffers from Asperger's as well, so it's just been. She's a very brave lady, because she's got, you know, stuff going on, but yet she's come out and she's going through transition. She's, you know, she's completely a woman now. She presents as a woman all the time, whereas only 18 months ago it was behind closed doors. Only a very select few of us knew that she was transgender. And she told her parents about a year ago, and the brilliant thing about that is I wouldn't say her dad was fine with it, you know, he was over the moon or anything, but her mum was absolutely fine with it, and her dad hasn't reacted the way she expected him to. So he's had some good things happen, but then this has come out from I don't know how long these people have been around, these TERF people. I'm not sure, because I've only found out about them when I found out what they were doing to Stella. So
oh, that's beautiful. I just saw a post that Fiona had +1 from King Crocoduck. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's just perfect. He says, "Dear New Age Woomeisters, solve the following problem. A spin 1/2 particle is in a state represented by the following spinner, which is multiplied by normalization constant A equals 1/2. I +1. 2. What is the probability of getting h bar over 2 as an eigenvalue if you measure the x and z components of the particle's spin? Now, if you don't know how to solve this problem, that's okay. Most people don't. All this means is that you are in absolutely no position to pontificate on the subtleties of quantum physics.
Absolutely. Well, I was hoping that was what it was, because I was about to say to you, Adam, do you have any idea what any of that means? That's why Tommy makes me laugh. He hasn't got a fucking clue about evolution yet. He seems to think he knows more than the entire scientific community put together. It's hilarious.
What did he say?
What, Tommy?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start.
Is it that bad?
Yes.
Yes.
But that's if he's not changing the subject to anal sex.
Oh God.
Oh, that's a very important subject.
Sorry?
That's a very important subject, anal sex.
I just wanted to hear what...
Tommy.
Not Tommy, yeah, that's exactly who we're talking about.
Talking about anal sex. Come on now.
Yeah, he does it. He does it. I mean, he's been doing it for years. I mean, this is not. This is
anal
just
sex?
Probably.
Probably,
yeah,
right?
He said that. It's so funny because I was in a hangout with him about 6 months ago, and I just every time he got into a hangout, he would talk about anal sex, and he had this thing about eating feces. That was his problem. So I said to him, why do we have to listen to you talking about anal sex? And I suggested that he might be closet. And he said, right, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. He said, I've decided I'm not talking about it anymore, blah, blah, blah. This is about 6 months ago. And then all of a sudden, I'd give him his dues. It wasn't his main topic of conversation, but suddenly it's slipped back in. Sorry, excuse the pun. Slipped back into the conversation, and now, he does bring it. I mean, I think the problem is that because we like winding him up, we kind of, as soon as he starts talking about homosexuality or even brings up even something slightly remotely relates to it, where we start taking the mickey out of him. So I think we're as much to blame as he is, but he does love talking about it.
I think it's some type of Freudian defense mechanism.
Yeah, absolutely.
He just really likes anal sex.
Yeah, well, well, possibly, yeah, but he thinks it's disgusting and repulsive and disgusting, and he thinks that the whole gay community are going to kill off humanity with all their diseases. But he's a very pretty boy. That's what we call them over here. I don't know what you call them in America. Really nice, very nice looking man, definitely. And he's to me, anyway, this is just my opinion, and I'm not talking behind his back because I've said this to his face. He's very effeminate. There's something about him. I think he's gay. I definitely do. Yeah, definitely. Or bi. One of the two. But he does like trolling us. Let's be honest.
I think he believes what he says.
And what's your stance on anal sex, Annabelle?
I love it.
Oh, girl, that's.
You think you're receiving?
No, I don't be giving it. I won't be doing all that stuff. No, that's not right. That's weird.
That's hilarious.
But I don't. Right, no, I enjoy anal sex. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some women that do, and there's some that just of us that are like exit only.
I don't know. I just do. I mean, it's got to be done properly. Let me make that very clear.
But some are just more like people talk about their G-spot, all sorts of things in different areas and all that, and it just works for some people. And
do you know, I'm gonna admit to something here. The guy that was years ago, before I met my husband, I dated an Algerian Muslim, and that was his big deal. And I think it's quite normal for that. I think they really like that kind of thing.
Mm.
I don't think it was just him. I think they really like it. But anyway, that's like I'm digressing. As long as it's with someone you trust and you're doing it, properly, then there's nothing wrong with it at all. I don't think you should be forced into it. I think if a woman does not, it's not something that should be accepted as, it is something that's slightly, it's not to me, but clearly it is to other women. It's quite on the fringe. So if it shouldn't be, it's like, okay, if a man wants oral sex and a woman who doesn't really like giving oral sex, I find that a bit weird. Okay, I just do. Okay, because it's part of the intimacy and all that sort of thing. But if a woman doesn't want to have anal sex, I completely understand why. So do you see what I mean?
Well, I'll ask Hermine because Hermine's you're a believer, you're a Christian. Do you believe what do you believe that a wife owes her husband on this subject? Do you believe that she owes him whichever sort of thing she wants, or only the thing she is comfortable with?
I would think only the thing she's comfortable with, but she needs to explain that and be very clear before they get married.
Okay, so that needs to be part of the sort of discussion.
Oh yeah.
Ahead
if he wants A and she's not willing to give it, then that's not
A. Sorry,
anal. Sorry.
No, I know. It's just that you're so sweet. You're such a lady.
Then they need to not get in that relationship. And sometimes, of course, you don't know naturally. But no. Yeah, I'll tell a dude straight up, look, I'm gonna lay it right out. You got to be Christian, exit only. Like, I'm putting all my things out there. I'm not saying date number one, but
no, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think you should put it in your online dating profile, exit only.
Yeah, absolutely. No anal. I reckon if I put anal, happy to do anal on my online profile, my goodness, I'd be busy every night.
It's like fun.
Can I just say there is one thing that I just wouldn't do. Not in a loving relationship, not in a loving committed relationship anyway, and that's a threesome.
Oh, I agree with that. I have friends that do it, and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
No, couldn't do it. It would just. I'm too jealous.
I'm too scared.
What about if the other if the third person is male?
Oh, that's fine. That's one of my fantasies. That's one of my fantasies.
When you said jealousy was the issue, I figured that would be.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fine when it's that way round. I'm talking about if my husband wanted to bring another woman into the relationship, no chance.
Well, hold on. Do you mean into the relationship or just into the bedroom? There's a
into the bedroom. Into the bedroom.
Right.
But then invariably, what happens is it does sort of come into the relationship, because that's what happens with these things. Is that it's all fun and games at the beginning, but invariably somebody gets hurt in those situations. Well, that's what I think. I'm sure there are people that manage to do it all right. And you see, the other thing that makes my skin crawl, and I mean my skin crawl, is swinging. I don't know if that's what you call it in the States.
Yeah, it's called swinging in the States.
Yeah, oh God, oh. I love sex and I'm very adventurous, but with my partner, my committed partner, with someone that I trust and love.
I'm with you on that. I guess I understand the idea that there are folk out there that don't feel monogamous, but maybe they still want the stability of a single relationship partner, and so those people deal with that by allowing themselves to be more open with their sexual partnership.
Yeah, I suppose that's because I can't. Once I'm in a relation, I mean, my husband and I, as far as I know, we didn't cheat on each other. We spent. If he did cheat on me, my goodness, he was good at it. However, I never looked at. Once I met my husband, I never looked at another man in the entire time we were married. But previous to that, I was always shagging around because I wasn't in love. I wasn't committed. So I was a bit of a. I've just got to answer, Super Joker. Absolutely, that's the one thing, right, that I think I might enjoy. Yeah.
Think you might what?
Dogging.
That's the one thing you think you might what?
Yeah, enjoy. I think I quite like the idea of being watched.
I don't think that's what dogging is.
Yeah, it is.
I beg to differ.
Okay, maybe it means something different.
Pretty sure dogging. No, not in the States, and I'm pretty sure in Britain, most people understand dogging to mean
generalized.
Yeah, what to mean promiscuous public behavior.
Yeah. Outside. So basically, we've got a place up on the hill.
Promiscuous behavior.
Yeah. Wait. I'll tell you.
Basically, it's swinging in the park.
Yeah, I know what it is. Okay, so we've got a place just up on. I live in a national park, and so there's quite good places to go dogging. So if you go past there now, there'll be about 5 or 6 cars parked up, and there'll be people wandering around, peering into those cars, watching people having sex.
You have this on a tour guide, or?
Yeah, I could make some money doing that.
Got some brochures.
Yeah, I quite like the.
This is our newest dogging park.
I like the idea of that. Me and my partner having sex in our car while other people are watching us. Yes, but I just think the people. But I think that the
on your windshield.
Yeah, I think the freaky people that do that kind of thing. I think I'd see them in the window and it would just put me right off.
Well, I'll admit, for most of the stuff that has been brought up so far, I can very clearly say, yeah, no, that's immoral, or God won't let me do that, or alternatively, oh yeah, that's fine, my wife and I could do that. But the exhibitionism stuff that was just brought up, I'm honestly not sure whether that's
I don't think I am either, Adam. That's why I haven't done it.
So what?
I don't think I am either. I think I like the idea of it. I like the idea of being watched, but I would like all the people watching me to be gorgeous and sexy too.
Well, I think the way that by the way, the way I think that plays out in practice is in one of two ways. Number one, you go for risky behavior, right? So you're not actually being watched, but the idea is you could be. There's the thrill that somebody could end up seeing you, right? The second thing people do, because you said I like the idea of being watched by someone sexy, so that's when couples go to like strip clubs or those booths, right, where you can do whatever you want to yourself and your partner and watch, attractive people, attractive men.
Yeah, the problem I've got with strip clubs is when I first ran away to London, I used to work in a place. Well, it's called Soho, which was very seedy back in the late 70s, early 80s, and I just got bad. I used to work behind the bar, and I used to watch the strippers, and these places are awful. So that kind of thing just makes me feel sick. But the idea of being in the safety of my locked car, with my partner protecting me while we're having sex, but other people are at the window staring in. God, it sounds awful when you say it like that.
I know. If that's what you're into, then go make it happen.
I tell you what really freaked me out recently is I'm kind of single at the moment. It's a long story. I won't bore you, but I'm certainly not in a committed relationship. But it's been a while, okay, from my own choices. But that doesn't mean I'm still not horny, because I bloody am. I've got there's a show that I watch called the Drunken Peasants. And on that show is a guy called Ben, who you don't see what he looks like. You can't see him. You don't see his picture. And if you do see him on screen, this is really funny. I think it's funny anyway. If you do see him on screen, he's got a mask on, and it's like a wrestler's mask. I don't know what you.
I've seen the Drunken Peasants. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he's got a really
TJ's on that show a lot too, right? TJ.
And I love TJ. TJ's like Marmite, or he's a sort of acquired taste. I love him, but I love Ben even more, though, if you know what I mean. And
I understand you're saying that you masturbate to the sound of Ben's voice.
Might do.
You should tell him that.
No. Hang on a sec. Whoa. I am not lying there while the Drunken Peasants is on, fiddling with myself. No, that's not true. No, I have fantasies about him, though. Even though I have no idea what he looks like. He could be 3 foot tall, covered in acne, and stink like a toilet. But it doesn't matter. At the moment, he's my fantasy. I think that's really funny.
I'll let you know, Annabelle, that those 3 things you just said about him are not true. He's actually at least 3.5 feet tall. So
I just think I've never found a man in a mask sexually attractive before. It must be my age. I don't know.
I love that idea.
I just think it's really weird, and he's got a really lovely voice as well. He's got quite a gentle, kind of sexy voice. There's something very, you know, even talking about him, I get
How the heck did we get on this topic? Oh, Tommy. I got on this topic because of Tommy. I was trying to trace it.
I can guarantee he's listening to this conversation and getting excited.
Get back to the anal. Get back to the anal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, move. What are you doing? Talking about heterosexual sex.
Super Joker's face. Super Joker's pretty attractive.
Yeah, oh, he's gorgeous.
You should say a few things for Annabelle to use later this.
No, he knows. I have a very big crush on him.
Oh, good.
Sadly, he
get online.
Sadly, yeah, exactly. Sadly, he doesn't feel the same way about me. I have no idea why. Oh dear. You know what? I used to be a very heavy drug user and very heavy drinker, and I used to have promiscuous sex all the time, and it was brilliant.
I find it funny that we were talking about Tommy, and now we just spiraled into this conversation.
Again.
Maybe I should take up drugs.
Somebody's got. I'm on. Okay, but what? I've noticed that Von Helton's in the room. I want to talk to him. Why is he quiet? He's never normally quiet.
I think he's AFK.
All right. Did he get his boiler? Does anyone know if he got his boiler sorted?
I have no clue.
James Paul, time traveler of old.
Bless him.
Time traveler, the Punisher.
One of the funniest people on here at the moment. Cracks me up.
And he is very, very insistent that he did not come from no monkey.
Yeah, no fucking monkey, actually, is what he usually says.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I don't use that sort of language, but that's fine.
Sorry, Adam. I'm no lady, I'm afraid.
I don't mind when others use that language. I just don't use it.
No, that's fair enough.
Time traveler James Paul Von Helton is AFK.
Dum, dum, dum.
He lives in a trailer in the middle of nowhere. The chances of him getting even the Big Bang Theory have a episode where they buy the original time traveling machine from that film it came from or something. I don't know.
It's pretty cool though.
Yeah, I have this image.
Trailer in the middle of nowhere.
I heard something mind blowing today. So presumably, since Sheldon is a huge fan of The Flash, right? So presumably he watches the show The Flash that started this year, right?
I suspect so, yeah.
So Cisco, which is the resident geek on that show at Star Labs, wears several shirts from The Big Bang Theory. He wears a shirt that says Bazinga. He has one that says "This is my spot." He has some different ones.
I like that. This is my spot. I want that one.
So you know, the question was, does Sheldon ever wonder why it is that there's somebody on one of the shows he watches that wears those shirts?
How funny! Yes, that's clever. Because I mean, I don't know. They've not stopped making it, have they?
What, Big Bang Theory? Don't think so.
No, I just absolutely love it. I can't read a book again, and I can't watch a film again, if you know what I mean. I can't go back and watch something. Well, other than the Wizard of Oz, not the Wizard of Oz, sorry, The Sound of Music, because I just love that film more than anything. But I can't. If I've read a book, that's it. I can't. You know, some people can read the same book 4 or 5 times. I can't do that because I know what's going to happen. But with Big Bang Theory, I can watch the same. Sorry, I was about to say fucking then. Sorry. Oh, well, I've said it now.
I already told you. Say what you
I know, but now I feel bad that I shouldn't, you know. The same fucking episode over and over again. We have they play here every night. Like, you know how they play over in the States late afternoon, don't they? Early evening. The repeats. They do. We get them late night, about 11 o'clock. So we get 4 lots of repeats. So two episodes, and then they repeat it again, the same 2 episodes again afterwards. I'll watch the first 2, and then I'll watch them again, pretty much every night. And I don't. It doesn't. They don't. But every time I still laugh at. My favourite character is actually Wolowitz. Wolowitz. What's
yeah.
Oh, the comedy genius. The timing is just brilliant.
Yeah. The only show I've ever really been able to do that with is Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh no,
It does not matter how many times I have watched one of those episodes. If it is on TV and I see it, I will stop, and if I watch even 2 minutes of it, I will want to watch the whole thing.
I totally agree. I am the same way with that same series.
The problem with me is after about 5 minutes, I just start talking along with the dialogue.
Yeah, I know what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Now on the issue of being able to read books, my favorite author is Lois McMaster Bujold. If you've ever read her,
no.
She's a science fiction and fantasy author.
That's why.
Oh, you don't read books in that genre?
No, can't be doing with it. Really, do you know what? I'm the least science. I mean, I listen to all of you, every one of you discussing science fiction pretty much every day, and I just sit there and it goes whoosh right over my head. It's a nerd thing.
No, it's not.
Maybe not whoosh, more like
You're all nerds. You're all sci-fi nerds. And the other thing, the other thing I have to tolerate hanging around with you lot is gaming. That's the other thing you all talk about.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I actually my connection wigged out on me. What were you saying about science fiction?
I just said that I don't read it. I don't watch it. I've got no interest in it. But I do have to listen about it every day. Listening to hangouts, listening to you guys chatting, because invariably there is about an hour and a half. You have to have your fix. The nerds have to have their fix. So we end up I have to listening to it, which is fine. I don't mind because the benefits outweigh the benefits outweigh the.
You should consider trying something by Lois McMaster Bujold.
No. All my books, and I have hundreds of books. I read all the time. All my books are stories based on things that could happen, like family relationships. Although saying that, and I will put I don't think you'll consider him science fiction, but I absolutely love him, and that's Stephen King.
Well, Stephen King. Some of Stephen King is science fiction. It's mostly thriller or horror. And again, that's not necessarily something that could happen either.
What was that one where there was a thing under the ground? There was a spaceship or something.
Where there was a thing under the ground?
Was it called The Thing?
It might have been, but it was a spaceship under the ground.
The Shapeshifter?
That might be it, the Shapeshifter.
And the kids?
Yeah.
They found
they were in the woods, and there was this. It was like the tip of it, a tiny little bit of it was sticking up or something, and it was making vibrations. Do you remember the one that freaked me? The one that freaked me out really badly was the mobile phone one. Do you remember that?
Were you talking about the Tommyknockers?
No. Maybe I was. Yes, I might be. Yes.
Stephen King.
I've read all of his books. But I'm getting on now. You have to understand. No, I'm not sure how many of you are close to the same age as me. Probably not many of you, but I'm promising you.
I find it unlikely that you have read all of Stephen King's books.
Pretty much every one of them, and his Barkman books as well. You've got to remember, I'm nearly 50.
Yeah, but since you've been doing something other than reading his books, I find it unlikely you've read them all.
Oh, there's not that many. For goodness sakes, he doesn't. I tell you what, I just read the last one was crap. What was it? Oh gosh, it was Mr. Mercedes was really good. I liked that, and it was a thriller. It wasn't a sci-fi. It was a thriller. But there was do you remember the book about the mobile phones? If they switch their mobile phones on, I can't remember.
Yeah, I guess it's not too unreasonable. Stephen King has written 54 novels and over 200 short stories.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read the short stuff. I've read the novels, all of them, pretty much.
Nadia, pretty much all that happened with the trans discussion was that we all agreed that people who are intolerant of trans people are bad. That's pretty much all that happened. And
we discussed Bruce Jenner coming out because. Ermin wasn't aware of him coming out.
Yeah.
I've been hiding under a rock, apparently.
Okay.
His case does seem a little
Nadia,
opportunistic.
Nadia, did you catch my comment on that Wisconsin bill, non-discrimination bill?
No.
My comment was rather.
I'll go.
My comment was rather not nice, because I felt like it was another example of being rather unfair to Republicans.
Oh, come on, they're fair game.
Can you do that? Is that possible?
Yeah, just like trannies, right? Trannies are fair game. So are redneck Republicans.
We'll correlate with political party.
Hey, listen, I've got a whole family of redneck Republicans.
We can correlate similar actions with party people too.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean,
we can correlate similar actions with political party.
In this case, Nadia brought out the fact that it was a Republican senator from Wisconsin who, in a committee meeting, proposed changing from July 2015 to a cold day in hell as to when this bill would come into effect. That's the anti-Republican point that people want to make. The rest of the story being that the chairwoman of the committee made the unheard of move.
Night, sweetheart.
Oh, you're heading out? Okay, later, Joker. The chairwoman actually made the unheard of move of declaring the senator out of order and requiring that he leave the committee meeting. That's not been done before in Wisconsin. She did it. She, by the way, is also a Republican.
It's a pretty stupid thing to say, though, isn't it, Adam?
What?
Comparing a real day that's having some legislation passed on it to a cold day in hell.
Well, no. His point was that was his way of trying to table the legislation indefinitely, and the response was, "You are out of order. You are out of line. Get the heck out of the meeting." And again, the chairwoman that responded in that way before they then passed the amendment out of committee was herself also a Republican. So,
right. Yeah, but
it is Republican to oppose such a bill as needing to be passed in a cold day in hell because a Republican did that. It's also Republican to basically kick that guy out for being out of line and then pass the bill anyway.
Right. But the point being, Adam, is that if you compare something like this issue with hell, you're deliberately invoking biblical responses. Okay, so obviously the Republican, hell is a biblical term, yeah?
No, it's not actually.
Really?
Oh, come on, Adam.
Release the hellhounds, by God.
Yeah, it's a Norse term. It's the
Adam, you're being pedantic now. Come on. Well, you tell that to all the Christians that tell me that I'm going to burn in a lake of fire in hell.
I pretty much will tell them that, actually.
You have to understand that the majority of Christians see it as
in any event, I doubt the idea that by invoking a cold day in hell he was making some Christian statement.
I definitely think he was. Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
Bringing emotion into a topic, right, which doesn't need biblical involvement at all.
Sorry to change the subject, but I don't want it to get all. I don't want it to get all
just the way Bush used the word crusade. He's deliberately invoking emotion and Christian emotion into the subject.
Now, when you say Bush, you mean Bush.
You mean
not the Bush.
Bush beer?
No, he's talking about W. Bush 43, I assume.
Oh,
I think
right.
Uh-oh.
It's a usual tactic. It's a usual tactic in American politics.
You just know Tommy was listening. You just know Tommy was listening to that entire conversation. I told you he was, because the minute a space came free, he was straight in here like a duck up a bat's arse.
Which
I've actually heard absolutely nothing. I actually just got home.
Cool.
Oh, very good then.
So, Tommy, you missed all of the discussion about how much you like anal sex.
Oh, great.
Well,
Well, I'm not
before we get there, Tommy, how are you doing? Nice to see you. I hope you had a good day at work.
Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's been an easy day. Just sort of went and watched the movies, hung out with the kids, and went out to eat. Yeah, just sort of hung out, just had a lazy day.
Yeah, sounds good.
What did you see at the movies?
The sniper movie, American Sniper.
Took the kids to the sniper movie?
Well, they went and watched another movie. It was a teen. I have teen girls, so it was. I don't even know what it's called, but it was.
You snuck off down to the local bar and watched a bit of gay porn, no doubt.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's it.
God damn it! I wish Ron Jeremy wouldn't. Is he still alive? Our beloved Ron Jeremy.
Okay, so I'd just like to ask Adam then about the general point I was making, rather than the specific point, which is the use of Christian imagery and terminology in politics. Do you feel this is a good thing, bad thing, or do you think people are just jumping on it and really people are just using that terminology because it's cultural?
I'm sure there are times when it's deliberate. I'm pretty darn certain that a cold day in hell isn't one of them.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, yes, you're right. It is quite an ambiguous term. It's not like, I mean, I say things like that, and I'm not invoking God, for goodness sakes. But I mean, the problem you've got at the moment is that it's a very touchy environment for that sort of thing. And if you are going to, you've got to think. I mean, especially if you're in government, you've got to be a little bit more diplomatic and discreet, perhaps. That's all. I think that's the only thing. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It would be nice if our government was generally that way. It doesn't work out that way.
But I'm pretty sure that all of us know that the government sucks, not sacks. And would be all better off without it, or at least a better form.
Speaking of sucking nut sacks, Tommy, your opinion on this?
Yeah. Adam, you did it. You did it. Don't. He's now going to say that it's always us that brings it up.
It was you, Annabelle, in all fairness.
Control what the government needs to take about 70 or 80 full turns to the left.
I was actually being complimentary, Tommy, to you today. I was being very, very complimentary. I said you were.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I did. I said he was very pretty.
Oh yeah, but what we want to know is if you make your wife do oral sex.
I'm not answering anything about sex. Sorry.
Of course.
Right, and that means you can't either. I don't want to hear anything about how many gay people, how many people have slept, how many thousands of people have slept and created diseases, and how much anal sex I've had. Okay, you're banned as well.
We're supposed to ease into this topic slowly.
Like anal sex.
Just like anal sex.
I want to talk
about Tommy comes on, and automatically the subject is anal sex.
Aren't you talking? Or what? Are you saying we should be first having a little bit of foreplay before we get
We need some social lubrication, some conversational lubrication.
I will verbally oil you up.
You can't rely on socialized lubrication. You have to bring your own. Packets, you just can't get your own.
Just from
that ready.
Well, actually,
Tommy doesn't just have a gun. Tommy doesn't just have a gun in his car seat, whatever it is, pocket thingy, whatever. He has a bottle of lube as well, just in case.
Glove box.
Yeah. You mean a holster?
No, what's that?
One in every room of the house.
Well, you put your gun. All my family put their guns in this thing. It's like a. It's a
glove box.
Are you sure it isn't a holster?
Are you shouting at me, Von Helton?
Yes, you're thinking of glove box, I think.
That's the one in the glove box.
Yes, finally. All right.
With some tissues.
Time traveler wins a few points.
Yes, Tito.
I wouldn't mind sticking my gun in a glove box. That'd be fine.
Adam, that wasn't a very good
That's where it belongs.
No, I've got. Please, can I be on my social conscience at the moment?
No.
Von Helton's boiler problems. Did you manage to get it sorted, Von?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the sun popped out and melted the ice around the fan blades, and my furnace roared back to life. And
so it was what we discussed then. It was the fact the fan had frozen up.
Yes, it was.
Because I know all about these things, being a heating engineer.
25 degrees below zero. Literally.
Oh.
Yeah, literally Arctic weather. We broke like 50 records or something, according to the officials, man.
And as long as you swept up the vinyl afterwards, that's just fine.
That's it. But no,
Your jokes are really bad, Adam.
Well, we're technically
Hey, Annabelle, I'm just trying to give you plenty of fodder for later.
Kentucky is on the border of North and South, more or less. Even so, Kentucky usually has mild winters. So for us to have 25 below zero temperatures is unheard of. I mean, it really is.
Global warming.
Well, yeah, global cooling. No. The Penguin said global cooling in the original Batman movie.
Global warming broke down the jet stream so 4 vortexes just roll out over you.
Go back and watch. The Penguin said global cooling back in the original Batman movie. Go back and watch it. He did. He really did. He predicted it, man.
We've been having some very interesting conversations about conspiracy theories.
First of all, you can't be talking about the original Batman movie because the Penguin wasn't in it.
No,
actually,
it was the sequel. It was the sequel to the original.
Yeah, Batman Returns.
Right.
Oh wait, hang on.
Movies. I mean,
here we go, nerd time.
Well, that wasn't the original. The original movie was made based on the '60s show with who the hell? Never mind. Well, it was something else.
You're talking about the one that spun off.
Mr. Keating is Batman. I'm sorry, I don't give a damn what anybody says. Mr. Keating is Batman.
I wanted to know what Tommy Hall wanted to talk about if anal sex was off the board here. What did you want to talk about, Tommy?
Batman's a lot better than anal sex. Come on. I like talking about Batman better than I do anal sex. Besides, hello, put my orderly hat on this evening. Yes,
you be quiet. Sit down, Bon. Be quiet.
Anal sex is unsanitary. Thus saith the orderly in the room.
It's not if you. No, it's not. If you're.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, provide evidence to why I have never caught a disease and I've been having anal sex since I was 16.
Wait a minute. Hold it. Are you seriously going to argue that it's not unsanitary?
I am.
Why? Are you serious?
Yes, I am. It's no more unhygienic than putting a penis in a vagina.
What? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Now, Annabelle, here's where you need some conspiracy theory, because I totally disagree with that.
But you've got to have evidence.
That is.
Heterosexual people have anal sex. Heterosexual people have anal sex. It's not just gay people.
I don't doubt that. But the theory comes from he is actually a disinfectant and things in that area. That stuff ain't a disinfectant.
Okay, well, why is it that heterosexual people aren't getting all these diseases and all getting sick from having anal sex then?
Because they're using a condom.
No, I've never used.
If I may present Exhibit B.
Yes. Yes.
What do you do with that, Nadia? I don't even know what it is.
Warm water. Warm water.
Rinse out the bad things inside.
Okay. All right.
What does that do for you?
Warm water. Yes, we know this. Yes, we're.
Rinse it out.
What is it?
Rinse it out. It gets clean.
Calm down. Let's calm down, because obviously Tommy wants to talk about the ins and outs.
Annabelle, how do you know you're disease free if you haven't had an anal pap smear to check it out?
That's it.
You have to get that checked.
I'm perfectly healthy.
Some of those diseases might not have
I just like to, no, I got an answer for you, so please.
Colonoscopy. Colonoscopy.
Shut up. Now.
I've had one of those.
Tommy, can I just say that first of all, I have recently had a cancer scare and I've had all sorts of tests and there's nothing wrong with me at all. Second of all,
Wait
you
a minute.
shut up. Let me finish.
Look. Yeah.
Let
what?
me finish.
Yeah, but I look like Jesus.
I swear, if I was anywhere near you, I'd give you a good slap. Now, please
look
sit
like
down and
Jesus
be
and you
quiet.
don't. I win.
I'm talking to Tommy. Let me finish my discussion with him, and then you can start going on like a loon. Tommy, two things. I've had all sorts of blood tests, and goodness knows if there was any kind of, if I had any infection or anything like that, I'm pretty sure that my doctor would have flagged it up with me. Second of all, I have regular colonic irrigations. So
you have a what?
What's a colonic irrigation?
Really? So is that something you do yourself, or you go have it done?
No, I have it done.
Wait, hold it. I'm being serious.
Actually, I used to go have it done myself. I was like really big on it.
I didn't do it for fun.
I better be as clean as possible because I'm inviting people into my house. My house better be clean. So, irrigate it, wash it.
It's Annabelle having
Wait, this is new to me. Hold it, this is new to me. I have never heard that people would regularly go to the doctor to get a warm water enema. Is that what you're saying? You got.
Yeah.
How often?
I can even show you the machine. Hang on.
How often? How often do you do it?
I would do it once a week, but
no, I have it done about once every 3 months.
Interesting. I didn't even know that was. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't.
Yeah, so
wow,
I mean, there's proponents that say it does nothing for you. It doesn't, and then there's an argument that this whole thing, your guts, your intestine are the best. They've got all sorts of ways of keeping your guts clean and healthy and what have you with all the different.
So with the size of your anus,
cleaning. It's not cleaning, but
do they use a garden hose?
I like the idea that I lose about 7 pounds every time I have one, and it's nothing
I like
to do.
the idea that my I like the idea.
It does make you feel cleaner. It does make you feel cleaner.
Yeah. So is it a warm water enema or just? Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's warm.
To be honest with you, I don't like the actual sensation at all. It's not very comfortable, and it's more to do with the fact it feels like because you want to go to the loo, and I don't like that. But it makes me, I don't know. It just feels like I'm cleansing my system, even though there's not a lot of evidence to say that it actually does cleanse your system.
So it's not as good as a York peppermint patty. Okay.
I actually used to go in for them extensively myself. Of course, I am not financially able anymore, but
that's another reason I haven't.
That was a thing, man. I honestly did not know that was a thing. I really.
Well, actually, Ron, some people have a coffee enema.
They have a what? They have a what? they wait a minute. Hold it. Now this is classic. Okay, this is classic. The theists are the sane ones in the room, and the atheists are the ones that have went nuts because they're shoving coffee up their ass.
Hey,
this is great. This is awesome. I have now ascended to the ranks of the greatest because I don't shove coffee up my ass. I am actually a sane person. Yes. Yes, I have won. I have won the battle.
The ancient Egyptians used to put coffee up their bums.
Yeah. I personally didn't believe in any of the health benefits they touted.
No, I don't really.
No, this will really clean me out.
So do you do coffee enema, Annabelle? Do you do coffee enema?
I have had a coffee enema, yeah.
Well, what is? I mean, what is the?
I'm just about to link. I'm just about to put it on the side chat. Calm down,
well, no, wait a minute. Is the coffee supposed to keep you awake at night?
Well, if you read the link, Ron, you'll find out what it is.
It keeps your colon awake at night.
Ah, that's it. Yes.
That way your colon
can
to ponder the meaning.
The colon is no way.
Do you think you're really better than us, James, for not shoving coffee up your ass?
Yes, I do. Damn it, yes.
Oh,
yes.
I wanted to say to Seawater, I think you've got the most gorgeous voice.
What?
You have a lovely voice. It's really sexy.
That means she's going to be masturbating to you later.
That's it. What do you mean later?
Oh,
there is a possibility. There is a possibility.
Hey, I might.
What's this later?
You wear a mask. Have you got a mask you can wear?
What's this later shit?
I had this Shrek mask. I cut off the ears.
No, that's not going to go down too well with me, I'm afraid.
Hey, well,
I've had
don't
far
worry.
too many real life Shreks. I don't. No.
Well, don't worry. I just might as well whip that out myself and start masturbating. Hey, why don't we all start doing a masturbation limbo competition?
Excuse me while I whip this out.
And I mean, okay, Nadia, I wanna know, is masturbation on this hangout legal?
No.
Well, it's not really illegal, but in violation of YouTube service, it'll get my channel flagged.
Yeah, you'll get your channel flagged badly.
You can't display it. You can't display it. You just, you know.
All right. I'll refrain this to later this evening.
Yeah, I can refer you to.
I'm not prepared to do any of that yet. I haven't had my coffee enema. So I'm out of commission.
I just can't function without my coffee enema.
I can refer you to colonic irrigation clinics in the Portland, Oregon, and New York City areas. So.
I just can't function without my coffee.
For this one, guess how much it costs to have an enema?
I'm free to ask.
Out in,
I'm going to give it to you in dollars because, well, depending on where you are. I mean, I don't know what it would cost in New York, but where I go to get mine, and I'm in sort of outside of London now. But it costs $125 for 45 minutes.
Holy sweet hopping horse effect!
Yeah, I think I've decided.
$125 to shove coffee up your ass, really?
Annabelle, it's a lot cheaper in New York. It's only like $75 in New York.
Is
it? Holy shit!
Oh, that's
$25 to shove coffee.
Now I feel cheated because that's about how much I used to pay her for her to let me.
You can actually you can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. There's kits that I mean, I wouldn't want to do it myself. Look, I'm gonna get it. There is.
So I
should buy the
kits and then market the service to people.
The machines have actual costs. Much better.
Nadia, you could do that. You could start your own business of giving people coffee enemas.
I miss my calling, man. I miss my calling.
Nadia.
I miss my calling.
There's licensing, equipment, storefront, etc. costs involved.
Yeah, they're only about.
You forgot this is a blue state. If you want to do anything, you have to. The government, the government needs at least 10 forms and 5 certifications. for blue state.
I definitely miss my calling, man. I could have made a fortune shoving coffee up people.
Well, hey, you still could. Just find some folk in Kentucky that need this service, and I could just see going door to door in the holler offering coffee.
I'm telling you, man. If I even suggested such a thing here in Kentucky, I'd have 20 people at my door with pitchforks and torches, ready to kill my ass, man.
It'd be almost as bad as suggesting reading.
There's all new coffee brand made straight from an
that's
asshole.
how clean. That's how clean I cut my ass while I can still afford to. So, anal sex was not that dirty.
Annabelle, I've got a serious question.
Yeah, no doubt it's got something to do with anal sex.
So when you get an enema, okay, well let's just make it anal sex. So when a guy's penetrating you, is it kind of like a hot dog penetrating a grocery sack?
Hang on.
Is there that much room in there?
No, it's like that's the whole point. It's very tight.
Well, how could it be if you've been rammed over and over and over for years? That's what I'm saying. I'm imagining a person being.
I'm sorry.
It's a muscle. It's a workout from clamping down.
Can I explain to you how this works? It's part
of a muscle.
It's part of my sexual activity. I'm not rammed every night by 5 guys. I literally probably have had anal sex about 30 times in my life.
I used to be.
Annabelle has not. Yeah, guys. Annabelle has not been reamed by 5 guys a night. She limits it to 4. We've had this.
Okay.
We've had this.
Tom, and I find this rather unfair, Tommy. You don't want to talk about your personal anal activities. You're going ahead and asking. I mean, I'm fine if people don't want to talk about it.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. If I ever said anything, it would be copied and pasted and broadcast.
Well, we all think, now,
on
let's be
Google
honest.
Plus.
Let's be honest, Tommy. We all think you're gay anyway, so it's
Oh,
you know.
I know you do. I'm sure you do. That's fine. Doesn't matter to me. You can think what you want.
I
But
do.
think how dumb that is. Seriously.
No, don't try to justify it. You just said you didn't care. You just
If I
didn't
was-
say, you said you didn't care if I thought you were gay, so you can't start getting
No,
upset
I
about
don't.
it now.
No, I think it's funny.
Well, you know, like I said, putting on my orderly hat, anal sex is unsanitary. You can look this up.
You'd love it.
It's unsanitary.
You'd love it if I put a strap on and gave you one up the arse. Come on, admit it, Von.
I'm not saying that people don't participate. I'm not saying that people don't enjoy it. But what I am saying is that, yes, it is actually unsanitary. Now, like you said, you can do an enema and various and sundry other things to clean the area. But, you know, still yet, it is quite unsanitary. You know, I mean, I don't know about people. You know, you can tear the rectal
You
area.
tear the vagina wall as well with it, so it's no different.
You know, I mean, if you you know, if you're not careful, you can tear the area. You know, because the skin is kind of sensitive in that area, and you got to be careful. But you know, I guess with care, you can do it. It's
Well,
all
the
right.
first thing that you, why am I echoing? The first thing that you do is you use very good quality lube, which prevents all of that you've just suggested, and it's antibacterial as well. So.
Yeah, I have never bled after sex except when raped.
Neither have I.
Now, I have a question, Nadia. What was it that you showed us, that bulb thing?
It's for manually doing an enema.
It's a butt plug. No,
not for
sorry, I
men.
didn't mean that. Sorry.
Wait, I asked Nadia. Nadia, go for it.
It's like an anal douche.
Oh. And what's it called?
Okay, so I got another question.
I remember I got it at Walgreens. You
What's
can buy
it
it at like Walgreens, literally.
What's it called? It's not called an anal douche.
Yeah,
It's called an
I
enema.
can't remember exactly what it's called.
It's an enema?
Yes, an enema.
I linked in the side chat the kits that you can buy to do your own enemas.
It's an enema. Wow, I've never. Wow.
Do you really need all that fancy equipment? That seems like a whole lot of stuff and expensive looking. That's the
It's
kind
only
of.
$20 for the kit.
Oh, really? Yeah. You know what? I think I'll buy that.
Don't get the water. Don't get the water too hot.
I would know. I would.
God, that would suck. Having boiling hot.
It's what? Sorry.
$200.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry. I
yes.
thought. Sorry, I didn't realise. Is that the expensive one? Sorry.
Oh,
that might
never
be
mind.
That might be one that's for sale to use on, you know, the general public. But you can pick a kit up for about $20. If you put enema kit in, most of them are about $20-25.
Wow.
You shouldn't use them on the general public once you bought them.
No, you know that the place I go to have mine has got a big, massive tank in the room, and you know it's kitted out, you know, and it's all very hygienic, and it's like being in a doctor's surgery, except you're not in a doctor's surgery. It's
And
the
how
same
often? Wouldn't it just your next poop? You'd have to do it again. Wouldn't you have to?
No, that's what it removes the poo.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have to do them daily?
No.
You don't poop daily?
I'm sorry, I thought you meant have a colonic irrigation daily. Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah, it stands to reason if you poop every day, you would need to be cleaned out every day, is what she's saying.
No. Because your intestine and your guts and your anal passage is self-cleaning.
Mine isn't.
Yeah, it is. Otherwise, explain to me. No, let me finish. Why is it then with all the excrement and the stuff up there that it doesn't that you don't have infections and get sick with all of that going on? Because you have your anal passage is self-cleaning. Of course it is. It's full of all sorts of antibacterial chemical stuff, natural. You know.
That is true.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Annabelle. So you know, in the United States, the middle finger is a gesture that's vulgar. But
yes,
like
it is in the UK as well.
Well, I was wondering when you saw the middle finger, if it's raised at you, does that mean to you that it's time for anal? Is it a gesture that means it's time for you to have anal?
Is that one of your jokes?
Yeah,
no, I'm just curious.
And I didn't get it either.
No.
Okay,
He's trying to be funny, but I would laugh if it was funny. You know I would, but really, Tommy, that was pretty dismal. Sorry.
Well, it would be appropriate. It would be appropriate.
What?
It would be appropriate if you talked about your anal sex life, but you're keeping quiet about that, and that's unfair. You
Well,
need to open up.
I don't have anal sex life, so we could talk about Annabelle since she does.
That's what I. Yeah, of course. I mean, I talk about mine. The only reason I'm not talking about mine because nobody cares to hear about mine.
I
found it on CBS.
Yes.
The purpose in the enema is to the idea is that your guts, although they're self-cleaning and they take very good care of themselves, that you get old food sort of lodged in bits in corners and down in your lower gut you get it sort of old, particularly red meat kind of stagnates and hangs around in your gut. Now this is just I'm not saying that this is absolutely true, but this is the idea behind the colonic irrigation. So what it does is it flushes out your entire intestine.
Okay.
And so the warm water is supposed to, and you can, in fairness, you do see some stuff coming out that doesn't look quite right. So it's just supposed to clean up or take out those, and you do feel better when you've had one. Whether that's just psychological or not, I don't know. But I like having them, but I wouldn't want one every week. No, I like having them because they make me feel better. But the actual process itself is not comfortable. I don't enjoy it.
Wow. I've just never had one, so I'm like, whoa, I must be missing out, or
no.
I might as well get a tramp stamp that says Grand Central Terminal. I mean, things go in, things go out. No big deal.
I love it. I went through a trying to be healthy phase about 6, and I had far too much money. I was making too much money. Well, I was making silly money and I was doing silly things with it. So I used to go on these juicing weeks or detox weeks, and I would basically spend the week drinking nothing but freshly made juice. I know you'll be very pleased about this, Tommy. I know freshly made juice. And having colonic irrigations every day. And I'd lose about a stone, which is about 14 pounds. But really, as soon as I left that place on the Friday, I'd arrive on the Friday night, leave on the following Friday afternoon. As soon as I left, I was straight down to Starbucks and McDonald's. So I immediately put on about half of what I'd lost just from, But it was such a rip-off. I was paying nearly $2,000 for 7 days. To literally sit in a house, because it was a big old stately home place, sit in a house and drink grass and tomato, juiced up tomatoes and grass or oranges and apples and what have you, and have 5 colonic irrigations. $2,000. So. As you can imagine, I don't do that anymore. In fact,
I had a real.
Go on, sorry, Nadia.
I had real reasons. I had real reasons to do it. I mean,
yeah, of
between
course.
gastroparesis and having anal sex. I mean, shoot.
No, the reasons I had colonic were just because I like doing it. It's like a sort of like every 3 months or so I go and have my colonic, and I just feel like I've given my guts a clean out. That's all.
Well,
Well, that was fun.
Yep, I really took extra effort to be squeaky clean. I'm telling you. We are not getting
So how often do you do your enemas, Nadia? How often do you do your enemas, Nadia?
Well, since being, broken home, or virgin homelessness, is that, they aren't happening anymore at all. But, I used to do them once a week.
Would you recommend for the rest of us to give that a shot?
I don't know. Because I think that there was 10 years ago that it was a sort of a fad where everyone was getting them done because we were told that it was cleaning out our systems, and yes, you can lose up to £10 from a collar. So if you're going out for an evening where you need, you want to look slim, or going to a dinner party, or you just want to look good for the evening, it's a good way to shift a bit of weight.
Yeah. They have the colonic and the wraps. The wraps were the big deal.
Yeah, wraps are good, but they're more expensive.
They always try to sell me the wraps, and I'm like, I'm just getting clean.
But they do work, though.
Yeah.
They do work.
Yeah, they'll dehydrate you a bit, yeah.
But I don't think there's any solid sort of scientific evidence to say that it's really doing you, a lot of good. And in some cases.
So why do you do it?
Because I like it. Makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I'm cleaning my system out every 3 months because I eat a lot of junk food. I'm a mad junk food person.
Transient weight loss for women, especially. Basically, evacuating material out of your intestines. The volume of material removed is volume taken out of your belly. And
have you ever, Nadia, in one of your enemas, have you ever flushed out a gerbil?
They wouldn't get up there in the first place.
No? Oh, okay.
I don't like pets.
Wait. There was a
I don't like shit either.
I did have a teaspoon come out once.
You had a what?
Some people say, shit just goes with the territory. I say, hell no. Rinse those pipes clean. And, that's how I said it.
Laughing, Tommy. I can see you laughing. I said, I had a teaspoon come out. Not funny. It was very uncomfortable.
Have you ever had anything weird come out?
I just told you. A teaspoon.
What? You really? A metal or plastic?
A teaspoon?
I never bothered looking. I was just always sticking around on my phone, playing my.
I'm afraid to ask.
Playing my headset or.
Are you drinking out of that?
All right, I'm gonna put my orderly hat back on and say that I would refrain from putting hard objects up your ass. You might actually hurt yourself.
Well, I generally like to stick to penises and dildos, but
Annabelle told me she took a spatula out of there one time.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Actually, for major digestive problems, they sometimes do use mechanical implements to, remove impacted fecal matter. But,
I've never had anything but a penis up my bottom. Oh, and a tube. Sorry.
Well, penis, tube, dildo. Okay, there you go.
A soda popper.
I've had 3 things.
I knew a gay guy once, and he had like a little 2x3-inch speaker.
I thought, that's interesting. Okay.
But anyway, this gay, he was a friend of mine. He had a 2x3-inch speaker, and he stuck that up there, and he had it connected to the stereo. He turned the stereo on, and it like vibrated in his anus. And he was really No, I'm dead serious. He was like, dude, you can really feel the beat, man. And I was like, no.
No. There are dildos, vibrating dildos designed for prostate massage.
Tommy had a friend who stuck his speaker up his ass. Yeah.
Not these bizarre mechanical implements. Yeah.
Did the vibration sound like?
Yeah, exactly. I must admit.
So that's what the Beach Boys meant.
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Good vibrations, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, good vibrations.
definitely put strange things up their backside. Men have got a habit of doing things like that, though.
That's why they were able to hit them high notes, right? Oh my goodness.
Oh, come on, James. I thought you were wearing your high, whatever hat. You're thinking so much better than us.
Foreign objects found.
They were able to hit them high notes, man, because they had them vibrators up their asses when they were singing good vibrations. There you go.
Ow. Anyway, like I said, want to stimulate that prostate, use something actually designed not to get stuck up your ass. Like one of the vibrating dildos that has a nice curve to it.
Okay, I've got it, guys. This will make you laugh, Tommy. Okay. It's the list of foreign objects found in a rectum.
Oh no.
Keys.
Oh God.
Wait for this one. A vibrator and salad tongs. So basically, tried to get it out with the salad tongs, and that went up there as well. Live ammunition.
Oh.
Holy smokes! Talk about a fire.
I'll tell you the story. He was from London, and he was a World War II veteran, and he said he was plagued with terrible hemorrhoids, so he used a live artillery shell to push the hemorrhoids up into his rectum. Of course he did.
That's like J.D. Kane. J.D. Kane stuck a firework up there one time, and he said he blew a hole in his rectal wall.
Peanut butter.
I'm not even kidding about that.
A jar of peanut butter, a bottle of perfume.
Oh my God.
A ringing cell phone. Where this one was from. This one was
Well,
from
I tried to use it to
Georgia.
vibrate, yeah.
Well, wait for this. Apparently, the lawyer.
Nadia turns it on vibrate first.
Yeah, the lawyer from Georgia was reportedly showering with his cell phone when he slipped and fell. Because everyone takes their phone into the shower with them, don't they? And the phone lodged firmly up his backside. During the surgery to remove the phone, the device rang 3 more times. A pint glass, a flashlight, a toy car. Oh, that was from the guy from Jackass, because he wanted to mess with the ER. A cement enema. During a kinky sex session, 2 homosexual men decided to try something new. One man lay down and let the other man pour liquid cement into his anus using a funnel. Oh my gosh, people are crazy.
Wow. Did he die?
It doesn't say so here.
Well, he probably should have. Probably should have.
Source. Let me look at the source. Let me find out. I'm clicking on the source. Yeah. Hang on a sec. Oh no, this is not. Now this is. How.
Boys and girls, don't try those things at home. Use dildos designed not to get stuck out there. Flared bases. That's very important. Flared bases. Such.
Explain what that is for those of us who don't know.
A flared base? Well, easy to show you.
Yeah.
Basically, goes out like that.
Okay, I am so done.
Sorry.
Hang on, you can't show phallic objects in this hangout, can you, Nadia?
Can we change the subject?
Well, I thought you were going to bring out your dildo and show the sample.
Yeah, we are live.
Can I just say though that you might find this boring or interesting or whatever. I've never used ever, and I hand on my heart, my dog's life, a vibrator.
Yes, but see, I look like Jesus, so I win. See, that's the thing, Anna. You keep glossing over. I look like Jesus, so I automatically win. Okay.
Who told you you look like Jesus? You look nothing like Jesus. You look like Super Mario.
Well, now wait a minute. I was told I look like a cross between Chuck Norris and Jesus in my avatar, don't I?
Yeah, but that's not you in your avatar.
That is me in my avatar.
Yeah,
yes,
about 30 years ago.
No. That is me when I was in my 20s. That is
30 years ago.
Well, so.
But that's the point. You have. Anyway, going back to what you were saying. What were you saying?
I forgot. Oh well, that's not a bit.
Was it me or Vaughn?
Okay. I mean, what would you like to talk
try a
about?
vibrator. Try a vibrator.
I'm just warning you that we can change the subject, but Tommy will no doubt bring it back to anal sex.
Your own personal Jesus.
Yeah. All subject lead back to anal sex.
Yep, there you go. So what do you want to talk about?
Absolutely.
I don't have anything in particular, and probably should have had something before I brought that up, but.
No, I don't mind. I do get where you're coming from. It is becoming a bit ridiculous. I just thought it would be funny to list all the things they'd found up people's bottoms.
Just gosh, I haven't even had that conversation in a hangout off air. That's why I'm like, wow, this is unbelievable.
Well, I kind of just say, I mean, because it's the internet, and because I really don't care what people think, because it's the internet. And the chances of anybody I know, well, most people that know me know that this is me anyway, but the chance of a future customer or a client watching these hangouts is very slim.
Right.
What about your family members? What would they think of this of your conversations of you having anal sex?
They'd be shocked in the slightest.
Excited? Well, that's weird.
No,
it doesn't matter.
I said, Tommy, that I don't think my family would be shocked in the slightest.
Oh, slightest. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm dead within a week of hitting the street anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Not even my uber religious fundamentalist Southern Baptist family in Gulfport, Mississippi, because they know what I'm like.
Then you people were a lot luckier than I was.
Yeah.
Whoops. Disregard.
What is this? Less than a week, you have to move out?
Disregard the
huge,
big comment.
A week after I get thrown out on the street, I will drop dead.
Okay. Have they given you a day?
I haven't even gotten a court summons for the actual eviction judgment hearing.
Okay. We got that.
I got something about the release of the court papers being delayed to 60 days after the judgment.
60 days?
Well, it's the release of the papers, not the judgment itself. Or release of the records, whatever.
I know what I can ask that will really wind up the boys in the room. Do you watch Downton Abbey? I was actually, that question was for Emmy.
Oh no, never seen it.
Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you might.
I don't watch much TV at all. I have like 3 shows that I watch, and I just, Netflix, whatever.
I watched Silver Linings Playbook tonight.
Oh, that's an excellent movie.
I tell you what, isn't Bradley Cooper gorgeous?
Yeah. Oh, girl. Ooh. My gosh.
Yeah. And he's so good in that film. I'm surprised he didn't win an Oscar or get at least an award for it. Because I didn't think Jennifer Lawrence was good in it.
But she's not great. Yeah. I agree. I don't know what they... But I gotta say, out of all the work she's done, that's the best I've ever seen, but she was not as good as Bradley. I mean, he stole the show.
He was brilliant.
Yeah.
Right from the start, right from the get-go, you were just transfixed. But it does help that he's very easy on the eye.
Oh, I know. But, just the scenes were so hilarious.
Robert De Niro was brilliant in it as well.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he was in it.
He was brilliant. I mean, he kind of always plays the same character. But it's just, he was just so funny. He's just I think he's a great actor.
He is.
Because I love him in those films he does with that famous singer. What's her name? And she's an actress as well, but she's more known for singing. Barbara Streisand and the family, the Fockers.
I can't stand that.
Oh, I love it. I think it's brilliant.
I don't know families that crazy.
Oh, you haven't met mine then. No, we're not that bad. I just think it was clever, that's all. It was clever. I love the character he plays, that's why I like it. Ah. A raving lunatic. Gun-loving, Republican, homophobic lunatic.
I think it always summed up to a Republican, but sure. Yeah. Now that Adam's gone, I won't hold my feet to the fire for saying that.
I forget that Adam's a Republican.
Yeah, I know, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, he's so what's the word, eloquent, and I'm not saying Republicans aren't eloquent. I know lots of eloquent. What I mean is that when he argues on the skeptical side of things, about evolution and about science, he's got such an incredible mind that you would think that he. And I just want to make a side note that E-Man thinks that I've got some kind of crush on Adam, which is why I agree with everything he says. But I actually don't agree with everything Adam says. Far from it. But when it comes to science, I'm fascinated by the knowledge that he holds. It's incredible.
How could anyone be a Republican anymore, anyway?
Well, yeah. How can a woman be a Republican?
I haven't a clue.
Well, I live in a republic state. Or
Where do you
country,
live?
whatever.
Where do you live?
Finland.
Ah, okay. Ah, that's your accent then. Because you've sort of got an American accent, but there's something softer about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just used to think he was a troll.
Have you seen the video on how to speak Finnish?
I haven't, no.
Seawater.
Oh.
That he's in Finland.
I have never. It's one of the places I haven't been to is Scandinavia, and it's on my bucket list to go to travel around the fjords.
Yeah, tourism is beyond my ken.
But they're very popular in America.
Well, whatever bucket list I'm thinking about better be able to be done from, well, the streets of Oakland, but nothing.
I'd love to get the three things I want to do before I die is go and see the Silver Mountain bat gorillas in Uganda, the orangutans in Borneo, and the Galapagos Islands.
Ermine, why do you think I'm a troll?
I don't think you're a troll now, but when I first met you, I was like, what is that voice? And then some of the questions you'd be asking, I'm like...
Just fucking thanks!
I think he's got a gorgeous voice.
Well, you asked me a question, I gave you a response. You all got to get all mad at me. I said I used to think that.
Well, what were the kind of questions that I asked that seemed trollish, I guess?
Really?
What? What?
You're just going to have to listen to yourself one of these days.
I guess my bucket list would be to have one day where I could stand on the side of my own face, stand the sound of my own voice, and stand to sit down or go to the bathroom or put my clothes again.
I wasn't yawning at you, Nadia. It's 5:30 in the morning here, and yet again, I'm on another Nadia hangout for hours on end, talking about nothing in particular except anal sex.
That's your fault.
Yeah, I know.
I love anal sex. Why wouldn't I talk about it? Oh, cucumbers would be terrible. They're so, like, rough. It's like...
No, I've never...
Use something like a maid to go out there.
I've never put a vegetable up my bottom, that's for sure.
Yeah, who wants to absorb like pesticides from?
Tommy, why did you even ask that question?
I'm just seeing what the limits are of Annabelle. I'm trying to, for lack of a better word, probe to see what else you'll do and what you won't.
First of all,
Probing indeed.
Excuse me a minute.
Probing indeed.
I'm just trying to see where this ends.
I would
So this
not
is crazy.
be charging for sexual activities. Thank you very much. Let's get that straight.
Oh, you wouldn't. Okay.
But no, I wouldn't. I don't want a cucumber stuck up my arse. Thank you very much. And the sort of person that wants to stick a cucumber up my arse isn't the kind of person I want a relationship with.
Thanks.
That just ruled him out.
And you.
And me.
Oh, hang on, Tommy. Was that a Freudian slip? Did you just admit something?
I don't participate in that type of activity because it's unsanitary, and therefore I don't worry about it.
That's why I used to think you were a troll. A question like that.
Oh, but it was funny though. Slip.
Oh, really? That's the kind of joke that you. Okay. All right. All right. You know what? How about if from now on, I will ask only appropriate, elegant, and well thought out questions.
Go on then, give it a try.
Shit, I can't think of anything.
Whose dog just barked? Who's got a dog barking in the background? I'm not complaining. I just wondered whose it was.
I don't have a dog.
And the police.
I'm surprised you don't have a dog. Why? I'd have thought you'd have had a couple of pit bulls in the yard next to the trailer.
Well, actually, I did have a dog.
Oh.
But my mom decided to put it down. My mom got a wild hair up her ass one day and said, "Oh, I don't want no animals here," and had it put down. All of them.
Nice.
The cats, the dogs, everything. Yeah.
She sounds charming, your mother.
Yeah. She's a real doll baby. Yes. Yes.
Well, given that Google Plus is 82% men, here's a good question.
Is it really?
Would you ever date a trans woman, and why not? Why or why not?
Nope. And I can say that truthfully, and the reason why is because I want offspring, and a trans could never give me offspring.
Sorry, you're too old to be pumping out offspring. You need to put it away now.
That's the only reason?
I got a late start, Anna. Sorry.
You've already had two. We don't need any more of you. Let's just leave it at that, shall we?
Oh, we need a lot more of me, yes.
Oh, God. All those little conspiracy theorists running around. No thanks.
We need a lot more of me. Yes, we do.
You'll raise a whole gaggle of conspiracy experts. There you go.
You see, that's
a veritable army.
On a negative note, I've got to say this though. You're what? You're just 50. What did you say? Let's just say you're 50.
I'll be 52 this October,
right.
And I got a late start.
So if you had a teen, so you got to cope with teenage angst and all that crap when you're in your 70s. Really?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I survived the army, I survived the government. I think I can survive some toddlers and some teenagers.
All right, Tommy, what about you?
Oh, please.
No, one set of beans and franks is enough. For beans and frank, rather.
Are your testicles like beans?
No.
Well, Tommy, I should point out that many of us strive, and maybe about 20% of us succeed in getting, those things taken care of, turned inside out, made into.
I know. Well, my personal rule is that if that person has a prostate gland, then I'm not. That I'm out. That's my own rule.
That's fine. A lot of times that goes bye too.
No. That's where I draw the line right there. If they have a prostate gland, then no.
No, a lot of times that gets
wouldn't.
too. Even with the prostate gland removed.
Ugh.
Even with the prostate gland removed. I'm not sure, but sometimes it happens.
I think Anna's choking over there. We need to call the medics.
Well,
depends on the surgeon, surgical team, whatever.
Could I get with a guy that had once been a girl? Nope.
Why not?
I think it's very easy to. I think it's very easy to make these decisions not being. I think it's very. Let's just say you met a girl or you met a guy, and there was no sign whatsoever that they'd previously been the opposite sex, and you went out and you fell madly in love, and we've all been there. We all know what it's like to fall in love, and that's that intense. Can't take your hands off each other. Can't be without each other. And then you find out 6 months or maybe 6 weeks into the situation that person. Are you seriously saying that you would end it like that in a heartbeat?
Okay, so a couple of things. One is, I ain't knocking no boots until I know what's up. Like, I better have met some family member. Better be on the verge of something real close, right? Like,
excuse me, sorry.
See, I'm the single mom. I ain't getting knocked up ever again. So that's number one. So I would know, okay? Number two, I don't go for that lust stuff. What you're talking about, swept under your feet, all that stuff, that's not love, that's lust.
I know, but it's very powerful, though.
Not that powerful.
I think everyone's different, because for me, I'm completely sucked in by it. And every guy that I've met, that I've had a relationship with, and there's been quite a few, I fall in love with, and I passionately fall in love with them. I'm planning my wedding. After about, I fully admit that after about 6 weeks to maybe 2 months, I'm bored, and for me, it's a kind of like a challenge. But that feeling at the time, in the moment, feels real.
Yeah, we're just different, homegirl.
No, Tommy. No, I do not break out the anal on the first date.
So, Ermine, you're hardcore about not having any more children, because my soon-to-be ex really loved the idea of a baby in her belly. She really enjoyed it. It was, she compared the feeling of a child in the womb as almost as good as sex.
Okay, she was crazy. That is the certifiable reason she was crazy right there. You don't have to tell me anymore. But here's what I will say. I've said if I'm having a kid again, I am not doing it the same way that I did. I will be married. I will have the option of going to work or having a nanny. I will have a housekeeper, and we will be comfortable. So if you don't fit all of those and I don't fit, I ain't knocking out a kid for you. Done.
Well, the thing of it is, in today's economy, with the economy in the shitter, you just about would have to marry Bill Gates to get that.
Well, then, if Bill's otherwise this womb is closed.
There's plenty of lovely men out there that are looking for beautiful women. I suspect. If I met a guy again, I've had my fun. That's the way I see it. I started very young, and I don't really care too much for relationships anymore. Oh, I'm very independent. I like the fact that I'm sitting up at 5:30 in the morning having a chat with a load of people on the other side of the pond. I couldn't do that if I was in a relationship. And believe me, that the first few months of a relationship, or even the first year or so, are fantastic. Of course, you don't want to be on, the internet at 5:30 in the morning. But there comes a point when you do want to space. You do, and that happens very quickly for me. I start to get uncomfortable, and the thought of sharing my bed with someone just doesn't appeal to me at all. And in fact, that's why the relationship, the on-off relationship that I'm in, doesn't work, because I want him to go when I'm done with him.
Yeah, I hear that one. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I don't want him taking up my space and irritating. And it's probably because he's not the right guy. But it's been the last few relationships, that's been the problem. I just prefer my own company.
Forget about Mr. Right. Mr. Right now, for now.
Well, I had Mr. Right, and I fell madly in love, got married, and we had a brilliant, I won't go into the details, but it didn't work. And I feel that was my one true love. I had an amazing time. It was an incredible relationship, and that's, I'm happy that I experienced that. I'm not expecting that to happen again.
All right. Well, Matt was saying no dating the trans. Any particular reasons why?
Who'd you ask? Oh, Matt.
Matt, ditto.
I think it's a good question, actually. But I don't think you're going to get an honest answer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I missed that. What was the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You got an honest answer from me.
No, I know we got one from you. I'm not talking about you.
What was the question? What was the question? I missed it. I'm sorry.
You already answered it. It was about whether you dated trans or not.
Oh, no. No,
As if yours was going to be, oh yeah, sure, no problem.
no. Well, it's not the it's not the fact that I'm a traditional. It's just the fact that I am looking for offspring and obviously.
3.
Please.
You already have 3.
Yes, I do. But my son, it turns out, has special needs and will never be able to.
Even more reason not to have any more.
But my point is that my son will not carry on my lineage. All right, he can't. He has the mind of an 8-month-old newborn, and so he cannot carry on my lineage. So I would like to have some more boys to carry on the family name and whatnot. All right, that's not unreasonable. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. It probably will never happen, but it would be nice if it did.
I mean, I can see both sides of the story on that one. I don't agree that you are entitled to carry on your lineage at the expense of having more children at your age. However, I do understand why you want to do it, and I certainly wouldn't be telling you shouldn't do it.
I think she's nicer than me.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think
You don't think? Wait a minute.
I'm a nice person?
Wait a minute, Ermine, you don't think that since I got a late start on starting a family that I shouldn't have a right to pursue it? Really? Honestly?
Well, I don't care what the difference between what you have a right to do. I'm more interested in what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, but I agree.
Well, isn't the whole point of procreation to carry on the family lineage? I mean, that's part of it, isn't it?
I don't think that's the whole point of procreation. No, I think it's more
the last thing you should be thinking about and concerning yourself about. What's important is raising healthy, happy children.
Yeah, I think that's the most important aspect.
Yeah. If more people thought about concentrated on that instead of everything else, there'd be a lot happier children around. The fact that you're already thinking about having more when you've already got 3 that you need to deal with and bring up and raise and put through college and all the stuff that you have to do for your children, I mean, that should be your priority, is concerning yourself with that, not having more kids. Just my opinion.
Right, so you asked me my opinion, and so I don't think I'm that far off from what Annabelle said. And I'm freaking out right now. College is $59,000, somewhere between $55,000 and $59,000.
Wow.
A year.
Wow.
It costs more for 1 year than it did twice as much.
There's no way in hell my kids are going to get student loans. No way. There's no way. They'll get it off of grants. Because I've seen what student loans have done to me, and there's no way in hell my children are getting student loans. No way. They'll use grants and go to trade schools or whatever, but they're not going to get student loans because I do not want to see them go through the absolute literal hell that I went through with student loans. I wouldn't wish that on my fucking trolls and haters. I'm serious. I would not wish student loans on my trolls and haters. It's that bad.
Well, and that's why I'm such a believer in not having more than we can all pay for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little buggers.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. If you wait until you can, quote, afford a kid, unquote, you'll never have them. That's
I'm not
the
saying
whole point.
no, but hang on a second. You're asking here. We're pointing out why you shouldn't be thinking about. Your priority should not be about having more while you've got 3 that you've already got to raise. And let's be honest, that's not going to be easy as it is it?
So I wait until the kids are 20 years old and then try again? What? No, I'd be 70 years old.
Why are you so obsessed with trying again? You have to accept that perhaps that having a son wasn't meant to be, and raise your 2 daughters the best possible way you can. Concentrate on them.
that's nice, but you know, it kind of defeats the purpose.
This is all about a name.
No, it's all about family.
Yeah, but your daughters are your family.
Yes, that's true, but they can't carry on the family name, can they?
Well, so it is all about a name.
No, it's not all about my name. It's all about the family name. It's
Okay,
all
so
about
it's all
family.
about
It's all
family
about
name.
it's all about family as a unit.
What's more important, bringing up children that you can afford to bring up, or raising another three?
Wait a minute. Why is there a disparity? Why can't I do both? Why can't
Because
I
you know
raise
you
my
can't.
daughter
You're not
and
in a
have
position
other children
to.
raised as well?
Just said that your kids are going to not go to trade school or go to something else, but you're not going to let them get student loans and this, that, and the other.
No, because student loans will bankrupt them just like it did me, and I'm not going to allow that to happen.
I don't disagree with
listen, you know what happened to our Hardys here in Manchester, Kentucky? You know what happened to it? Our Hardys here in Manchester went to a third world country. They're literally outsourcing even the fast food jobs now. Okay? That's scary, because when they start outsourcing the fast food jobs, that means we have no jobs at all. Okay? It's one thing when industry jobs go.
Even more reason for them to get
even more reason to not take out a student loan and get hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
No, even more reason for you to not raise more children.
For them to go to regular colleges and universities.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole point, folks. If you wait until you're financially stable, or you wait until you got this, that, or the other thing, you'll never have any kids. You'll never have them. You won't do it. You won't have them. And listen, ladies, you've only got until 35 to have kids. After that, you become high risk.
Let me tell you something, Tommy. Let me tell you something. Do you know why I didn't have children?
No.
Do you want to have a guess?
Why?
Because I don't think that I'm capable of having children. I don't think I'm mentally stable enough. I don't think I've got the patience, the kindness, the strength, and I have a lot of baggage with me from my childhood, and I don't want to carry that onto my kids. And okay, that's what really matters. It's got nothing to do with you carrying your name on or student loans. It's to do with just, you know, being a good father to the children you've already got.
Well, I don't think I can make you understand the importance of family. Okay, I can't.
No, you can, but it's just ridiculous that you would forget about the kids you've actually got and just.
No, damn it, no, that's wrong. You're setting up a false scenario here. You're saying that I can't possibly take care of my daughters and have more children.
No, I didn't say
which
that.
is a goddamn lie. I don't know where you dug that up from, but it's a goddamn lie.
I didn't say it,
This
Tommy.
idea that I can only raise my daughters and I can't have more children to raise is ridiculous. That's ridiculous on its face. There is absolutely no reason why I can't raise my daughters and have more children as well.
You haven't got the financial ability to do that. You know you haven't.
Like I
Please
said,
don't tell me that you have.
like I said, if you wait until you're financially able to have kids, you'll never have any. You'll never have any. And that's the whole thing. It's all by design. It's to decrease the surplus population. You know what they call us? Anna, do you know what they call us? Anna, do you know what they call us? Do you know what they call us? They call us useless eaters. They want to destroy our families. They want to decline our population and our numbers. They want to do that shit. They get off on it. They actually get a Woody on that shit.
Sorry, who are you talking about?
The elites. The elite.
Right. Okay, so I must be one of the elites then.
Guidestones. Reduce the population down to 500 million. Go read it. It's there it's carved in stone in 7 different languages, for fuck's sake. Go read it. All right. They call us useless eaters. They've got a population control agenda.
We're not talking about conspiracy theories. We're talking about human reality.
About conspiracy theory, because it's not a theory. It's a goddamn fact. When they carve it in stone and put it on 7 stones in the middle of Georgia, it's not a theory, it's a fact. Okay? This is not theory, this is fact. And when Bill Gates gets up in front of a live audience and says, yes, I want to kill 90% of the human population on Earth, that's not a theory.
That's a lie. Stop lying.
Take people out of poverty, perhaps. It's a lie. Bill Gates didn't do that.
No, he did not stand up and say, I want to kill 90% of
Yes, he did, ma'am. Yes, I'm afraid he did, yes.
Prove it.
He is an advocate For
Prove
population reduction, yes, he
Prove
is.
it.
I
Prove it.
will get you a link.
Prove
Why?
it.
Because he's giving out condoms.
Yeah, no, it's just there's no way in a million years Bill Gates would have. So why is he so tell me why he's saving all those kids in Africa then if he wants to kill off the population?
No, he kills us every single time we bang our head against our computers when it shuts down. He's killing us slowly.
Actually, he's got a lot to answer for. And him and Tim Berners-Lee. I have to listen to this shit.
James Paul, I just don't know where you get your stuff.
Where do I get my stuff? I actually pay attention to what they say.
So let's see it
They'll
then.
tell you.
Let's
They'll
see
tell
this
you
claim.
what they want to do. They'll tell you what they want to do.
Let's see it then.
I'm going to put it on fucking screen share and let everybody see it.
I'm really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to seeing where Bill Gates.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Get ready. Here it comes.
Put it on screen share. No, don't do that, James. If somebody else owns it, don't do that. You'll get in trouble.
Well, it was it was put out publicly. It was a.
It doesn't matter. Somebody else owns that YouTube thing. Just give us the link.
I am lagging too hard to hide him.
That's okay. He's not playing it.
Oh, he quit playing it.
All right, there's the link. I encourage you to watch the video. You won't watch the video.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. I've seen it, and not one thing he says in there is anything along the lines of we need to kill 90% of the population. Okay, I mean, make that very, very clear. And unless you've got anything else to back up your claim, then you're talking out of your arse as per usual.
Wait, why?
Okay, sorry. I am lagging so hard.
Oh, he's left because he's sulking.
I don't know. I'm not gonna talk anymore about it because he's not here. But
no.
It's so hard to.
I just have to say, good on Annabelle for recognising that she believed she didn't have certain attributes to have children and made a conscious decision not to have it. A lot of people don't take into consideration those things and just have children just because they think it's that's what you do.
I think that a lot of women struggle with it, but are not forced by any stretch, but it's part of society. You get married and you have kids.
No, definitely, yeah.
And women who are, I mean, if I go onto a Facebook page where the discussion is about women who choose not to have children, the amount of abuse that women who don't have children get, we're told we're selfish. We're told that we're only on what it's our job to have children. It's our job to create the family. It's our job, and it makes me very angry because yes, I would love to have had a normal situation, but I can't. I'm just not right to have children. So I've got dogs instead. I'm not saying children are like dogs.
I don't like children. I don't like pets.
No, well, I love my dogs. I adore them, but I have very, very short temper, very little patience, and some issues that I do not want to transfer onto my children. My mother transferred all of hers onto me, and still does. And it's been a very it's just been it's been a really awful experience with my mother. Luckily, I've got great friends, I've got other great family members, but my mother and I have a very dysfunctional relationship, and it's affected me my entire life.
Well, welcome back, Tommy. Yeah.
We're talking about emotions, Tommy, not sex.
Oh. So you had,
in my case,
did you have a bad childhood, Anna?
Try this.
I had a very strange childhood. My parents were reasonably wealthy. I was privately educated. I travelled around the world because my father was a pilot for a commercial airline. But behind closed doors, my father was a raving psychotic drunk, and my mother was incredibly violent and emotionally what's the word? She used to bully me emotionally. You know, what's the word? Oh God, psychologically. So I left home when I kind of really left home properly when I was about 8 years old because they packed me off to private school. But I actually left home and went into government care when I was 14.
What did you have any siblings?
Yeah. My sister's 5 years younger than me, and so it's very difficult to explain what happened. Nobody seems to know. We don't really know. But my sister she's got issues, big issues. But instead of me, I externalized everything. I became I mean, I was the perfect child up until until I went to boarding school. I was top of the class in all my subjects. I was polite, well behaved, very easy to deal with. And then I think it all caught up on me, having to deal with all the crap that I had to deal with and the violence. And I became very rebellious, and eventually it all sort of went pear-shaped. But my sister did the opposite. She internalized everything, and she had really bad illnesses, and she was always in and out of hospital. And she's very insular, very closed, and she's quite an angry person, my sister. So we're very different, and we don't get on at all. I haven't spoken to my sister or had a proper conversation with my sister for about 10 years. But I have, believe it or not, my dad was married 3 times. So I have my brothers and sisters from my dad's previous marriages. The family in America and the family in Wales, and I get on brilliantly with them.
Well, people a lot of times try to steer me onto, I don't know, some kind of mommy or nanny or teacher track or something. Because, well, I guess they see that I am at least very patient.
I'm not.
And conscientious and so on. But
you're absolutely one of the most patient people I've come across on the internet.
And I have a fair amount of equanimity and so on. Basic, well.
So Nadia, how was your childhood, Nadia? How were you reared?
Well, pretty badly. Yeah, my parents actually weren't the factor. To the extent they committed anything, it was largely neglect or whatever. But well, other people got at me.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened to me. My parents, when your parents neglect you, which is what's happened to Nadia, other people are quick to work that out and start taking advantage of that situation because you're literally running around unsupervised.
Well, it wasn't that I was so much unsupervised as that various kinds of legal and other recourse were not pursued where they needed to be, and when I was attacked, and then it gets bad enough. Can't talk about that.
I mean, in all fairness,
it's a big part of why.
There's millions and millions and millions and millions of children that are neglected by their parents, and I certainly haven't had as bad as experience as Nadia, and I certainly haven't had as bad as experience as many other people. So I consider myself quite fortunate, actually.
Yeah, the story is something runs. The big thing is, I don't like them.
Yeah,
it's not that I would be. It's not that I would be so terrible for them. It's that they are bad for me. I don't want to be around them.
Yeah, I totally agree. There comes a point when you have to walk away because they're so toxic. But the problem is as a child, the natural child within you, you want your parents to love you. I don't know about you, Nadia, but certainly for me, I spent a long time feeling that it was my fault that my mother was so abusive to me and my dad was so abusive. And of course I was told constantly I was a terrible child, I was an evil child, I was this, I was that. And that went on into my adulthood because my mother remarried and my stepfather can't stand me. because of several reasons. Partly I don't blame him, and the other part is because he's an asshole. And so that it carried on afterwards, and so into my adulthood I had to tolerate the crap of them. So it's just easier to be away from them, to stay. I haven't spoken to my mother for a year, but I have this amazing relationship with my half siblings, and it's just fantastic. I'm very fortunate that I've managed to build these relationships up, and now I have them. I mean, I spent today with my stepbrother actually, who I'm closer to than anybody in my family. And he's not even my blood, but we just get on brilliantly.
I haven't seen her or spoken to any blood relatives since I think late 2008.
Wow. You just wrote them off?
It's not about writing them off. It's about walking away from a situation that makes you that's hurting you.
No, but Nadia,
well, when this goes off air, what?
When this goes off air, what?
Yeah, well, this gets into territory where, you know, if I can't back it up in court, I will get in trouble for saying it in public. Or I could, anyway.
Yeah. Occasionally you hear stories about kids suing their parents, and I actually fantasize about doing it. Because I mean, there are two people on this planet that should never have had children. It's my mother and my father.
The lawyers I talked to would not take contingency. I would have had to pay them retainer outright, or cash up front.
Well, I think that's what most lawyers work these days. You've got to give them a deposit or a retainer.
Depends on what kind of suit. If they have a target with deep pockets and so on, they'll
absolutely.
They'll take what's called contingency and just get a percentage of whatever your winnings or whatever are.
We don't really have that over here for civil cases. It's only for we don't really have. What's it called? It's called there's a word for it. I can't remember. But you guys you're bombarded with lawyers advertising themselves for all sorts of reasons. Lawyers aren't allowed to advertise in the UK on the television like that. You know how I switch the TV on when I get to the hotel room, and the first thing I see is some lawyer saying that he can make you all this money if you contact them, and it's like really weird because we just don't have that in the UK. We do have they are allowed to approach us on certain things, like if you've hurt yourself in the workplace, for example, you slip over and you break your leg or something. That's become quite popular, but the government have sort of buckled down on them. And the other one is PPI, which is if you took out insurance when you took a loan out. And those are the only two things that lawyers are allowed to advertise their services for, not for divorce or anything like that. On the television, I'm talking about.
Right.
Anyway, I mean, what the decision I've made is just to try and get on with my life, to put it behind me. Because attempting to build a relationship with my mother, I've tried it so many times and it just doesn't work. We end up screaming at each other and it's just awful. It makes you feel ill for weeks afterwards. My husband said to me once, I got off the phone from another shouting match with my mother, and my husband said to me, every time you speak to that woman, it takes you a week to get over it. So, none of my friends like my mother. She, it's not just because mothers and daughters have problems. They always do. They clash and what have you. But this is it's a lot different to that. But anyway, I'm very fortunate that I've got good family in other areas. Do you have any sisters and brothers, Nadia?
I have one sister.
I think I asked you this before. You don't see her, do you?
No, she's hostile as well.
Did you, when you were growing up with her, did you get on with her then?
No, she beat the hell out of me.
Mm.
Is she older or younger?
Well, mommy and daddy stood at younger, but mommy and daddy stood idly by,
Yeah.
like they did for everything else. Yeah, they didn't go to the cops to report things happening to me. The cops came after them, suspecting them of abuse. And they were exonerated, of course, because they didn't actually do it. They just stood idly by, didn't bother reporting or doing anything about it.
Well, what I did was I went through the years of trying to deal with it all and drank and took drugs and did all the stupid stuff that I did. When I hit my early 20s, I realised that I was either going to sink or swim, and I just got a job, a proper job, and I kind of just I worked and worked. I threw myself into my career. That's what I did, and I made a success of myself. I travelled the world. I did all of that, and that's how I dealt with it. I didn't get married and have kids. I got rich, and it didn't make me happy at all. So the last few years have been the happiest of my life, but the most difficult.
Well, last, I guess, 6+ years have been the worst of my life. And they're getting
How old
worse.
are you now, dear?
39.
Okay.
Just turned.
You don't look 39 at all. You look about 29.
Well, this is after a decade homeless and 2 decades of major disease and such.
Well, you look great, I have to say. I think you do anyway.
If not for those, I'd probably still look like a child. In fact, my appearance until my thyroid died in 2012 was rather consistent with how I had looked since I was 12 years old. And the major degradation is weight change. Or weight gain. I don't think I've ever been this fat.
You're not fat. Don't be so ridiculous.
You tell me that as the sweat beads up in the folds between my stomach and whatever else.
Yeah, but we've all got that, love. Let me tell you. That's called middle age.
It's not called middle age. It's called my thyroid being destroyed.
Well, mine's totally
and inadequate and improper treatment.
No. Okay.
Inadequate and improper treatment for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant that you were just, eating lots of food. That sort of fat. I'm terrible. I've kind of got to the point where I'm trying to think what a size it is in the States. I was size 8 for years and years and years. And the last year or so, I've suddenly crept up to a size 12. I think it is no, it's not that one. It's size 10, 12, and I kind of don't care anymore. I've gotten to the point where I think I don't look too bad for my age. I still fit in all my clothes, so I'm just gonna not worry about it and be so paranoid about it like I used to be when I was younger.
My shirt size used to be 12. Now I doubt it. I could fit into 14. Pant size used to be 8.
20 enemas in 20 days.
No.
Yeah, well, that would cost me about $3,000, Tommy. I don't have $3,000. You want to give me $3,000? I hear you make a lot of money in landscaping.
Well, my rule is to not blow it on enemas, but that's just me.
Oh, you just told me to get 20 in 20 days.
That's just what I hear. I mean, if you can lose, what do you say, 7 pounds? One enema. Just think. I mean, if you did it every day.
Yeah, I think there are some people that do it every day.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just saying, you could probably be a waif before too long.
I don't want to be a waif. There's nothing worse than middle-aged skinny women. It does nothing for them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like curves too, but don't want the other end of the spectrum either.
You look at a woman that's really skinny, sort of after she sort of hits her late 40s, 50s. If she's too skinny, she just looks like she's much older. So I'd rather be fat and reasonably attractive than not fat. But I'd rather keep my.
Well, yeah, if you get a little larger, it sort of fills your wrinkles out a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not that that's a good reason, but
it is for me.
No.
I'm also. I eat good. I cook all my food from fresh. I buy organic food and all that sort of thing. But I still eat. It's a lot of what I eat would be considered junk food, like macaroni cheese. Now, what's funny?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Why were you laughing?
It was something else.
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going.
Macaroni cheese on toast. What did I have? I went to Nando's today. I had grilled chicken and French fries.
I love Nando's.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
It is, and I could never taste the spice, so I'd have to get the hottest, spiciest one, and then I could finally taste it.
I didn't know you had Nando's in the States. I didn't know they branched out to the States.
I used to always travel to the UK. I was dating a guy there.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Whereabouts?
That was the guy who broke my heart. He would come here for a week, and I would go there for a week.
Whereabouts in the UK?
Essex. That's what's funny.
Whereabouts?
Hold on a sec. I don't have it memorized anymore. I tried to forget, but let me just look at this.
Sorry, no, but if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
I didn't know you've been to the UK.
Oh yeah, all the time. It is this little town, Brentwood.
Yeah, I know Brentwood.
Wait, sorry, Wickford.
Wickford, I know Wickford. My boss, well, he's not my boss. He's my partner. He used to be my boss. I still call him boss. He writes the check, so I guess you could say he is. My boss is in Colchester, so I'm over to Essex about once every 2 weeks.
It was funny. People are like, "You don't look like an Essex girl," and we just laugh.
Oh, you don't. When was the last time you were in the UK?
Oh, let's see here. It was 2012.
All right, so recently then.
Yeah, March. Yeah.
So you're aware of The Only Way is Essex.
The Only Way is Essex.
TOWIE, it's called for short. TOWIE. It was a program about Essex girls.
I've heard of it, but I never seen
it. It's based in Brentwood.
Oh wow.
Okay, now how did you meet this guy? Can I ask, if you don't want to talk about it, just tell me to mind my own business.
He was a mutual friend. He had come to the United States about 4 years prior, and we went to this party with Ken at Ken's house. And Ken had these huge fish fries like twice a year. And he came to one, and it was him, his friend, his name is Dominic, his friend Jeff, his friend, I think it was David, I don't remember as well. And all three of them were hitting on me, but at different times. And I had given my card to all three of them, but didn't even, like big deal, I'm just giving you my card, we should hang out. Well, they were all like, apparently they caught up together later that evening. I got her phone number. Oh, so did I. Oh, so did I.
Yeah, but you Americans date differently to us Brits.
Yeah, totally. So they all got jealous and all got butthurt. David wouldn't talk to me. Jeff went out. I went on a date with him, and then he found out more and was like hesitant to talk to me. And Dominic was like weirded out. Didn't matter. But 4 years later, he was coming back to the States, and he remembered me. And of course, I thought the world of him. And so we started talking, and he came out to visit me in Colorado. And so then, like a month after that, which kind of shocked me, he came out again and asked me to be his girlfriend, this, that, and the other, and be, like, exclusive. And I was like, what? Because that just doesn't happen in the States that quickly. You know what I mean? And then it was just, all of a sudden, you know, I think I got my citizenship for him, so that way I could travel back and forth to see him. So I got my citizenship. I got all these different things I changed. And he was planning on moving here and us getting married, and it just didn't work out.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Love of a lifetime type thing, but I just know that there's something better.
This is the way I look at it. At least you've experienced it. Many people never do.
Yeah, which is really sad. And it was so much fun because he was interesting because he was half Chinese and half British. And so if you can imagine us traveling through the United States and even there, I am like African and have this very American accent, and he's you could tell he's Asian, like mixed, and has this great British accent. So we're always this like international couple. And he's actually the one, him and his partner started something called, is it Vodafone?
Yeah, my goodness. My goodness, it's one of the biggest mobile phone companies in the UK and Europe.
He started the cell phone recycling part of it. Have you heard of that?
No.
So what happens?
I know that they do it. I mean, all of them do it. Where when you buy a new phone or you take a new contract out, they'll give you money for your old one.
Well, what made it so big was that he started the cell phone recycling industry. Part of it. That's what helped it grow.
It is very big.
Yeah. So he. Do
you want to give? Hang on a sec. Wait a sec. Do you want to give mod to Emmy?
I have it.
Okay. No, I just wondered because I thought if people come in, you know what they're like. Why can't I get in?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So,
yeah, only person missing is Cesar.
He had done very well for himself, but what was so cool is I could tell all my friends, oh, I'm dating an African, because technically his dad was from not Madagascar. What are the islands? They're not the Seychelles. There were the
Mauritius.
Mauritius, yes. His dad was from Mauritius.
Yeah, they've got a sort of Indochina thing going on there.
Yeah. They really do. And so I was like, oh, I'm dating an African, and everybody was so happy because I'm one of those people who will date anyone, and they always, my mom's like, oh, you know, get with
nice
your own.
African. When are you going to bring me home a nice African man?
Right, and so I did. And she's like, what? He's not black, though. And I'm like, but you want to see what you asked for. So it was fun while it lasted.
I mentioned earlier that we travelled the world quite a bit when I was a kid because my dad flew for airlines, and we went to Mauritius. We lived in Mauritius for 6 months.
Wow, it's a place I've wanted to go. So we'll see.
Well, when we were there in the 70s, it was a very simple place because it had been hit very badly by a typhoon a couple of years beforehand and literally wiped the island out.
Wow.
But they'd rebuilt, obviously not completely, but they'd rebuilt these exclusive hotels. The money that the government pumped money back into the tourist industry, and so it made it a more exclusive place to travel to.
But it's still not as expensive as the Seychelles, is why I like it.
Well, Mauritius has got a little bit more class than the Seychelles. It's considered a bit more like Mustique and places like that. You know, it's where the really rich go. Middle upper classes go, whereas the Seychelles to me has always been sort of like it's just a further away. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But no, it's a beautiful island, and they have some incredible creatures on it as well. They have the turtles and stuff like that. I mean, it's not the Galapagos, but it's got some. I mean, and I've been to Madagascar as well, and that's another island that's got all those wonderful lemurs on it. So yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, obviously.
It was always fun. Whenever we went there, we'd always do a road trip. So we did all the English heritage castles, Stonehenge, Stratford-upon-Avon, you know, the typical
Did you ever come down? Did you ever come down the south coast?
No. Well, we went as far as they call it the Channel.
Oh right, that's the other side. Yeah, it's the tunnel that goes from England to France.
Yeah, and we almost got hit by a Polish lorry driver going the wrong way.
Wow, they're terrible, aren't they?
Oh my God, that was scary. Like, it's just so many interesting experiences. But
we are an interesting little island, really, when you think we've got so much history in one tiny place.
And I even got good at telling the accents. You can always tell London from, Essex was oh my gosh, it was horrific in comparison. The Midlands drove me crazy.
Yeah, I'm not very good with the Birmingham accent, but I love the York. You know, like Wayne. Have you met Wayne?
Yes.
Wayne talks like that. He's got a very strong. I can't do it, but you get annoyed if I try and take him off. He's got a fabulous Yorkshire accent, and he uses the old, Yorkshire terms, and it just cracks me up.
Yeah.
Mark's got a very London Southern accent.
Yeah.
I love Mark's voice, actually. I think he's got a really smooth voice. I'm just trying to think of who else that we know. Simon's got a very London accent.
Oh, definitely. He's classic London.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I lived in London on and off for 25 years, but I don't think I've got a London accent.
No, yours is slightly different, but so is your pacing. I don't know where it is. It's nothing I've heard before.
I think it's because I've spent half my life in the UK, half my life in the States, and I think I've sort of got, because Americans talk quite quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think I've picked up a bit of it from that. I don't know. But so without asking how it ended, I mean, you say that he broke your heart. Is that just because it didn't work out, so you kind of had to call it a day?
Well, he was always so jealous. Like, I'm gonna break up with him. I'm gonna break his heart. This, that, and the other. And he ended up breaking mine. He met some girl at a wedding, one of his friends' weddings, and broke up with me. I think he started talking to her before that. You know what I mean? And they're now married and they have a kid.
How does that make you feel? Because that wasn't long ago, was it?
No, it wasn't until fairly recently that I'd finally gotten over it. You know,
it's a wonderful feeling though when you realise that you've got over it, isn't it?
There was this song, I think it's called Break Even, and I don't know who sings it, but the lyrics were something like, when the heart breaks, it don't break even. And I so understood that, and I had broken other people's hearts before, but it wasn't until mine was that I was like, oh, it really blows.
But you've got to have your heart broken though.
Yeah, you got to. But now I think the best lesson, because we were such good friends, that was the hardest part, was that he wanted to stay friends and I just couldn't.
No, you can't. You can't. It's virtually impossible. Not at the beginning. Maybe a couple of years down the line, but not at the beginning.
No. But I lost my best friend, but both of us, we learned how to love. And now I won't accept anything less than that.
Well, exactly, and this is why I'm single, because I've had that amazing relationship where they've got your back, they're your mate, they're your friend, they're everything to you. Yeah. And so unless you're, and I've dated other guys, obviously, but not come even close to how I felt about my ex-husband.
And it's
what's the point? I can't be bothered.
And it's now that you know that, everybody unfortunately racks and stacks to that.
I know. Terrible, isn't it?
Okay, he used to send me flowers once a month. And they were always the perfect flowers. So I know
I used to get flowers once a week, but it was normally because we'd had an argument.
Oh, that's funny. He would always he would get me presents that he knew I really liked. He would spend time with me. We put together my kitchen sink. We decorated Christmas trees. We, went on walks and hikes. Whatever it was, and we never fought, ever.
Well, we did. My husband was amazing. He was just the same. When I met him, I was living in New York, and I'd only known him a few weeks. and I'd had a bit of a run-in with some silly bitch at work, and I was feeling sorry for myself. It was that time of the month, and we were actually living together by then, but we more or less moved in as soon as we met. And he worked he worked on Madison, and I worked on Madison, and he worked on Lex, literally one block apart. And he said, can you come and meet me outside my office? And I was like, no, I don't feel like. It was raining, it was cold, it was winter in New York, it was freezing cold, slushy, horrible weather. And I came down and I stood outside his office because he said we're going to go for a coffee, and I was like getting annoyed because where was he? I was cold, and all of a sudden he tapped me on my shoulder, and as I turned around, he was just standing there with a little blue Tiffany bag in his hand, holding it up right in front of me, just looking at me. And I said, what? And he said, it's for you. And he bought me a beautiful Tiffany bracelet. I said, what the hell's this for? And he said, because I wanted to make you happy. And I mean, he sounds like a real kind of, a bit, it sounds kind of creepy, doesn't it? But he was a big macho guy. He was a real tough guy, real tough New Yorker. So it was like things like that make such a massive difference.
Yeah, they do. I think it was so funny because I knew stuff about him that his closest friends, his brothers, didn't even know.
Yeah.
And so what happened was, like, we just shared everything. We talk on the phone for 4 hours in a given night. He's like, I've never talked on the phone with a girl for more than 20 minutes. And so it was just this, like, we were just so close. And so it was so hard that it wasn't enough. But apparently, I mean, he knew that I wasn't the one, and I wanted him so badly to be the one that who knew if I ever figured it out or not. But it was just profound. And one of the last, times I'd seen him, met his family and everything, and it just didn't click.
Something was wrong.
Right. Like I'm sure one of his brothers, the eldest, I won't say his name, but I'm sure he just wasn't that fond of me. So not a big deal.
I was very lucky that his parents adored me, and they were just pleased to see him get settled with somebody, because he was a crazy guy. It's one of the reasons we split up, sadly. They'd had a very difficult time with him, and so we settled into quite a reasonably normal life. Bought a house and all that sort of thing. He moved to the UK because I got very homesick. I couldn't. I thought I could live in New York, but I couldn't. But he said to me when we first met, I will never, ever leave New York. It's where I was born. I love the city. It's never going to happen. So I kind of had accepted that we were going to be living there for the rest of our lives. And then it was that winter, not that winter, the winter after, sorry, that it was another really tough New York winter, really depressing. Every day was freezing. I mean, yeah, you used to get the beautiful days of blue sky, but it was just so cold. Subsequently, I go back, and if it's just for a few days, it's fine. You can deal with it. But day after day after day of freezing cold weather, just so depressing. And anyway, I just couldn't. I was getting depressed and fed up, and it was. We both discussed it. The reason was it's because I just didn't want to live there anymore. I wanted to go back to London, and he came home one night. And he said, "Fair enough, let's do it. Let's try it." And that was in November, and we were in London by the February. So he was willing to pack up and go for me.
Wow. How long did you live in the UK?
I've lived in the UK before, obviously, but we lived together in the UK for 5 years.
5 years? You're going out for some reason.
Oh, it's because I moved. Sorry. Because we lived together in the UK for 5 years. 2005 we split up.
I could not handle the UK, the weather in the UK. I was not fond of it at all.
Yeah.
It didn't have enough sun for me.
No, we don't have. I mean, we've had a fabulous winter though. We've had I've taken some, because photography is my hobby. I've taken so many amazing photographs, which I don't normally do in the winter. I don't normally take a lot of photos in the winter, but we've had superb weather, and it has to be global warming. We just haven't had any bad weather. We've had 3 centimeters of snow, and we've had more sun in the last 3 weeks than we have probably in the last, for a good few years. It's just been fabulous. We certainly haven't been getting dumped on like they have over there. Boston,
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it.
We haven't gotten much dumped on either here.
I feel bad about Von. I shouldn't have been hard on him.
Oh, Digi came in. Hey, Digi.
Hey, what's happening? How y'all tonight?
I was just beating up on Von.
Stories, yeah. Well, I'm not saying anything.
It's probably, and to be honest with you, he's going through quite a bit of a tough time with his ex, or his soon-to-be ex-wife and everything, and I shouldn't have had a go at him, really.
What did you say? I missed
Well,
that.
he's going on about how he wants to continue the family name, and because his youngest son, or one of his children, he's got 2 girls and a boy, and his boy is severely mentally retarded, which is a technical word. I'm using it in the technical way, that not in the insult way. Or I don't know what you would call it in America. We call it mentally disabled, but anyway, apparently he has the mind of a sort of newborn child or something. I don't know. So he's got 2 girls, and they're all young. They're all toddlers. They're all, because his wife was much younger than him, and all he's thinking about is having more.
At this
So
age.
Annabelle was nice at first, and Annabelle was like, well, I'm not going to tell anybody that they shouldn't have more. I was like, well, I disagree with Annabelle. I'll tell you you shouldn't have more. And then after that, she just made into him. I didn't even get to say any more. Annabelle finished it off.
Well, do you know what annoyed me is that it sudden, it is this selfishness about how he must do something for such. I mean, I understand that he wants to carry his name on. Gosh, it's understandable, but not when you've got not when you're in the situation you're in, Von. When you're a single father at the moment, trying to raise 3 kids, that's the last thing that should be on your mind.
Yeah, let's have more kids, just so I can try and have a boy. Because what happens if it's a girl? He's gonna want to try again.
Well, he said he wants 3 more.
Oh my God! Why?
Well, I've already heard him say that he has financial issues. So.
Well, and that was what I ended up. That's why I sort of got upset, because he'd already told me that, and I'm like, you really can't be going around trying to procreate more when you've already got all these responsibilities as it is. And I think that's probably why he left, because I might have hit a sore spot on. But I like Von.
I mean, you're just telling how it is.
Yeah, but you know what he's like? He doesn't like being told how it is. He prefers to live in another planet. What was it we got tonight? Oh, no, because of course, as soon as you start talking about stuff like that, he then managed to turn the conversation on to that the elite they don't want to stop us from having kids, and that Bill Gates is trying to kill everybody off.
His conspiracy stuff.
Yeah. He actually said, though, that Bill Gates actually stood up in a room and said, I want to kill off 90% of the population. And it's just the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard. I mean, I've heard some shitty stuff thrown at me about Bill Gates, but that's not one of that's got to take the biscuit.
Right.
Only if he's talking about Apple users.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
So it was very interesting. And I feel like
I enjoy talking to him because he can take it, he gives it out, but he can take it usually, He's not somebody that starts getting really, I don't know.
I just got annoyed because he started preaching to me about, kids and this, that, and the other. I'm like, dude, I have one. They're expensive. College is $60,000 a year these days.
Yeah.
I got to figure out how to pay that over the course of the next 4 years. So don't come preaching to me. It's like, well, my kids aren't going to have student loans. They're going to trade school. I'm like, that's not a good way to set up your kids. If you can't afford to send them to college, quit having them.
Well, shit, just for me and my wife, my son's 4, my daughter's 6, daycare and just regular care for the kids. My wife's a nurse. I'm in management. I mean, we make good money, but we still are just, making it by between mortgage, rent, car payment, insurance. I mean, we do well, but we don't do well enough to have spending money at the end of the month,
I know.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the one bonus to not having children is that you do get to do the things that all my girlfriends, most of whom have children, and most of them are now getting to their teens. I'm sitting back watching all of it, and I'm enjoying my life. I'm free to do what I want when I want, and they've all said to me, "You have no idea how fucking lucky you are."
That's true. If you can do what you like, that's like 90% of the game. Because, and I was going to say something about the college thing is what I think it was you who said that, Armin, that if you can't afford to have kids or can't afford to send them to college, then you don't need to have kids. But I would say it's actually the other way around. That college is something that's overrated for the most part. Because if you want to really make money, now this isn't always the case, but if you want to really make money, you get yourself into your own business and be self-employed. And that way you get to keep all the money. So,
no, I completely agree with that.
So do I.
I'm just saying I don't think I would let that keep me
But
from
hang on a
having
second,
kids.
not everybody's capable of running a business. It takes a certain personality.
I would still think that it's a better shot, and I'm just looking at the averages, to even have a degree when you start that business.
I mean, let me tell you what happened to me when I've got no qualifications at all. I left school at 14. Okay, when I got the job in New York, the people that employed me didn't ask me if I had a degree. They presumed I had one. They didn't ask me. They presumed I had one. When they applied for my visa, because I had to have a work visa, even though I had dual citizenship, still had. I can't remember what it was. It's something technical. I can't remember. But anyway, I had to go through a process with the immigration people, and they wanted to. You know how they have this law now, or this rule in America, that if an American citizen can do the job, then you've got to really fight hard to employ somebody or bring somebody in from a foreign country for a job that an American citizen could do.
Right.
So I had to jump through some hoops. I still would have had the job, I think, but they wanted to do things properly. So they wrote this resume for me that honestly, if you'd read it, you'd have thought I'd been able to run the country, been the president of the United States. Never mind do my job. It was brilliant. It was so full of bullshit as well because I had no degree. So it is difficult to get work without a degree in the US, for sure, absolutely. But if you want to set up on your own, then of course you don't need any qualifications. But it just
but you still need experience, and that's the part.
That's what I had. I didn't go into my own business until I was in my mid-30s.
Yeah.
But there's so many professions you can get into that don't require a degree necessarily.
Like what?
Oh, well, pretty much all kinds of service industries. But you can get
Not
into.
Not in management.
No, I'm talking about being self-employed. You are the manager.
Yeah, if you want to say, for example, you want to go into, I don't know, printing or newspapers or journalism.
Yeah, you can start open up your own newspaper. Or if you clean pools or work on pool equipment or clean carpets or you name it, sprinkler systems.
You're talking about really tough manual work. Some people don't want to do that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things people don't want to do, but if you make good money doing it and you enjoy it,
it's not all about the money. It's about enjoying what you do. And I'm sorry.
Well, I agree.
Most women, and I'm being sexist here, but most women do not want to be on their knees scrubbing carpets. Thank you very much.
Well, women should stay home in the house and they'll let the man do work.
You don't mean
Lord.
that. You really don't mean that, do you?
I absolutely.
Where do I get the money for my surgeries? Where do I get the money for my surgeries?
I guess you have to marry well.
Yeah. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, no man wants basically, well, can I even said to be a woman who looks like a man? Basically just like a flat-out man who would take $1 zillion of surgery to look remotely like a woman and not even much like that. Look much like one after.
Oh, that's a point.
Annabelle?
I just got some money. Have you got a PayPal account, Nadia?
Yeah.
I've just got some money paid into my account. So I can send you over some money if you want.
More enemas.
Oh, shut up.
I probably won't use it for enemas.
Yeah, send me your PayPal information, please. Or send me a link or something. Or send it to me. Send me a private message on Google Plus with your details, and I'll send you some money.
How do you just magically find money in your account that you didn't know?
No, I've sold my house. I'm moving to another house which is slightly smaller than, well, actually it's not. It's about the same size actually, but anyway, I don't want to take a load of junk with me to the new house. So I've got all my old designer gear from when I was a high-flying businesswoman, all these suits and dresses and coats and what have you. And I went through them yesterday, and I picked out 3 or 4 of them. I put them on eBay, and I sold one last night. You know how on eBay you can either sell it on auction or you can sell it price now, so they don't have to go through the bid. And I put it on, and within an hour I'd sold it. I got plenty of money in my bank, thank you very much. The reason I said to Nadia I was going to send her some money next week, and she hasn't asked me, by the way. I'll make that very clear. Nadia has not asked me for a penny. The reason why is because I'm waiting for a client to pay me the $5,000 that they owe me. I should have got it yesterday, but apparently it's going to arrive in my account on Monday. We'll see.
So they pay dollars?
No, I do it for you.
Oh, okay.
I do it
3 to 5. Yeah, 3,000 pounds, 5,000.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
And I got another 1,000 because I get paid, as and when my clients feel like paying me. It's very difficult because chasing them and hassling them, you could lose them as a client. So do you know what I mean? You've got to kind of.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, this guy's owed me $3,000 for nearly 3 months, which actually, in fairness, that's the average amount of time now. Okay, so you've just sent me your Gmail address.
Right, that's it. You plug that into PayPal.
So okay, I'll sort that out. Actually, let me do.
That's my ID. That's the ID to use to find me on PayPal.
Okay, let me just. Right, I've got that up now. Why won't it? Oh, I've clicked on it. It's just. Fuck off.
Hi, Wolf.
Oh no.
Yeah, I also have a small bit of trouble that it actually takes like serious healthcare to keep me alive.
Well, it doesn't hurt if every now and again one of us gives you a few dollars just to make sure you're okay, does it, Tommy?
It'll last for a while.
What? I wasn't listening.
Not much longer.
I was just pointing out
It wasn't enough to pay rent, so.
Every now and again, 1 or 2 of us just sent Nadia a little bit of money. Those of us that are more in a better position than she is, doesn't hurt, does it?
No, that's true. I've been sending money left and right to various people, but I haven't sent any to Nadia yet.
Well, you should. I think that's one of the things I enjoy the most. I mean, obviously, if you've got family, wives, children, it makes it much harder, but I don't, so.
I've never seen an account or a link or anything for Nadia.
She doesn't ask for it.
Well, I didn't say she had to ask for it, but if she has an account, it would help to know.
Yeah, it's just by email address and PayPal.
It's right there, Tommy. Right in front
Well, I have a PayPal account. It's right where?
There, on the.
I sent it to her.
I'm gonna stay. I was gonna go to bed, but I'm gonna stay up to feed the dogs and put the washing out, and then I might go to bed. It's Sunday. I love Sundays. I don't have to do anything on Sunday.
Oh God, I still have to finish these audits. Ugh.
Oh yeah, I have stuff to do, but I'm not doing it. It's Sunday.
Isn't it late there, Annabelle?
It's early.
Early, whatever. 6 o'clock in the morning.
It's 20 to 7.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I mean, about an hour ago, I thought to myself, I'm either going to see it through till because I have to feed the dogs at a certain time because one of them has to have insulin.
So you sleep in the daytime, or how's that work?
Yeah, I'll probably sleep. I'll probably go to bed about 7, 8 o'clock, and then I'll probably wake up at lunchtime. Go for a walk with the dogs. And do nothing. Sundays are for doing nothing. It's a day of rest, Tommy.
Believe me, I know.
On the 7th day, the Lord He rested, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says, or something along those lines? Taking advantage of Christianity. Did you know, Tommy? You'll be proud of us Brits. Up until a few years ago, we couldn't even get a drink on a Sunday. Only from 12 lunch. The pubs were open on a Sunday from 12 till 2, and then from 7 till 10, and that was the only place you could get a drink.
When I was a kid, you couldn't even buy a hammer or nails on Sunday.
That's right. No, same here. You couldn't. None of the shops were open.
Yeah. Well, some of the shops were open, but they closed the aisles that had those types of materials in them.
So what were they selling? Just food?
Yeah, you could buy food, but you couldn't buy anything that would be handyman's sort of thing that would be involved with work, work around the house, like a rake or something like that. You couldn't buy on Sunday.
Did you live in like a really small town or something?
No.
How old are you?
It was Texas.
Yeah, I live in Texas, and Walmart's always open.
Yeah, but hang on a sec, Digi.
I mean, ever since I was
How old are you?
36.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, because I can, you have to remember that all this new highfalutin 24-hour shops is a new thing, It's only been around for the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah, and I'm just guessing he's older.
Tommy's older, yeah, but he looks
I'm 47.
about 16.
No, I'm 47.
You do. You're quite an attractive man. It's just such a tragedy, really.
It's such a shame, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, I know. Someone's got to be right wing. It might as well be me.
Yeah. So how old are your kids, Tommy?
They are. I've got one that is 18, 16, and 12.
Wow. And have any of them showed any signs of going to the dark side yet?
To your side, no. No, they're just as hardcore right wing as I am, if not more.
Oh God!
It's funny talking to them. I raise little clones. That I can tell you that for sure.
I don't know.
But once they get out into the real world, things might change rapidly. So be careful.
Oh no, their place is in the home.
What?
To raise kids.
He has 3 girls, obviously.
Well, I'm teaching my kids the absolute opposite. Go out there, be the best you can be, learn.
Nah.
I mean, you need to be self-sufficient, be able to take care of yourself, take care of your others. You need to do it for you.
I do know.
Sit at home, be a housewife. What the hell?
But Tommy's like these. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys got the news, but 3 young girls from London travelled out to Syria to go and join ISIS fighters. And it's the same sort of thing. Tommy has to have his girls procreating to keep the right wing fascists.
Right.
That's the same thing.
Yeah. Well.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of tribalistic, more or less?
Yeah, there's all like sort of racist, nativist affair going. More white babies, etc. Well, okay, sorry.
We got to keep the
it's out
sex
there
in check.
It's not necessarily Tommy.
Yeah.
Do they know? Do they ever watch you on? Do they know that you come on these hangouts?
My oldest does. Well, they do know. They've seen.
Do you know about your obsession with anal sex?
They might now if they watch this. If they listen to you, anyway.
Yeah, do they ever ask Dad, why do you talk about the ass sex?
Yeah. I could just imagine him at the dinner table tomorrow. They'll all be sitting there quietly eating their Sunday dinner, and all of a sudden they go, "Do you know you can have a coffee enema?"
Yeah.
I think Starbucks should market that.
Yeah, I mean you
No,
can
no, no,
buy
no.
it.
They're putting no. They put semen in their coffee. No,
Who came up with
Even
that
better.
one, Wolf?
some crazy pastor.
Oh right,
I
okay, yeah.
actually
Yes, I
said,
know who you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
The Brooklyn Hate Church or whatever.
He
Oh,
actually was asked. He was actually asked by the interviewer, like, where did he get the idea, and he actually said, that it's used to make the coffee more flavorful and stuff like that. And the next thing the interviewer asked, like, has he ever thought? No, has he ever thought about doing the gay things? And he said while he was in prison, he said while he was tempted, he never he never turned to the dark side. He always stayed firm for Christ.
Oh,
But he has thought about it.
Stayed firm for Christ.
And upright, of course. Upright.
Yeah.
Here's the real question. What would
Firm
he
and
know
upright for
it
Christ. There we
tasted
go.
like? What would he know what it tasted like?
I mean, no, that's what they were trying to figure out. You know, it sounded like he said like it tasted nice, and like he said, yeah, it tasted very flavorful. That's what those coffee people figured out, not me. It was the coffee people. That's
Well,
what he said.
my question is, where are they? I mean, if it's every Starbucks everywhere, where the fuck are they getting that much cum?
From the gay people.
That was the same. You realize that's the same pastor that was warning black women that white homos are going to steal their men.
Yep.
Hey,
because all of those
Well,
down low brothers out
see you
there,
later.
it was hilarious.
Oh, jeez.
I was about to give him his wife up even more.
That's funny.
Yep, it's flavored with
People
semen
are
of sodomites.
bad shit, and it is funny.
Do you know they? I don't know if they're doing it over in the States, but they've Starbucks have started doing evening meals and serving alcohol here.
Wicked.
Yeah, I mean it's not evening meals; it's tapas. So instead, what they'll do is they'll take out all that food they serve in the cakes and the sandwiches, and they're going to put sort of tapas where they can heat it up, tapas style snacks and wine and beer, and stay open until 11 o'clock.
The last thing I want for dinner or happy hour is shitty food from Starbucks.
I have a question. If you eat anything with rum, are you automatically wasted?
Huh?
What?
Like rum cake. If you eat rum cake, will you be wasted?
My
Well,
wife, yes.
Well, yeah, we've had several situations in the UK where people have eaten. We have a thing called trifle in the UK, and it's made with sponge and jam and fruit and cream. But the main ingredient is what's called sherry, which is like a fortified wine. I don't know if you get it in the States. And we literally put half a bottle in this dessert. It's a very popular dessert with English, you can imagine. Anyway, one guy ate 2 platefuls of this dessert, and this was at Christmas, and he got in his car and he got pulled over by the police, and he was something like 3 times over the limit or something.
Oh wow!
So yeah, you can get it. You can get drunk from food.
Oh.
But I love
that alcohol edible.
I am a massive Starbucks fan. I love Starbucks.
I don't. I support my local coffee shop. I hardly drink coffee.
Yeah, you don't need that semen sodomite coffee. Yeah, stay
just
pure. Also, watch out for them. Watch out for them white homos. They gonna come after your man. Go take him away.
Just the way that Starbucks tastes. It's so dark and so like it has this bitterness to it that's just not enjoyable.
Sorry, I think I might have explained myself a little better. When I say Starbucks, I don't mean coffee. I mean those lovely, creamy, sugary, creamy white chocolate mochas and eggnog lattes and hazelnut. Oh, yes.
Frappuccinos, all that mess.
It's gotta taste better over there because y'all use a little bit different ingredients than we do.
Well, our milk is 10 times better. I don't know what you guys do to your milk over there, but it doesn't taste of anything really.
I will not touch any of those drinks in Starbucks.
Oh, I love them. Oh, my eggnog latte. I swear, as soon I know it comes out on the 31st of October. That's when they start making. That's when they start selling it.
Hilarious.
And I'm straight down there. I'm probably. I'm like a drunk at the bar. You know, banging on the door.
You realize I actually lived right by there. It was like I was at 124th and Madison. He's at 123rd and Malcolm X. It's like straight shot, just 2 avenues.
What, that preacher guy, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Next, if you go back to New York, you should pop around and see him and have a chat. Do you know that's funny because I never experienced religion. The only thing I ever saw was I'd go to St. Patrick's because I thought before I became a staunch atheist, I used to go and sit in St. Patrick's because it's such a beautiful church and it's so atmospheric. So I'd go and sit quietly in St. Patrick's, and obviously there's loads of synagogues around New York, so you'd notice that on a Saturday. Other than that, I didn't even notice religion in New York. It just didn't even come into the mix.
It's a bit more in Harlem.
Yeah, I can imagine on a Sunday it's quite noisy.
No, it's not noisy, but...
No, you know what I mean, gospel choirs and that kind of thing.
I was also right next to a Black Hebrew Israelite thing. It's on 124th it's on Madison between 124th and 125th. I was at 124th Madison, so I mean, it's like literally just across the street. They'd be all wandering around with their dashikis and stuff. And it was interesting to watch, but they just kind of mill around.
They are even around here in Oakland.
They aren't even allowed in Oakland? Are you serious?
No, I'm saying that they're around in Oakland.
Oh, they're around in Oakland? Yeah, because I've seen them up by 14th and Broadway by the Walgreens there.
Sorry, Starbucks is flavoured with the semen of sodomites. Honestly, you guys just, I mean, it's not funny because unfortunately these idiots influence people's, thought process. But in the UK, if you had a pastor
he's part of. Well, I'm sorry, not to cut you off. I'm just saying he's part of a dying breed.
Absolutely.
Like this generation is going more secular. Just with the numbers. But go ahead.
If a pastor came out with something like that in the UK, he'd be removed from his post immediately.
Well, I think his is like an independent church.
He'd be shut down for hate speech.
Well, and that's not, I mean, he's gotten really bad with hate speech. Didn't their billboard have something along the lines of, all gays must be stoned to death or something like really vile on their billboard?
Kill them faggots. That's all I got to say about it. Yep, I ain't mind. Let me tell you something, man. You gotta kill them faggots because they got that gay agenda. You can't be taking their medicine, otherwise that's gonna turn you gay. And I know gay teachers because they gonna teach them kids how to be gay, how them gay orgies and shit. Talk about you was born this way with your genes.
Huh. Right. I should have I don't know, somehow pretended to be more of a man or something, so I could have joined more gay orgies. Wasn't good enough of them.
Is it Wolf? Is it you that does a brilliant Brett Keane impersonation?
Oh, I hate that guy.
So do I. I absolutely detest him, and I don't. It's silly to hate people on the internet because we're all. Nobody really knows anybody, and I mean, I personally know Mark, but other than that, I don't know anyone. But Brett Keane, there's something about his voice, his face, his questions, his personality, everything makes me feel physically sick and makes me cringe.
I hate the way he brings up a topic. Okay, discuss. It's just what the fuck are you doing?
He was taking over Nadia's Hangouts over the last couple of days, and because he's got so many people blocked, You couldn't get in, and even if you wanted to, which I wouldn't go in there because I'd go mental. I'd lose it with him completely, and that's what he wants. So, yeah, today or yesterday, I can't remember. Oh no, it's today. I watched him do it. You know, he blocked Mark while he was in the hangout, so that he couldn't hear what Mark was saying. He does that a lot, and it's so. Why would you do that? What purpose does it serve?
Yeah, like I don't know. In being on these hangouts, I don't think blocking should really be an option. You should be able to block them from like inviting you, but if you're in a conversation with somebody, you should not be able to cut them off like
I
that.
can't believe that you can do that. I was really shocked.
You don't understand what people used to do and still do. They come in there with their dicks hanging low. They come in there saying the N-word 20 times. Like, fuck that. I'll block them.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
Mark,
that should be up to the moderator of the room.
We're talking about Mark.
I mean,
and also it's not Brett's job. It's not his hangout, but he takes over. I mean, how long have you known Brett Keane?
Only for a couple months.
You need to do some research on him. The guy is absolutely one of the most unpleasant, dishonest, fraudulent, e-begging. There's so many words to explain him. I could be here for another half an hour. Just be very careful, because if he gets hold of him, if you upset him for whatever reason, say at some point you two get into an argument, because you will, believe me, at some point you'll say something that annoys him, and he'll go for you, he'll attack you, and you'll react because you're like me, you won't tolerate it, and he will then purposely go and find out your information. Haven't you ever heard him say while he's doing it to people, oh, well, I've checked out your website or your Google Plus page, and you're this and you're that. He's a vindictive, nasty, spiteful, vile creature. And you know what? He can't do a thing
He's well known
to me.
for being the biggest. Basically, in a nutshell, he's well known for being the biggest bullshit artist on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been banned from this site like more than I don't know, like 30 times. I've even done a video about it. I mean, various people have done videos about it. I mean, he's fluctuated between the term atheist and theist for the sake
that as well,
for the sake of money. For the sake of money.
Yeah.
And he's not to be trusted overall. But I mean, that's obvious. I mean, I just intentionally mock him because he's that funny.
So just watch him, because if he gets your information, who knows what he'll do. He's dropped and he's done some terrible things. So you've got to watch him. He's not to be trusted. And it's got nothing to do with his Christianity, because for the first 6 years of him being on YouTube, he was an atheist. And he got himself into so much trouble, he told so many lies and upset so many people that he lost popularity and stopped making money. Okay? So what did he do? He decided to become a Christian, because they're more gullible.
Well, and there's tons of money in the atheist to Christian market right now.
I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think anyone gives him any time of day anymore. I think people for the most part avoid him. Have you seen the there's been so many videos made about him, about what he is and what he's been up to. Have you seen them?
No, I don't really watch YouTube that much.
Okay, I'm going to give you just one, so that just gives you an idea of what he's capable of. Okay. Otherwise, I'm just going to bombard you with a load of stuff, and you won't watch any of it. I'll just give you one. I'm just trying to think. Okay, if you don't want it, that's fine. I won't give it to you.
Take everybody on Google Plus at face value, and everybody is just whoever they are. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing research on anybody.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just saying, just watch him.
I'm sorry that you guys have had such challenging experiences.
Oh no, I don't. Do you know what? He doesn't. Everything. I avoid him to start with, because he's just not worth my time. I will sit and talk to anybody, but this man is that vile and that disgusting. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't even want to mock him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because I'm a fan of Fiction Fighter. I know he's not, the most popular guy on YouTube right now, but I've always, at least what you see is what you get with him. And
Fighter was a girl.
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Fiction is.
I meant Forbidden Fruit. Sorry.
Oh.
See, there you go.
Double F, yeah.
I'm not going to bring him up and talk about it because it's just, I don't want to get in. But I mean, that's how some people feel about Brett Keane. But the difference is that, I mean, because obviously he raises money, he's monetized, all that sort of thing. But I just think that they are. I mean, they're not the same by any stretch of the imagination. But some people dislike him as much as they dislike Brett, and I just don't see the similarity unless anybody else does.
Meh, not really.
No. I mean, the other thing is that Forbidden Fruit is obviously clearly very intelligent, and the clever thing about Keane is he sounds intelligent, but for the most part he's reading off a script. The questions that he said today, I don't know if anyone was listening to him today, but he kept saying, "Oh, I wish I could do the impersonation. He's a mouth breather because he talks through his mouth, he breathes through his mouth. I wish I could spend more time with you guys, but I got kids. You know how it is." And then he'll go off for a few minutes. Yeah, he'll be listening to everything that's been said, and he'll be researching the subject that he's been asked a question about, and he can't give an answer to. It's a trick I watch him play all the time, and it's just so dishonest. I mean, that's the least of his dishonest behaviour, mind you. Anyway, I'm just glad that he's 3,000 miles away. Sorry, I'm just laughing. Does anybody know? Because I'm trying to work out who he is. I think I know who it is, but I'm not sure. Does anyone know who Lacroix is? Lacroix.
Not a clue.
He makes a lot of comments on your videos, Nadia. Particularly at me. He doesn't like me.
I noticed.
He doesn't like me.
Well, let's see. What'd they say?
He said, "Okay, I'm bored of you now. Bring back Keane." Well, he said he asked me to come in. He said, "Can you come in and get rid of Keane, please? Because he thinks I go on too much, which is true. I do. So he's now bored of me. Wants Keane back. I love it."
I don't know.
And this is how the right wing will destroy the world. The Edge.org article. Well, they destroyed me, so.
What destroyed you?
Conservatives, right-wingers, Christians, Republicans. Yeah, it's a small angle into a larger nexus. At least the religious one is. It's only really meaningful because it's such, high correlation or whatever. But it's almost like a bit of a affirmative consequent thing. Yeah, those were the offenders. You know, are like damn near 100% religious, but religious aren't really that high a percentage. Of whatever. But Google Plus does a little bit of extra filtering to bring the right-wing conservative stereotypes amongst religious out to the fore. People here on G Plus are not influential. Even if I changed all their minds and I've changed none of theirs, it would be a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't change a thing. I mean, the real audience, that's like the real audience for G-Man or atheists that are mocking whatever. I mean, Eric Coven, Ray Comfort, and all. The real audience are just the atheists and liberals they infuriate. Christians aren't watching them. There are some things further removed that we can actually find his constituency for. Like some of the things I rattle off that nobody's ever heard of but me. Gordon Klingler-Schmidt and Don Schmierer and Linda Harvey and Brian Fisher and Tony Perkins. Yeah. I make it out on conservative Christian radio. And of course, Career Channel carries it all. But only the people who already believe in it and are looking for it listen to it. Yeah. Just a few days ago, Xander Mahaffey committed suicide in Georgia.
Oh, why?
It's another replay of Lila Alcorn. Conservative Christian parents, trans teen. Yeah, sure. Don't have my parents have been gone from my life. I'm glad to have them gone, but no. I shit on everyone disheartened. Going out on the street, all the same. Along with the hordes of others who, well, more directly in contact with their conservative Christian parents who throw them out on the street and such. Or more insidious yet, cut them off while they're in college. There's a trick with the student loans and such. Parents have to cosign to the 24. Well, I never cosign or stop cosigning. Okay, well, there's a trick. Yeah, they can get into college thinking, oh, well, yeah, do my thing, get my education, move on to whatever career, been raised all whatever class, so that's all I know how to live with, and whatever. then, oh, they get a little bit queer. Parents say, oh, I'm not signing that co-signing form next year. And then they're out on the street. Don't come home. You're not welcome. You're 18. Make it your own way. You have no street survival skills. As the Ali Forney Center social workers routinely note.
Sad, sad, sad.
To me, it's just bullshit that people choose God over their kids. It's like, it's your fucking kids. What the fuck is your problem?
Rolling Stone says gay. But gay are not even half of the homeless LGBT. Gay and lesbian.
And it's something like 60% or something? It's like a really large number of homeless people are from the
40%.
LGBT. 40, that's right. I know it was a pretty significant number.
Yeah. LGBT are not even 5%. That's how extreme the overrepresentation is.
Okay.
You gotta wonder, Georgia has refused Medicaid expansion. It casts out a homeless LGBT with welcome B. Has type 1 like I do.
Oh wow, there's B.
I have to wonder how many don't make it. You can't even get a straight answer for how many people die from what I have. Dead serious. Go Googling around for what I have, or ketoacidosis or anything. How many people die from it? You won't get an answer. Oh, I need to figure out how to launch my freaking Vanity Domain website. And I said hello to Bea, but she ducked out pretty quick.
Mm.
Why so quick?
Oh, I was talking. Not boring. Yeah, wet blanket and doormat all rolled into one.
No.
Face on the screen, it comes up. Yeah, Jabba the Hutt, Medusa.
No.
Maybe a little bit of Freddy Krueger in the mix. What do I put on my website?
What do you?
My last
what?
will and testament.
Oh, stop.
What did I put on my website?
Don't say that.
Okay, let's go the optimistic point of view.
Okay.
There's still a very significant risk of death. Let's see. Oh, well, I'll pull through somehow. Oh, still a good chance I won't. Better make sure my body's disposed of in a way that's won't desecrate it. grandfather died on my mother's birthday.
On when?
My grandfather died on my mother's birthday.
Oh, wow. How many years ago was that?
It was last year.
Mm.
Paternal grandfather, that is.
Oh, you used to write him letters?
No.
How did you find out then?
Nathaniel Christopher actually tracked him down and found an obituary.
Oh, that's sad.
I found somebody with the same name as my maternal grandfather, but he appears to have died in El Paso, Texas, which is not where.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my maternal grandparents might both still be alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yaga's Googles for their obituaries hasn't turned up. I was not close regardless. Yeah. Trans is a bridge too far. It was made clear, it was kind of like, gay would be okay, but the trans, a bit too much. There were hints dropped. Desert, I finally see you. Uh-oh, 30 minutes. I better decide on a title for the next one. Maybe a 3-part series on His Name Was Xander.
Hey Nadia, is my bed on your left or your right?
It's on my right.
Good.
I hate to say this, Desert, but you do look a little bit like Tommy.
Hey, you said Tommy was good looking. I'm fine with that.
I thought you were Tommy when I first looked up. I thought, what's it? What? Well, you remind me a little of him.
Yeah, me and Tommy almost have the same sense of humor. But
He does have a sense of humor, but it's a bit weird.
Yeah, well, I'm not a Christian. He's a Christian. So.
Yeah, I know you're not, but it's not that. It's just, it just comes. It kind of is a bit. I don't know. It's just weird. He's just weird.
Yeah, in a good way, in my opinion. I don't take him that seriously.
I don't anymore. I think that's the way to deal with him, really, because once you let it sort of all the nonsense sort of fly over your head, you can have quite a laugh with him.
Yeah.
Oh, what all right.
I've got a theory that he's probably in, a typical religious family, like he says he's got 3 daughters, all very normal, go to church on Sunday, eat round the table together as a family, all that sort of thing. I can just picture it all. Probably got a very pretty wife.
Yeah, I've seen yes.
Yeah. And his whole world is very normal. It's very Christian. It's very southern. I don't know where he lives, but I presume he lives south rather than north.
Texas?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So I can just picture it. And yeah, he's on YouTube at least for a couple of hours every day. And I think that the people that he meets on here just intrigue him. He's never met anybody like us before, I don't think. Even though he is a pool boy, so he must see some things that he shouldn't be seeing.
I don't know. I'm in Texas too, and I have a completely different outlook on things.
Yeah, I didn't know that. For some reason, I thought you were in New York.
No way. Born and raised, well, technically born in Oklahoma, but raised in Texas.
You don't have an accent.
Nope. I can, if I really want to drag it down, I can talk like everybody here, but no, I don't have an accent.
I love that. It's brilliant.
I grew up as a skater listening to punk rock, like complete not Texas lifestyle at all. But yeah, I live in I grew up in like pretty much all the big cities, but now I live in like a small town, and wow, it's very different than the big city, let me tell you.
Yeah, I learnt the hard way as well. I mean, fortunately, religion doesn't play a big part where I live, or, well, in most parts of the UK, really.
In my neighborhood, there's 3 fucking churches. Just in my neighborhood.
Well, in fairness, there's 2 about 5 minutes walk from my house. But I live in a town that was built nearly in the year spit it out 800. So it's 1,200 years old. The town that I live in.
Oh, then that's more. I don't know, I would consider that more like beautiful than this, shitty little church down the street.
Well, I've got a cathedral behind my house, and just behind the cathedral is I think it's not a Baptist church, but it's a very old church. It's about 1,000 years old, so it's Church of England we call it. But and then we do have a Baptist church, but it's a modern church, and it's hidden away because it's modern, and they're not allowed to build modern houses. You can't build modern houses in historical towns.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense.
Well, I'm not allowed to do work to my house unless I ask permission from the government.
I remember you were saying that before because it's some sort of weird. You own it, but they have to approve whatever you do.
Well, I do own it. I mean, I can sell it because I've just sold it. But there is this thing that if you want to have work done to it, and I didn't know about this, I only found this out the other day, and I've lived here for 10 years. If you want to have work done to it, you have to ask the permission of the local aristocracy, the landowner. Because even though he doesn't own my house, nor the land on it, he owns the area. It's just unbelievable that these feudal lords have still got, power in the 21st century.
I own this air. You can't breathe anything in this area without my permission. That's gonna.
He can't stop me from selling the house.
Right on.
He can't stop me from selling it to who I want to sell it to either. But he can stop me from building if he doesn't like the plans that I have. But I didn't know this, so I went ahead and built this big extension on the back. And I got permission from the historical buildings people. I got permission from the conservation people. They were fine. But I wasn't aware of this covenant, it's called. So, yeah, I've had to pay for that to get sorted out as well. But never mind. Such is life. It's my own fault because I picked a crappy solicitor. But the cathedral is empty and lifeless all week, and then on a Sunday, all the Catholics from the local areas pitch up, all dressed up to the nines. You know, like any normal church in America on a Sunday morning, everybody's dressed up, and then they all go over. Then they all go and have lunch afterwards. It's the same here. But the Christian church, the English church, the Church of England church is pretty much empty. Is your wife Christian, did you?
She's not Christian, but not really an atheist. Kinda. I don't know. She's like on the fence. She's definitely not like a church-going. She respects other religions, and you know, I mean, I don't know. She doesn't bring it up at all.
Mm.
Kind of thing. Like I enjoy having these kind of discussions, or not necessarily these, but you know, the religious discussions that a lot of the hangouts get into, and she's just like, whatever, waste your time. She's all, I'm gonna watch this movie or go read a book or something. Yeah, have fun.
You said you've got kids, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's why. She's got far better things to do.
Yeah, if I've got the time to be on here, that means the kids aren't home. That means she's going to do something else. Like tonight, the kids are at grandma's, so. And wife works in the morning at 6, so that means I get to sleep in. No kids till tomorrow night. Once every other Sunday, I get this kind of day.
Do you, Sorry, I was just having some toast. Do you work in quite a high-pressure job?
A little bit. I work at one of the bigger hotels here in my city, and I'm the front office manager.
Oh, you're my nightmare. A lot of what I'm a publisher.
Okay.
And part of what I do is just, obviously I'm responsible for the distribution. And what we do is we publish books that are distributed at events. So the majority of my distribution is to hotel rooms.
Oh no.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm sure you come across people like me all the time. We come in and we say, could you please put these in the rooms?
Yep.
And what's your hotel policy with that?
If it's not something we want to put in the rooms, we usually don't. Because we're not, we're independently, well, it's a chain hotel, but it's independently owned. So we got to go within the certain parameters of the franchise.
Yeah.
But we do have a certain amount of leeway when it comes to it.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I devote a lot of time being nice to front office managers, to sales and marketing managers within the hotels. I mean, it depends on who deals with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But my usual first port of call is the front office manager. And then there's the other side of the coin where I'm the woman that comes down and complains all the time.
Which I have experience with those kind of people too.
Well, you've heard me on Hangouts. You can imagine it's not an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the other end of that. Okay.
Okay, exactly. But you learn. I don't ring up screaming and yelling. I'm quite precise. I'm just this is not happening, or this is not working, or this isn't in my room when I asked it to be. Or I'm like, can I please have it up now, or can you please bring my laundry up, today, not in 3 weeks' time? And so I can be quite sarky. But usually, in fairness, I get great service. So I'm not. But yeah, I do give. Funnily enough, I was in Brazil a few months back, and They took 2 lots of payment off my credit card. There was no Wi-Fi the entire time I was staying there, and they lost my case.
Oh no.
Well, the first thing that happened was that I walked into the hotel because Melia had taken it over. Melia, a Spanish chain, they'd taken it over from from a Brazilian chain, which ran it beautifully, and then Melia took it over, and it suddenly fell apart. But anyway, so I start to check in, and I looked over to look at for the busboy, and I was like, "Where's my case?" And he went, "I don't know. Where is it? I haven't got it." And he hadn't bothered taking it out of the back of the taxi.
Oh shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not being funny, but when I stay at a reasonably, good hotel, you get out of the taxi and walk in. The busboy wants to take your case because he wants to get paid for carrying your case.
Yeah, he wants that tip.
Exactly. Sorry, I've got a load of sparrows fighting over a nest out there. Anyway, so I looked at him and said, "Are you serious?" He said, "Well, you didn't tell me you had a case." Yeah, I said, and this is what I do. Yeah, I said, I just flown all the way 12,000 miles or whatever, 6,000 miles from London with no case. And he just looked at me, and I could just look at him thinking, this one's going to be a bitch. But they managed to track. Luckily, I had the receipt, the taxi receipt. Otherwise, I'd have been without my case. That would have been it. So I had my taxi receipt. So they rang the guy straight away, and he came back with it. So.
Yeah, he would have been in deep shit.
Yeah, but
if he was my employee.
Well, quite. I mean, it was just appalling. No apologies or anything. Didn't get a sorry or anything. And then I didn't have any Wi-Fi. It's a business hotel. I didn't have any Wi-Fi for the 3 days I was there. And then when I get home, I look at my bank statement, and they've taken out 2 lots of $1,000.
So they double billed you on top of it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So hang on, it's not the easy life for business travelers,
Oh, I totally understand that because we get my property. We get more business travelers than anything.
Yeah. And the only thing we want, and I couldn't care less about the noise outside well, I mean, obviously I want a comfortable bed, but that's about the only thing I really, it's customer service is what's imperative to us because we really don't want to be there.
Yep.
Not like holidaymakers. Holidaymakers, they'll take things in their stride. They don't get too stressed because they're on holiday and they're going down to the pool or to the beach. I'm not. I've got to do work. I've got to sit in that room for 3 days. That's my home for 3 days. And if I get a whole load of food come up that's lukewarm or they don't bring my soup doesn't arrive, so I've got to chase you and all that kind of stuff. It's much worse when you're a business traveller. So, but I've cut back on it because it was making me ill.
I can understand. I mean, we've got some people that are regulars at my property that they spend, 200 nights a year in a hotel, 250. I mean, some of these guys, they're never home.
Right.
I mean, it's like, why even have an apartment?
Well, this is what happened to me, actually. I had an apartment in London and my house down here on the south coast, and because I was making good money. But when I got back from my trips, I was coming straight down here. I just wanted to get away from it all,
Yeah.
So my apartment was empty for 3 weeks of every month, and I was still paying all the bills on it. I mean, having an apartment in London and a house in the country is fabulous, but ridiculously expensive if you don't use it. So I put the flat on the market and sold it. So, but yeah, I've been business traveling for 17 years, and I just burnt out last year. The thought of going anywhere near an airport, check-in, packing my bags, getting on the plane, and I was a business traveller. I travelled business as well, in good hotels. So it wasn't like I was, I had quite a cushy little number. But it was just the whole process. It's so depressing. Being away from home, being away from the dogs, being away from my friends and family. Whereas 10 years ago, I was loving every minute of it, traveling around the world. I mean, funny enough, I came down to, what did I do? Dallas, Fort Worth. Oh, the Energy Congress, the World Energy Congress. It's called. In other words, all the oil companies.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of the weather down
There
there.
you like it.
It's like Mississippi. You can eat
They're
the
evil,
air.
aren't they?
Hmm?
They're evil, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I was one of my biggest clients back then was Unical 76. Do you remember them?
Unical 76?
Yeah, it was an oil company.
Oh, the orange logo, right?
Yeah. Do you remember them?
Yes.
And the guy who was one of the directors, he was one of the managing or operator, he was called Chuck. Oh, I've forgotten it now. Norris or something. No, it can't be Norris, can it? Chuck.
Yeah, well,
And he was a real cowboy. Beautiful suit, Armani suit with a pair of cowboy boots and a cowboy hat. I mean, it is like Dallas down there. You know, the Dallas, the television program. I had an interesting night with a cowboy down there. Let's just put it that way.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, the cheeky bugger was married as well. Because you kind of meet people at bars when you travel a lot.
Oh yeah, I could understand that.
And it didn't happen very often because I had a boyfriend, and I'm not in a habit of picking guys up at bars like that, you know. But this guy was a real charmer. He was a multi-millionaire, and he was just lovely. We had so much fun that night. We went dancing, we went to a club, and well, I just had an awful lot to drink. Let's put it that way. And the next morning, I went back to New York, and he chased me for about 2 weeks. But he was married, so he got the cold shoulder on that one. I'm not going to get involved with a married guy. No, it's not worth it at all. Heartbreak all round. I bet you see some goings on though, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I bet you do. Oh, I'll tell you something funny that happened. I was about 2 years ago. I was in the West Inn in Tokyo. And I was doing my rounds, checking up on the distribution. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning. It was quite busy. The lobby was quite busy. And all of a sudden, this guy walked through the lobby completely naked. And he was, I mean, I don't know if you've been to Japan, but the Japanese are very polite. Every rules and regulations are, you know, everything must be run like clockwork. And we were there for the World Bank meeting. Every year the World Bank had their annual meeting in a different country. Well, not every year, every 2 years, sorry. And it was Tokyo this time. It's Peru this year. Anyway, this guy just walks through the lobby, completely stark naked. He was sleepwalking. The Japanese did not know what to do. All these managers were running around. I mean, meanwhile, this guy's just strolling around in a complete, like, daze. And eventually this little Japanese man came running up with a bathrobe and tried to put it over him. But this guy was still in his dream, you know, and he was kind of pushing him away. And I mean, if that had been America, that guy would have been jumped on. Straight away, he'd have been pounced on and removed from the environment immediately. But this guy was allowed to wander around naked for a good 5 minutes because they didn't know what to do. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Funniest thing here recently that I've seen was we had a pretty famous country band staying at the hotel. And they finished their set. They came back to the hotel. It was probably about 4 in the morning. And we had a crew of oil workers staying there, and they're getting ready to head out to their shift. So we've got, you know, like 15 guys sitting in the lobby while everybody gets ready to head out. And one of the members of the band pops out the elevator in nothing but his skimpy red underwear and has to do the walk of shame to the front desk to get a key. Right there in front of all these guys, and they're just hooting and hollering at him, and you know, I go run out in the lobby, and it's just like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, great, this give him a key, get him the fuck out of here.
Mm. Does that happen a lot? People locking themselves out?
Yeah.
And I'm not sorry. I don't mean. I mean, I've locked myself out a few times, but naked.
I'd say in the, I don't know, 15 years I've been doing this, probably maybe 10 or 15 times. so not a whole lot, maybe once a year.
And do they have to come down to the lobby, like with a towel or with a piece of furniture in front of them or something?
I've seen it a couple of times. They'll come down with like the newspapers that are on the landings of the elevators. Otherwise, I've had people just straight walk to the desk naked. May I have a key, please?
Really?
And yeah, some of them are just bold like that. It's really hilarious. I mean, you see all kinds.
Do you have
It's
a problem
really,
with
I mean,
obviously with the being down in with the oil, like you say, you got the oil workers. You're in. Obviously, there's a lot of money around. Do you have a problem with prostitutes?
I know who they are.
Okay.
But they usually don't cause any. Like when they're there, I know who they are, and I know which guys get them.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I've picked up on it. I mean, they're not like down at our bar picking up the guys. They're usually like Craigslist girls or something.
Right.
So I don't really give them a hard time because I mean, if they were in our bar, then definitely you got to get the boot. You know what I mean? You can't be soliciting people at my bar.
No, I get it. Yeah.
But they're calling escorts. I mean, what can I do? But
No,
I've recognized the working girls, you know, and it's just funny because it's like, oh,
But
you're about to go get fucked.
They're not actually doing. They're calling these girls to come in and do whatever they want. It's no different to a man calling up his girlfriend and saying, "Come and." In a way, except they're paying for it. That's all, and that's not your business, is it? So you can't. But when you've got girls coming in and sitting at the bar, you know, sidling up to punters to get them to buy them a drink, you know, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can solicit on the internet and come up to the hotel room, do whatever you do. I just think it's funny because once I've like recognized the ones that are like the regular hookers there, it's just you're about to go get fucked. See you in 10 minutes. You know, like it's just hilarious because you see them walking in all, you know, like it's kind of bad or hard to say this, you know, all hooker sexy, and then they leave a little bit disheveled.
I mean, are they reasonably attractive ones, or are they?
I've seen everything from some really skanky ones to some, you know, pretty high class whores.
But if you saw one that came in that was, you know, looked like she was up high on something.
Yeah, I've had to get rid of a couple individuals that have been like that before, and this one lady was talking about. I mean, she was out there talking about the sign of the peace badge, and we must unite, and we can't be like this. They've been telling me, don't you understand that they've been telling me? They've been telling me. I mean, this whole thing, and like we had to call the cops, and they escorted her off the property, and I mean, the lady was absolutely insane.
It's weird talking to you because you've got a New York accent. You know, you've got not a New York accent, but you know what I mean. You've got a northeast accent.
I haven't heard that before.
Perhaps it's because you're in the hospitality trade and you've got to talk posh, as we call it here.
Yeah, I've gotten a real neutral.
Yeah, you are neutral. That's exactly what you are.
Because I've got to be able to predict it. You know, I can't. You know, like the way I talk with my friends is definitely a little bit different than the way I talk at work. You know what I mean? I have to present myself a little different, and I'm always on.
My friends laugh their heads off when I answer because if I think I've got all my friends' phone numbers in my phone, so I know it's them. But every now and again, I'll get a call. I won't know who it is. I'll pick it up and go, Annabelle Pfeiffer. And it's like the way I answer it, I'll go, Annabelle Pfeiffer Associates, can I help you? And I just get laughed at because that's not how I talk. But I put on a sort of voice like that because I know it works on the men.
Yeah, there's been plenty of times where I answer my phone. This is Josh. How can I help you?
Yeah, exactly. And they just laugh. And
it's like, oh wait, I'm sorry, Mom. You know, like.
Yeah, did I get the wrong number? Yeah, because that's not you, is it? Is that your posh?
Yeah.
That's the 8 to 5 you.
Talking on the phone is a nightmare for me. It's like, as the phone say, hello. And they're like, hello, Mr. Chambers, sir. May I please speak to your wife? I'm like, fuck.
But you have quite a feminine voice. Stella, she's transitioning, and her voice is still very male, and she's been taking lessons and having lessons to try and change her. Oh, what's the word? Not influence.
My voice is not doing well.
Pardon?
I know what I sound like, and it does not comport with what you're saying.
Yes, but I'm allowed an opinion on it. I think you sound a lot more like a woman. No, I'm just giving you, because obviously I've got something to go by, because I've got my friend Stella, and she still has a very male voice. What she tries to do, and it just makes us seem, I don't like it, because it's, you know, she just doesn't want to sound like a man, so she brings her voice down like that and makes it really squeaky, which it doesn't really go, it's not right. But apparently with the drugs and with the more lessons, voice lessons and what have you, apparently it will just naturally.
Useless.
Oh, right, okay, maybe that's
useless. Not for voice, or they're useless for voice. It's there's some amount of quote unquote voice quote, I don't know if you call it acting or what you can do, but and the only truly effective thing is surgery.
I forgot to tell you this, Nigel.
People that are basically born lucky. Yeah, the people that are born lucky, they basically don't have enough structural damage or whatever to prevent them from just doing it or shoring up whatever's the gap is by training, and everything else needs surgery.
I forgot to tell you this. I completely forgot about this, but a friend of mine's husband is one of the most prominent cosmetic surgeons for sex change transgender. So he'll take the Adam's apple out or whatever. I don't understand how it works. But he'll make you look more like a woman. I mean, obviously that's private and it costs a lot of money, but he specialises in
facial feminization surgery.
Yeah. I forgot to
that's
tell you
facial
that.
feminization surgery. Crooked thyroid approximation is actually done at the Charing Cross. It's
yeah,
not
that's where he
private.
works. He works out of Brighton. He works out of Brighton Hospital. He does. I know he works in Charing Cross 2 days.
Brighton Hospital.
Yeah, he works out of Brighton. That's where his office is.
Yeah, the private things are not what does the voice surgery in the UK. The private voice surgery is in the US and Korea. In the US, it's feminizing laryngoplasty. Korea, it's a mix of laser-assisted voice approximation and feminizing laryngoplasty. Charing Cross specializes in crooked thyroid approximation.
So I know he works in Charing Cross because she goes up there to, I don't know, they stay up there. But I know his office is definitely in Brighton because we've been to it. But if you met him, he's such a sort of macho